The 1990s was a special era for video games. It was when the industry had finally matured, when games that used to be seen as toys started transforming into massive franchises. Civilization, Elder Scrolls, Doom, Diablo, Warcraft, GTA, Fallout, and of course, Pokemon are just a few of the blockbuster hits that would define not only their own era, but the next 30 years. But for every titan that endured, another fell. Some brought down by overambition, and others by a failure to evolve. Today, we're going to talk about one of the most tragic fallen empires, Command and Conquer. We're going to talk about how Command and Conquer was so incredibly dominant in the early strategy game scene that it wasn't even competing with lowly games like Warcraft. How it reached a level of repeated and rapid success that few in the era could compete with, and how all that success was deliberately thrown away in a desperate attempt to control it. We're going to talk about why Command and Conquer was so freaking cool, how it eventually stopped being that, and of course, we're going to talk about the true story of Electronic Arts' biggest mistake ever. From the moment you boot up Command and Conquer, it is pure unapologetic camp. Because we're playing the remaster, we get this fun little 1995 sci-fi intro sequence with bars and bleeps and boops and even a couple blorps. It's pretending that it's patching the game to this new and exciting upscaled graphics for the remaster, which isn't true because the game is already installed. But it's a fun little way to assure that the remaster we're playing is the original Command & Conquer engine, just with a slightly better paint job. Once that's all well and done, we get to start the campaign, and the first cutscene plays.
The Grain Trade Center in Vienna was the 17th urban bombing in 4 weeks, blamed on Nod terrorists.
The Security Commission remains in closed session tonight following Nod terrorist actions in Slovenia.
At least your mother tipped well.
This wasn't a YouTuber joke, this is the actual intro to the video game. We get an old-timey channel switch montage that erratically bounces between information about a faction known as the Brotherhood of Nod, talking about their increased efficiency in harvesting Tiberium, maybe playing a little bit of hockey while drinking motor oil, I guess. This cutscene is really long, it's over 2 minutes of channel switching. We're then pushed straight into picking which of the faction's campaigns we want to play, the Global Defense Initiative or the Brotherhood of Nod. While we're allowed to do both of them from the start, the game is pretty clearly designed with GDI being first, so we're going to do that. And then we meet Commander Shepard. No, I'm not kidding.
Are you picking this up? Good. I know you need more deep background, but we're up against it. Nod forces have fortified this beachhead at X-16Y42. Intelligence is still coming in, so we can't tell you a lot. But we found a chink in their armor.
And he so kindly gives us a better debriefing than the TV did. No, wait, he tells us nothing and sends us straight into the breach. Or rather, the beach. So we boot up the old 1995 CG hovercraft and get thrown straight into what Command & Conquer is all about. Immediately, the rockets are flying, the music is blaring, and we're grabbing our infantry, blasting baddies, and upgrading to the new graphics, even though I think the old ones hold up pretty well. It's really worth noting that Command & Conquer gives off a strong first impression, which is incredibly impressive because this is the third major RTS released. Not by this company, but third ever. Nowadays it's pretty common to jump straight into the action with a game, but in 1995 RTS this was revolutionary and people loved it. There's no tutorials or clunky interface getting in your way, you just get to box your stuff, move them around, and shoot bad guys. This opening has more in common with a game like Doom than most strategy games that slam you with 30 minutes of tutorials, and that is awesome. After clearing the map of Nod soldiers, the mission is over, and we move to a cinematic of them building a building, and then Joe and Steve going to work. Incredible stuff. The CG cinematics in this game are mostly random fluff that are more there for world building than storytelling, and they also use some of them multiple times after missions. They're okay, but sort of weak. Before we get to where the real storytelling happens, we're loaded into a somewhat European map and are passive-aggressively told about Estonia's economy before picking it as our first invasion point. Then Commander Shepard pops in on a green screen to tell us how well we did and starts telling us about the Nod and their leader Kane. Before we're interrupted to help Carter, who needs us to bust down a Nod Tiberium refinery.
Condition critical. Know why Nod had this beach bottled up? They're protecting a big Tiberium refinery that intelligence somehow missed. We need backup now.
If it feels like I'm skipping stuff here, I'm not. This whole introduction sequence is incredibly rapid and it jumps from place to place. This is the mission where we actually get to start building stuff and is where the legendarily easy Command & Conquer macro starts to shine. Terminology time. Macro management, or macro, is strategy game slang for big scope stuff. Building your base, building your army, managing your economy, all those sorts of things. Micromanagement, or micro, is the small scale stuff. Controlling your armies, using abilities, and scouting around. I'm going to be using both of these terms a lot in the video, so they're good to know. When I say that Command & Conquer's macro is easy, I mean that as the highest possible compliment. So many strategy games have their production hidden behind menus upon menus and require memorization of hotkeys to make even the simplest thing. Meanwhile, Command & Conquer just decided to make it all work on the right-hand side of the screen. You just click on stuff, hotkeys are optional, and there's very little menuing. Because of this, here's an army of minigunners, fresh off the press. We get some engineers to capture enemy Tiberium refineries, and once again, it's easy to do because there are no abilities to learn. You just move them onto the refinery and it works. I'm going to try to avoid repeating points about how accessible Command & Conquer is for non-RTS players. I don't want that to be the entire video, but it was a massive reason that this franchise was successful early. Most people want to pick up a game and be able to play it, not have to take a class at their local community college to understand it. After we capture most of the base, blast the rest of it, and find the stragglers, we're back on the Europe map. And then we're denied information about what's going on with Nod again, and thrown into a mission that is slightly more complicated. In Mission 2, we had a barracks and a bunch of money to make troops. Now we get to make refineries to harvest Tiberium, then make a barracks and make a bunch of troops. Because the core mechanics are simple, this slow progression of added complexity without a bunch of hand-holding just works. It teaches you the game in its fullest without actually telling you what to do. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's significantly more fun than having a narrator tell you what to do. We also get a couple extra units. We can now train the building-stealing engineers instead of having them being given to us at the beginning of the mission, and can make anti-infantry grenadiers. And we need them because holy crap, the enemy is strong here. I'm playing on hard difficulty, which I will complain about later, but it takes multiple waves to breach the enemy base from the front. The game's AI is really good at constantly rebuilding down structures and replacing armies, and it even gets to cheat. While I can only make structures adjacent to other buildings, the AI can rebuild anything, anywhere, at any time. I don't mind the rebuilding, it makes for a good opponent, but it does highlight something that I'm not a big fan of. Almost every mission objective is to clear the entire map of enemies, and a charitable way to interpret that is it lets you chill and relax after all the big battles. But the honest answer is that this is a 20-minute mission where you've effectively won at 15 minutes and then spend another 5 wandering around hunting down bygone surface-to-air missile silos. But I did find Dave, and that's pretty cool. Once you kill all the hidden SAM sites and unlock a mediocre airstrike power that rarely is actually something you get to use, and after Dave has been removed from this mortal coil, I find the final building and get rewarded with our first taste of lore. According to the GDI, they're the good guys. And their foes, the Brotherhood of Nod, is an ancient society of ne'er-do-wells, commanded by an enigmatic figure only known as Cain. The Nod don't fight fair, they manipulate the press, and invest into global trade markets? I don't know why they had to say that was bad. They make their money harvesting nodes of Tiberium, a recently discovered crystal that's not well understood. But what we do know is that it sucks up minerals and nutrients to propagate rapidly, making it the perfect resource to harvest and fight over. Then we get a choice. Do we want to fight next in Belarus or Poland? A more modern game might do something like try to explain the difference between these 3 mission options, but here it just makes you pick one. The entire thing exists just for replay value. In general, whenever there's a split mission, the story framing and objectives will be the same. There's a couple exceptions, but for the most part, it's just the map layout that's changed. There aren't a whole lot of reasons to explore a map once you know it in this game, so having map variants is an interesting answer. Instead of finding a bounty of secrets hidden on every map, you instead have to find the enemy and their base all over again on your second playthrough. I see why the idea didn't stick, but it wasn't terrible. The next mission is a no-build with a squad of infantry, 2 APCs to transport them, and a Humvee for fighting. We're instantly brought to a Tiberium deposit blocking our way, where you can either load infantry into the APCs to cross, or quickly learn that soil is not the only thing that Tiberium leaches life from. All infantry quickly die when in contact with the resource. This no-build mission is the second of 2 types of missions in base Command & Conquer. If you don't have to kill everything in the game, you have to bring everybody to a point and either capture it or blow it up. This time, we're reaching some classified stolen GDI property. These no-builds are more like puzzles than anything else. It's pretty clearly expected that you would play the mission multiple times, figuring out what you'd want to do, and then doing a final attempt to execute your ideas. For example, here in Poland, there's a large number of enemies around the map, and an enemy barracks that's constantly churning out troops. Side note, the Nod barracks is called the Hand of Nod, and it looks super dystopian and really cool. Attacking the base with the objective straight on is a death sentence, but rushing to this high ground early lets you eliminate the Hand of Nod before it builds too many soldiers, and then we can scoot our way to the end. But you definitely need a few tries poking around, finding everything, and getting a lay of the land before it all comes together. I think that modern games try to avoid this level of metagaming, but I don't mind it occasionally. Shocker, I know. The RTS challenge run guy wanting to understand a mission in depth to come up with abusive strategies, what a wild confession. Once we drive up classified material lane, the plot finally starts getting going. A news broadcaster starts showing the crimes that GDI has committed in order to fight off Nod. Burned buildings and a ruined town, all because they were involved in transporting Tiberium. And as the news broadcast ends, the camera pulls back to reveal that this is actually a Nod propaganda campaign, directed by Canon himself.
I want 300 copies made and sent to every TV station in Europe. We have the satellite for another 10 minutes. Is that camera still running?
Nod might not be able to fight back with numbers against the GDI, but with a little bit of misinformation, we're now finding our funding cut, and GDI is on the back foot. The next mission has us recapturing a derelict base and trying to refurbish it because we're now stuck on a budget. I really like this weaving of the narrative into the mission objective. Not only do we not start off well, but we actively have to spend the first portion of the map hunting this base down. And if you're me, taking every wrong turn possible my first time through instead of just walking slightly to the right. As I said, this game wants you to restart every mission a couple times. After getting the base, it's the exact same thing as usual, build an army and crush the enemy. But the context and opening do a lot of heavy lifting here. The game would be mostly generic and non-memorable base stomps if it were not for the narrative framing. So I'm glad that they recognized that importance and wove it in with the missions. And after beating that mission, we're quickly tossed into another one. And sticking to the low economy theme, it's the first commando mission. I would groan here, but if you're a Command & Conquer player, you probably just did that for me. Commando missions are no-build missions where you generally have a singular unit or a small squad, including a commando unit, who if they die, you lose. They are strong, but not as strong as you would hope. Generally, we have to infiltrate a base and capture an object or blow something up. And wow, they are punishing! We are not at the point in history where things like health pickups or passive health regeneration are part of the RTS formula, so while elite, the commando is bound by the weakness of his flesh. Because of this, the commando missions tend to be pure trial and error. Walk forward into the unknown, get hit by something you can't heal from, reload a save, and try a new route. Do this over and over and over again until you finally figure out how to get to the objective not dead. As games go on, the developers will put a lot of time and effort into improving this style of mission, but right now, they are rough at times. And in the remaster I'm playing, it's made even worse because of the difficulty. The original Command & Conquer didn't have difficulty settings, these were added in with the remaster. Unfortunately, these difficulties don't improve the AI. Instead, it just buffs the enemy and nerfs your units at the same time. By a lot. I honestly don't enjoy it, so I'm not going to play on hard anymore. For the rest of this video, whenever I'm playing a game where the difficulty is not an actual improvement to the enemy's intelligence, I'm just going to play on the intended difficulty instead. I like hard RTS, but I'm much more interested in playing what the original developers intended, not what an intern slapped together 25 years later in an hour. So speaking of commandos dying very easily, let's talk infantry in general.
Arrived.
Moving out. You got it. Yes, acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Got it.
They die really fast in this game. Infantry are not horrible. They're fairly cheap and do a boatload of damage for their cost, but Command & Conquer as a franchise is famous for being a tank spamming game for a reason. As soon as we unlock the medium tank, I and many other players never look back. No longer being vulnerable to big bursts of area damage just makes the game a lot more fun. These last few missions have had very little in the way of story going for them. They generally are just setting us up for the mid-game more than anything. But once we've destroyed another Nod base, we now get a few news pieces that help explain what's going on. We've been fighting in Europe, but it appears that the conflict is much larger than that. The GDI are fighting Nod on an African front as well, and if rumors are to be believed, the GDI might be taking the fight into space. Meanwhile, leaks at the World Tiberium Research Institute start to imply that Tiberium is rapidly spreading everywhere, engulfing plant life and getting more reports of poisoning humans. The public is viewing GDI as monsters who burn down villages to fight Nod. The world is falling apart due to an infestation of an unknown material, and we have no funding to fight back. And in the middle of all of this, we get a message from the Brotherhood's leader, Cain.
What shall we talk about? Your powerful GDI forces have been emasculated, and you yourself are a killer of children. Now, of course, it's not true. But the world only believes what the media tells them to believe. And I tell the media what to believe. It's really quite simple. Oh, there's your little pet. But now that I know where you live, Commander, it's only a matter of time. Were I in your shoes, I would spend my last earthly hours enjoying the world. Of course, if you wish, you can spend them fighting for a lost cause. But you know that you've lost.
This is our first real contact with Cain, and while the introduction isn't much to write home about, everything else about Cain absolutely is. This is a relatively humble and only moderately threatening introduction to one who will end up being one of the most interesting and beloved characters in any strategy game. But for now, this is all we get. The GDI hits its stride when the mid-game starts, with a blitz of missions. One where we start with a damaged base teetering on the brink and we have to balance our money between repairing our forces and building new units. Another is a macro mission where we have to learn about the awesome power of the Nod defensive obelisk structure and have to destroy it. We're right in the heat of things, fighting a war on and over a resource that we only are beginning to understand. But we do know some things. Tiberium was first found in the Tiber River in Italy, hence the name. It has rapidly propagated across the entire planet, and there are no signs of it stopping. The GDI campaign is set up in a very interesting way. There are very few characters, and even fewer reasons to care about them. Instead, the focus is entirely dedicated to world building and setting the stage for what is to come. Each time we successfully beat a mission, overcome an obstacle, or neutralize a threat, we're brought back to a briefing that completely ignores our recent success and sidelines us instead to discuss Tiberium, Tiberium, and Tiberium. And this is why I think this is the better campaign to start with. The Nod campaign is significantly more character-focused, while GDI is purely setup and world building. But part of setting things up is knocking things down, so let's move on to the endgame. Commander Shepard, who has been conspicuously absent since our funding was cut, has returned. And it turns out the entire funding cut, the UN dissatisfaction with the GDI, a ruse. A trick to make Cain think that his propaganda campaign had won. We were working on a shoestring budget while Shepard was preparing for the real strike back. Meaning now we get the endgame tech. Our first tech unlocked is the Orca. And I'm sure this video about it looked really cool back when monitors were 320p. Unfortunately, the source files for the renders were lost a long time ago, so when the remaster came out, they weren't able to re-render it for modern resolutions, and we're stuck with this. Boom. Anyway, the Orca is one of the few flyers in the game, a quick bomber that's best for dismantling defenses before the main army comes in. It also showcases a very interesting quirk in game design that hadn't quite been figured out yet. You may have noticed that as I was playing this game, there was only two states of fog of war. There's the complete black shroud where you can't see anything, and the explored area with perfect vision. If a unit goes to a spot, that area is perfectly revealed for you, forever. It's essentially built-in map hacks. Eventually in RTS, there is a third version of Fog of War added that is Gray Shroud. Areas that you've explored but don't actively have vision in, leaving behind information about the terrain and sometimes structures but not unit positioning. But because that doesn't exist, everywhere that we've scouted is revealed forever. And that would mean air units would be pretty freaking overpowered if they could go wherever they wanted. You could build one and reveal the entire map permanently almost instantly. So instead, air units can't see. They can only be sent to attack revealed targets, which is very weird if you live in the real world, but I do understand that they were in a particularly rough spot because the color gray just hadn't been invented yet. As a result, Orcas are fast, hit hard, and are expensive, but they're tough to use. They have a limited ammo stock and do an exceptional job at clearing out pre-placed defenses, but you do have to find the defenses first. But once you get into a good rotation of spotting and splatting the enemy, they make approaching enemy bases much easier. They also help highlight a fascinating piece of Command & Conquer gameplay that actually makes the game harder now than when it was released. Money. As you go further into the campaign, it starts to feel like the enemy is completely and totally oppressive. They throw billions of units at you in an unending tide. As soon as an army is cleaned up, it's completely rebuilt. Their tech is better, their base fully established from the start, and you're often finding yourself frantically searching the map for your next Tiberium field while being blindsided by Nod raids. I've seen a lot of people get incredibly frustrated with the game because of this. The enemy attacks are frequent, and when you try to attack them back, they have tons of defenses and swarm you with a billion troops. It feels like there's no answer. But hilariously, the answer is in front of us the entire time. The AI, unlike almost every other RTS campaign AI, actually has to harvest Tiberium to make stuff, and the Tiberium is not inside of their base. They may start with full tech and refineries sending out harvesters, but those harvesters still have to go out of their base to collect and are vulnerable, just like yours. It's really interesting to me how it doesn't even occur to a lot of modern players that fighting the enemy's economy and stopping them from gathering Tiberium is the answer. And I do not blame the players at all for this. At this point, we are primed to not trust the enemy isn't cheating because every single RTS in the last 25 years has had infinite money and scripted attacks. It never plays fair. So of course people don't register that it might. The endgame of Command & Conquer is a lot of this. While we unlock the monstrous fighting units like the rocket artillery and mammoth tank who are slow and steady warriors who crush anything in their way, the economy fighting game gives a breath of life to the faster units like the smaller tanks and orcas. Units who can skirmish with the harvesters while your defensive lines intercept the reinforcements. It's a rare campaign playstyle that works exceptionally well and rewards patience. And it fits into the story too. Everything is always about the Tiberium. The end of the GDI campaign is a series of titanic macro missions, strong enemies with multiple bases, the enemy has all of their tech, and we have to make slow and steady progress towards the Nod Temple in Sarajevo. On our way, we unlock the remainder of our units, including the titanic mammoth tank and the space-based ion cannon that is, well, it'll be cooler in future games. The final mission against the Nod Temple has 3 different potential levels, attacking the temple from the west, the east, or the south. I think this is a cool piece of framing. It isn't us being the big heroes alone defeating Nod, but instead part of a massive concerted effort by the GDI to simultaneously hit them from every side. We just get to pick the flank that we're commanding. The battle itself is brutal. Nod defenses are vast, unforgiving, and powerful. They have multiple bases, hit from every angle, and section off Tiberium that you need to win. They hit early and often, and never let your harvesters move around safely. Even as an experienced RTS player who was not taking it easy, the assault on Nod's temple took me 57 minutes in-game. And remember, I was playing on normal difficulty. It is a game of control, precision strikes, and attrition. Which makes it the perfect time for Nod to show off that while we have the kinda lame ion cannon, they have nuclear freaking bombs. And I don't have a base. After almost an hour of drudgery, I barely managed to pull out a victory, with only a few structures remaining and a pittance of an army. The rest of my base being reduced to a nuclear rubble, and my forces mostly crushed underneath Nod defenses. It doesn't surprise me that only 13% of people have the achievement for finishing this campaign. One cool thing about the GDI ending is that there's actually 2 of them. The default cinematic has the Temple of Nod being blasted by GDI and Cain being crushed in the rubble. But if you opt to blow up the temple with the ion cannon, you actually get to see the cannon vaporize Cain. The story itself doesn't change, but it's a cool detail. With 3 years of conflict over, Cain is gone, and the GDI have won. Which brings us to the Nod campaign. For the majority of RTS, really games in general, the story would now continue. Perhaps Nod would begin rebuilding after their defeat and strike back against an overconfident GDI resting on their laurels. But this entire franchise doesn't do that. Instead, the GDI and Nod campaigns take place simultaneously with diverging endings. It was mentioned offhand that GDI and Nod had an African front that they were fighting on in addition to the main European theater. This is where the Nod campaign focuses. We take the place of a new commander for the Brotherhood, and we meet our new boss, Seth.
From God to Cain to Seth. I am his right hand, and I have a task for you.
Instead of beach landings and building armies, the Nod campaign begins with the removal of a rival. A man named Nakumba is getting in the way of the Brotherhood, and he has to be dealt with. This is an incredibly simple attack through a village until Nakumba is found and turned into a starfish. Because you can technically pick either campaign to begin with, each starts with a series of simple missions for the player to pick up the controls. Seth is impressed at how quickly we managed to finish the mission, and in the next one, we have to establish a base. And then the one after that, we build up and are taught how to use engineers to capture a prison where our Nod brothers are inside. It is very familiar beats to the GDI campaign's start. Each mission is followed by Seth becoming more impressed with our abilities and giving us progressively more difficult tasks. Once we've unified some villages behind the Nod banner and eliminated those who won't comply, Seth tells us a little bit about the history of our organization. The Brotherhood of Nod, of course, is a peaceful organization, one that desires unity and brotherhood, acting as a protectorate to the neglected and abused nations of the world. They believe that Tiberium is the future, a future that can disrupt the balance of the world, and a future that they fully embrace. He also tells us that from our rapid accomplishments, Cain has started taking personal note of our successes. We still haven't seen nor met the Brotherhood's leader, but Seth says we're getting more difficult assignments from Cain to see what we're capable of. You may have noticed that we're kind of blitzing through the story and the missions compared to the GDI campaign, and that's because I'm blitzing through the campaign itself. The beginning of the Nod campaign is pretty dang easy compared to the GDI. This is mainly because we unlock tanks significantly faster, and while Nod buggies and light tanks are worse than their GDI counterparts, they are significantly cheaper, allowing for swarm-style warfare of very well-rounded units. Once the GDI big guns come out, things take a little bit of a bump in difficulty, but Nod overall feels very quick and powerful in these low-tech scenarios. In the next mission, we're ordered to defend against GDI airstrikes with SAM sites and then strike back against their bases to help Nod's main assault. Another task that goes quite smoothly. But when we arrive home victorious, Seth feels a bit different.
I was starting to trust you, but now Cain has asked for your services specifically. He thinks you can handle this.
We're almost halfway through the campaign at this point, and we still haven't seen or met any other characters. We're still in Seth's domain, only hearing about our leader Cain. And once we successfully raid a GDI camp and evacuate with their nuclear detonator, Seth's annoyance continues. This time with us being sent out to raise a village that was getting in the way of the Brotherhood's Tiberium operations. And we don't have to worry. As Seth's intelligence states, there's no GDI combat forces in the area, which turns out to be an enormous lie, and my vacation is ruined. But don't worry, Seth has another mission for us.
How would you like to ensure your place in the highest echelons of Nod? Surely you are ambitious enough to take on a mission of tremendous magnitude. Your goal is so secret, even Cain knows nothing of it yet. You see, power shifts quickly in the Brotherhood. I've taken the liberty of dispatching your troops to the US. Cain has been loath to attack America, but I feel that it's time, and that you're the one to do it. This is the Pentagon. A full frontal attack with your strongest forces should render their military center of operation.
Yes, power shifts more quickly than some people think. I am Cain.
Now that is one hell of an introduction. It is worth remembering that most story scenes sucked in games around this time. CG was horrible, slow, and clunky for the most part, which meant it was really hard to be dramatic at all. This was one of the major benefits of using sets and green screens. Even if the acting is stiff at times and the editing very minor, it was still a massive improvement over the competition. Unsurprisingly, Cain doesn't want us to lose a fight at the Pentagon, that's for later games, and instead he sends us to a mission that is so ridiculously overtuned that I honestly think Seth's idea was better. Welcome to Zaire. We start off on an island with a few infantry, and after getting bulldozed by a tank and restarting, I managed to make my way to a group of buildings that we capture. Unfortunately, we need an army, and we have $0. So the shiny base we got needs to go to the pawn shop so that we can get some engineers, and then use a chopper that we're given to go to a GDI base and steal it. But remember what I said about aircraft not having vision? You get a small look at the enemy base to work with, but things off-screen will come and kill you once you land. So enjoy reloading repeatedly trying to find a proper LZ. Oh, and if you don't steal the refinery while the enemy harvester is dropping off money so you capture both, yeah, you've basically lost the mission already because you have no cash that you need to spam out units to defend the garrison. So, great. After about 10 reloads, we have a base and a harvester. Now it's time for some Oops, my harvester died to a random enemy. Okay, reload, and why is there a giant train of Humvees just circling around all the map's Tiberium? Well, my harvester died again, so I have to reload again, and I can send some troops over to kill these guys, and then a random attack killed me because I've been playing this mission for 30 minutes at this point, 27 of them being reloading, and I haven't had the time to actually build anything. But then I reload again and manage to stave off that attack, and then some random airstrikes start targeting my harvesters while I can't reasonably have anti-air out. So it's time to reload and just hope the airstrikes hit somebody else. And there's more Humvees patrolling around, and oops, a giant infantry ball found my guys, and this is a save scum mission. And after beating it, I went online to see what other people said about it, and it was unanimous. This mission is so incredibly overtuned and randomly kills your economy in so many ways, you cannot reasonably play around it. And the answer is to just save, wait for attacks, hope that they go well, and if they don't, you reload until you get better RNG. And remember, we were using engineers to steal an enemy base at the beginning. This means that we are playing GDI here, not Nod. So if you're playing on hard difficulty, you are in a mirror match fighting the same exact units, but your opponent's units 2-for-1 you because of the difficulty modifiers. Zaire is a completely possible mission, but it really showcases the weakness of Tiberium as a resource. One of the things that makes Tiberium really interesting is that you have to progressively get farther away from your base in order to secure more of it. It forces players to control progressively more parts of the map or they die. But if that strain for territory is placed on the player too early, which most of the time is not the case, but here absolutely is, and the player cannot reasonably have what they need out on the field, it falls to the enemy to screw up and not properly capitalize on starting with troops everywhere. And that's what happens here. It is a hope that the AI does not in fact decide that you are going to lose the game immediately. And my hot take for the day is that that doesn't feel particularly good. Older games having massive difficulty spikes is not a rare problem. The amount of testing that was done by these smaller teams was minimal at times, and it can be felt. I wish this game had mission-by-mission achievements so we could see what the big drop-off points are for players, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was the biggest one in the entire game. And once we make it past, the remainder of the campaign is actually pretty unremarkable. Though I do find it really funny that in this cutscene that reuses a video from the GDI campaign, Kane basically invents YouTube React content 10 years before the website would exist.
Discovered by the Brotherhood, that is, and I named it after Tiberius Drusus Caesar. An obvious lunatic.
Actually, scratch that. He was at his chair and actually watching the video and giving commentary, so it's nothing like modern React streamers. As we progress through the remaining missions, we do get Nod's late game units. The Flame Tank is a bulky, short-range unit who does infinity damage against buildings and infantry, and the Stealth Tank's invisibility is by far the most mechanically complex thing we'll see in this game. And the difficulty of fighting GDI ground forces massively drops after we get the Obelisk of Light defensive structure. It basically turns any ground attack into goo. So of course I tower rush the GDI with them. The final mission has us building a Temple of Nod and pushing the GDI out of Africa. And Kane is so impressed with us that he sends his electronic ninjas called Netrunners into the internet to access the ion cannon. And what in the Tron is going on here? Kane steals the ion cannons and is so happy with us that we get to finish the campaign by blowing up one of 4 equally important targets: the White House, the Eiffel Tower, Brandenburg Gate, or the House of Parliament. So I guess the Pentagon is off the table, huh? The cinematic for blowing up the monument obviously changes based on your choice, but hilariously, the newscast that closes out the campaign also changes, specifically the number of casualties. So if you're going for the high score, the White House is last at only 600 casualties. The Eiffel Tower is next at 700. Parliament is a decent 900 plus 1 Big Ben, and Brandenburg Gate a massive 1100 casualties. And then the game is over. Yeah, it got a little bit weird at the end, and this side of the campaign is eventually deemed to be non-canon, except for the random stuff that then they decide did happen later. We'll talk more about the meltdown that is Command & Conquer canon later, because it doesn't matter right now. What did matter is that this was a cool game that was released into a very new genre, and for the time, it had exceptional world building, intuitive controls, and was easy to pick up. And most of its major flaws were prolific in every game of the era. So, how did Command & Conquer 1 do? The game absolutely freaking exploded in the best way possible. It is really hard to get good sales numbers for this era, so take everything that I'm going to say here with some error bars of salt, but the scale does not lie. Command & Conquer 1 sold around 3 million units. And this is when PC gaming was a very, very small market compared to console games. For perspective, its only competitor at release, Warcraft 1, sold around 300,000 copies. Command & Conquer beat Warcraft by a factor of 10. To say that Command & Conquer was competing with Warcraft at this point is actually just a lie. They were competing with the best-selling games of 1995. They were pulling numbers more similar to Dragon Quest, Yoshi's Island, and Chrono Trigger. This was absolutely astounding, and it turned heads. While the game does feel dated and sometimes frustrating today, there is no doubt that the titanic success and critical acclaim of Command & Conquer is what kicked off the golden age of real-time strategy. A golden age that for years would be spearheaded by this new franchise. So, Command & Conquer comes out, is considered a certified banger, and makes bank. And in most looks at a franchise, this is where we'd start talking about the next game in the series, Red Alert. But it's important to remember that when a game bursts onto the scene, outsells the competition by a factor of 10, and becomes a franchise overnight, it impacts a lot of real-world people. The story of Command & Conquer is not only a story about a series of video games, but a story of its developer, Westwood Studios. It's a tale of the heroic rise of an underdog that makes it big, dreams of it all, has bold, ambitious ideas years before the competition, and is the story of a villain who takes all of that and destroys it. I don't want to go too in-depth with introductions right now, but the 4 names worth remembering in this story are the 2 founders of Westwood Studios, Brent Sperry and Lewis Castle, the director and actor who plays Kane, Joe Kukin, and the composer, Frank Klepacki. Names are hard to remember, so I'll use this little pop-in whenever they get mentioned as a reminder. These 4 are not the entirety of Westwood Studios, it's not even close, and it would be disingenuous to frame this as their stories alone. I mostly want to tell the story of Westwood as a whole, but we do need a few names and faces, and they're who I picked. So how did Westwood Studios manage to create an entirely new franchise and smash it out of the park on their very first try? All in an era when games like Warcraft were a fragment of what they would eventually become. Well, it's because this was not their first rodeo. To understand why Command & Conquer was so meteoric, we first need to tell the story of Dune 2. In 1992, a company called Virgin Interactive acquired the rights to Dune, and they wanted to take their shiny new franchise out for a spin by making a game. But they didn't have the talent to do that, so instead they went shopping for a developer to make it for them. The Dune series was already a powerhouse at this point. Frank Herbert's 6-volume series that came out between 1965 and 1985 was hugely influential. Dune was mainstream nerd culture around the world. It already had board games and a mediocre movie. David Lynch, mostly famous for directing the short film Bees No. 2, also directed 1984's Dune, and it has a much different vibe to the 2021 version. The 30-second overview of Dune is that it's set on the desert planet of Arrakis, where factions compete to control the spice, a vital resource that bestows great riches upon whoever owns it. It seems like a simple idea, but the stories are fleshed out with deep political intrigue and a critique of unquestioning faith and institutional power. The Dune books influenced pretty much every major sci-fi work that came after them, but the 80s movie wasn't well received, and the production company went bankrupt. Martin Alper, the founder of Virgin Interactive, acquired the rights to the franchise a few years later, but wasn't sure what to do with it. So of course, he reached out to, not Westwood, but to a French developer, Philippe Urich, who began work on an adventure strategy hybrid game and spun off his own company, Cryo Interactive, as a subsidiary of Virgin. As the game was being developed, the American parent company was not impressed with it, and they canceled it. But they still wanted a game. They just spent a bunch of money on this franchise, so Alper decided to contact Brent Sperry, offering him a chance to develop a Dune strategy war game. And that's how Westwood would start making their own Dune game. It would take influence from earlier games like Populous and Civilization. But Sperry felt like the wargame genre was a bit in decline at the time. The games were slow and clunky, so he took his studio Westwood and decided that they would make a Dune game where the players didn't take turns. So then the guys at Cryo popped back up and they were like, hey, I know this game was canceled, but we finished it anyway. So in 1992, the Dune action-adventure game was released, and then a few months later, Dune 2, made by a completely different studio, was also released. And instead of being an action-adventure game, it created an entirely new genre, the real-time strategy game. And people loved it. So without any time to breathe, Cryo's moderately successful Dune was eclipsed by Westwood's juggernaut, the literally genre-defining Dune 2 building of a dynasty. So is the game any good? Dune 2 is clunky. It turns out when people are inventing the wheel, sometimes they start out with a square. It has a lot of elements that make it into Command & Conquer, like the MCV, construction yard, units being produced from specific buildings, harvesters and refineries, and resources as patches on the ground. Having a blacked out map that you have to explore, the territorial maps and missions, and of course, Frank Klepacki's soundtrack. But if you thought that selecting 4 units at a time in Warcraft 1 sucked, how about selecting 1 at a time? And if you wanted to choose another building or unit to produce, you have to pause the game and select it from a menu. It is certainly not as easy to pick up as Command & Conquer. And also, with the amount of pausing you had to do, real-time strategy may have been a bit of a stretch. But it is widely regarded as the first true RTS game. Of course, definitions are always fuzzy, and there's always going to be some Herzog Zwei hipsters out there, but generally Dune 2 is considered the first. By the way, if you do want to play Dune 2 but not have a crash out due to the controls, the mod Dune Dynasty keeps the original graphics and mechanics, but allows you to use a Command & Conquer styled interface. It's still jank, but it's a lot closer to fun jank than frustrating. Westwood would also remake Dune 2 as Dune 2000 in 1998, using the Command & Conquer engine. And then they released a 3D RTS called Empire Battle for Dune in 2001. Cryo also released a second Dune game, and then they went bankrupt because the game was bad. And I'm not convinced anybody actually asked them to make it. Jumping back to Command & Conquer, the first game is enjoying a lot of success, so Westwood did the obvious. They made another one. But instead of making a sequel, they thought it'd be cool to make an alternate history game that asked the question, what if the Cold War went hot? And so Command & Conquer Red Alert was born. As we start the game, we are once again given the choice of 2 sides, this time the Allies or the Soviets. The GDI was already heavily NATO-inspired, so it should not be a surprise that the Allies are literally them. And just like the first game, it is heavily implied we should play them first. We're dropped into New Mexico with Einstein following the Trinity nuclear test. And just like real life, he's developed a time machine that allows him to go back in time to the 1920s and assassinate Hitler using his famous electricity magic, which explains his hair, before returning to the 40s. With his chores taken care of, Einstein finds himself in a world with a power vacuum that's been filled by the Soviet Union. And the Second World War happens anyway, but this time it's even worse. And then we get what will become one of the most iconic openings in RTS history. Hellmarch is the single most iconic track in the franchise and will be used as the intro for all 3 Red Alert games. And yes, we are going to watch it every single time because it rocks and you know it. Red Alert spends far less time on backstory and world building than its predecessor and launches straight into the middle of the war. We jump forward to present day, where Einstein has been kidnapped and civilian volunteer Agent Tanya has offered to help rescue him. Also, people can walk on the green screens now, which is very exciting. We meet General von Essling, who's our direct boss, and General Stavros, a feisty Greek ally. Also, the CG in this game looks so much better. It is astonishing that there was only a 1-year gap between these 2 titles. The leap in quality is massive. As the first mission launches, we're introduced to a mix of old and new. Red Alert clearly uses the same engine as the last game. The infantry look identical besides a bright color palette. But now, we have more than 2 colors for the environment. We're in snow. And we have some unfamiliar yellow stuff on the right that I feel like I should clarify to second monitor viewers is not what you normally think of when you hear yellow and snow together. The game starts off in the worst possible way, with a cardinal sin of having you fight a dog in the first 3 seconds. I ranted about this in my Warcraft 3 retrospective, but what is up with so many RTSs making me fight good boys? Between RTS and FromSoft games, I have hit my lifetime quota, and I would like it to stop, please. To the east, a civilian runs towards the town and is taken out by the mighty Tesla coil, one of the most iconic Soviet structures. Then a Chinook helicopter drops off Tanya, and she's like a commando unit from the last game, except she has better vision, meaning I can actually make informed decisions. She kills any infantry in a couple shots, lays C4 bombs on buildings, and has intense hatred of barrels. Yeah, this is already infinitely better than any commando mission the first game had. Once we take out the power plant, another civilian comes into the base and shows us it's now safe to approach the Zappy Boy. This is the type of tutorialization where it doesn't hold your hand that I really like. We now kill the guards around the Soviet Tech Center and Einstein comes out. Take him to the helicopter in the northwest to win, or kick back and watch the Allied cruisers take down the rest of the town. Just like the last game, a lot of cutscenes in between missions are generic, a 3D rendering of how cool some units would be. This one's of a cruiser. The next mission introduces base building and properly introduces ore, the primary resource of the game. It is just like Tiberium, except it doesn't damage infantry. Following that, we get a no-build mission where Tanya introduces another new mechanic, destructible bridges. And then in the mission after, hey, isn't that the base that I built in Mission 2? Yeah, Mission 4 takes place in almost the same map as Mission 2, and you get back all the units and buildings you built before. It's a nifty little trick that they use to show off how much better the game's triggers are than everyone else at the time. And then they never do it again. Meanwhile, the Allied commanders are getting increasingly nervous about the Soviet menace. While we're winning the fights themselves, the game is doing quite a good job at keeping the tone fearful.
But not all of our battles fare as well as yours. The Greek front is collapsing, and Germany is all but taken.
Red Alert as a series is pretty famous for being camp. It gets progressively more over the top and goofy as time goes on, but the first game actually takes itself fairly seriously and can be a bit jarring when you come back to it if you're expecting something like a Tim Curry performance. Well, we do get a bit of camp from Tanya in the next mission. She's getting interrogated and then kicks a dude in the Tesla coils to escape. But the cutscene also has some genuinely menacing stuff in it.
I'm afraid the effects are quite permanent.
So far, we've been introduced to two generals, von Essling and Stavros, and they've mainly been characterized by their accents.
We don't have the manpower to fight Stalin's armies on every front.
Commander, you did a fine job rescuing Einstein for us. Now, we are counting on you again.
In the story, Greece was captured by the Soviets, and Stavros has become sullen and unresponsive. Von Essling, meanwhile, sees Greece's invasion as a way to galvanize the rest of Europe onto their side, and scolds Stavros when he feels upset. You know, he only lost his family and home and country. It is nice to see a game that isn't pulling any punches about the brutality of war, though it doesn't make von Essling seem like a very nice guy. In the next mission, we're introduced to a new, more complicated unit, the Allied spy, who can disguise himself as an enemy infantry and speaks like Sean Connery. No, seriously, the voice actor said that's what he was going for. They can run around the enemy base undetected, but they can be sniffed out by enemy dogs. The spy is a good example of what is going to become a trend: increasing complexity in unit design. Each game assumes that players have also played the previous games and are thus more capable. While the spy isn't some incredible leap in complexity, the weirdest thing that was going on in Command & Conquer 1 was capturing buildings with engineers. So switching into enemy units and having to avoid various counters is the start of a trend. Speaking of engineers, they exist in this game too, and they got a huge nerf. Instead of being able to capture any building they want at any time, the building has to be reduced to red HP, which is very low. And if it isn't, the engineer will just do a bunch of damage to the building instead. We're meant to capture this base and then build Soviet units against each other in the mirror matchup. There is basically always a mission that's like this in the campaigns, and as long as it's not used too much, I think it's a lot of fun. By mission number 6, the bulk of our ground arsenal has been unlocked. The Allies have medics, which are a very welcome addition to infantry-based compositions, but they do have short range. Almost everything else is a unit we already saw in the first game. The faction feels a lot like Nod, but with medium tanks instead of light. Honestly, the Allies don't feel like they have an incredible identity in this game. Nod was all about speed and tacticality, getting one over your opponent and then swarming them. But you don't get the fast units like bikes here. Everything that they get is pretty middle of the road and generic. But they do have a couple stealth and espionage-based units that are cool. The Spy that we already met, the Gap Generator that we'll talk about later, and the Mine Layer that I think would be pretty good except for the fact that the AI very clearly knows where all the mines are and just avoids them. Overall, the campaign is pretty fun, and the missions do feel more varied than the original. But Mission 6 introduces what I would consider one of the bigger annoyances in this game, the sea missions. A bit of boat action is fine here or there for me, but just like Warcraft 2, this game got addicted to boats, and it devotes a lot of attention to them, but there aren't actually very many to work with. The Allies have 3 types of combat boat, plus a transport, and the Soviets only get submarines, which are invisible but can't even shoot land, plus a transport. As a result, having a lot of missions being focused on the naval stuff means that a lot of your units aren't actually doing anything. In this mission, we have to land a spy in the enemy base and get him to the Soviet Tech Center. We're hoping to get information on the Soviets' Iron Curtain technology, a super weapon that was probably much funnier as a joke in 1995. But this objective is actually a bit of a fake out, and after getting the Tech Center, we do have to raise the entire base. This is going to be a repeating theme throughout the franchise. They really do not want you cheesing objectives, and they force you to be thorough. Part of me says that that does make sense, but the other part of me says, I don't know, if I manage to cheese it, then I should be able to cheese it. So to destroy the base, we have to do an amphibious landing. And unfortunately, in 1996, people just had not yet figured out how to make transports smooth to use. The Soviets are sitting with a bunch of mammoth tanks, and slowly and clunkily unloading transports near them is painful. It is easy to get wiped out fighting against the controls and not the enemy, particularly when Soviet air power is constantly chipping away at you. But once the landing is successful, Red Alert does something very nice. When I'm close to finishing off the base, the AI sells all of its buildings and attacks me with the units that pop out. This means that I don't have to spend a lot of time mopping up the chaff, and it gives the enemy a last hurrah. Not every mission does this, but the system is good, and I'm glad to see it. And then Mission 7 shows up out of nowhere, and everything skyrockets in difficulty. We are sharing a very small island with our enemy, and they're guarding a resource patch that's close to my base. If you try to contest it, you're hit by massive waves of enemies. This mission absolutely ruined my editor Finlay's day. After surviving relentless aggression, he finally pushes into the Soviet base and manages to destroy it, only to find that his units don't have the range to kill the submarine pen objectives. He really wanted to stop the attacks, and he really didn't want to make more boats, but he was forced to very slowly push around the top of the map to finish the pens off. When talking to him about it, he didn't know that he didn't have to destroy the base. So let's go read the mission objectives together. Capture the radar dome and destroy the sub-pens. It should be pretty clear. It doesn't say anything about the enemy base. If he had just ignored the base and set up an impenetrable ground defense, maybe the mission could have been easier for him, but I don't blame him for the confusion. As I said, Red Alert is getting much better at having complex mission design with different objectives. But what they haven't quite gotten right yet is actually communicating those objectives. In Remastered, the objectives are shown in the top left of the screen at the beginning, but instead of being static, they eventually get pushed off of the screen by notices like having insufficient funds. And before Remastered, you had to just read the briefing and hope everything was clear enough. It's not the biggest issue in the world, but I do think it's kind of funny that we are playing a game that is so old they hadn't figured out maybe show the mission objectives on the screen yet. Following that mission, we get what looks like another generic cutscene of a unit rendered in 3D, and then it disappears and reappears before our very eyes. We've been faked out. It's actually the briefing for the next mission, where we have to defend the chronosphere. Einstein's brainchild, a massive superweapon and a major plot device for the rest of the Red Alert series. The chronosphere is Einstein's time travel tech expanded on a large scale. It can transport vehicles and move them through time, but it's unstable. Einstein even says that some of his personnel got lost during the transfer, probably interns. We've basically got everything unlocked at this point. The Allies get map hacks in this game and the sequel. Once you build a tech center, the entire map gets revealed about 3 minutes later, and it makes things really smooth. We have a holdout defending a chronosphere, an extraction mission where we have to do unspeakable things to win, and a mission where you try to destroy the Soviets' nuke silos. At this point, von Essling has revealed that while he feels like the chronosphere marks a turning point in the war, Stalin has developed nuclear weapons and is planning to use them on European cities. We captured a Soviet defector who told us that Stalin is upset, his inner circle is being torn apart, and he's the one that gave us the information on where to find Stalin's nukes. So we get thrown into one of the dungeon missions, a format that was so unpopular that it never gets done again. This mission is just a huge labyrinth that needs to be explored, mapped out, and perfectly moved through. We only get a small squad of infantry to work with, and it is very frustrating to play. It definitely hinges on that idea that players will play through the mission multiple times and reload multiple times, but it takes it way too far. The enemies are ridiculously hard, and more of the mission is about figuring out where not to go than where to go. And it turns out that if you go here, you get Tanya, and the mission is effectively impossible without her. But the game gives you no indication that this is the case or that you could ever rescue her. It is complete and total trial and error. Overall, I try to look at the context of when a game came out for its mission design. Obviously, the missions that came out in 1996 are not going to be as good or as complex as the ones that came out last year. But Warcraft 3 has completely spoiled me on no-build missions, and things like this are so monotonous and frustrating to me now. I think it's cool that they experimented with the format, but I also respect that they were willing to take all the feedback hating it and just never do it again. But we do disable the nukes and get this rather funny-looking closing cinematic of the disabled warhead landing in London. At this point, there's not much left of the Allied campaign. Our commanders have become more optimistic, we're able to take on strong enemies, and we're pushing the Soviets back. Still, I don't feel like I'm any closer to understanding these characters. Stavros has been missing for several missions at this point, and von Essling has been solo for a bit. And when you only really have 2 characters, it is rough having one of them being gone. Also, not every mission has a briefing. This one just starts with a generic scene of a smoking soldier being attacked by a spy. So we begin the endgame, where we start our counter-invasion of the USSR in earnest. The Soviets finally send out their super weapon against us, the Iron Curtain, that temporarily makes units invulnerable. It's not the worst thing in the world, but if the enemy is attacking an important structure while they get invulnerabilized, well, it's gonna die. We continue to fight the Soviets, push them back, and reach the final mission. And nope, it looks like we've failed already. There are a few missions in this campaign where you have to just grab your units and move them instantly. Otherwise you lose, which is just very funny. Also, on this last mission, for some reason we're unlocking a new unit. This little dapper guy is the Thief, and he can steal credits from enemy refineries and silos. Previously, this is something the Engineer could do. And I don't think the unit is crazy or anything, it's just kind of weird to be getting this guy on the final mission. Much more fittingly as an unlock is the Allied superweapon, the Chronosphere. And just like the ion cannon before it, it's a bit underwhelming. In later games, Chronospheres will let us teleport groups of units anywhere on the map. But this first iteration lets us move one tank behind enemy lines, and then he dies. Sorry, bud. Like always, the final mission is a big macro slog fighting against a bunch of enemies. These missions tend to always be very epic and quite good. And after the mission ends, we get one of the weirdest cutscenes in the game. Some Allied soldiers sift through the rubble of Moscow and they find Stalin, alive but badly injured. And then Stavros, who's been AFK, shows up and tells everybody to mind their business and get lost. And then he just crushes Stalin with a rock without saying anything. I mean, I get it. Stalin's not exactly an upstanding citizen. We can all agree on that. But was this whole campaign just Stavros' revenge fantasy? He wasn't even here for a good chunk of it. I don't think that the ending is horrible by any means, but I wish they had taken a bit more time to build up Stavros' character and anger, so that when it got released at the end, we could feel it. Instead, it's just really random and weird. So, if that's what it's like to be the good guys in the Red Alert universe, what is it like to be the bad guys? Yeah, get ready for a wild tone shift here. Once again, if you've played later games in the series, you may be familiar with the level of camp that they reach. But Red Alert's Soviet campaign starts off with 2 generals giving a report to a slightly disinterested Stalin about the effects of sarin gas on a village of civilians. Yeah, you heard me right. The first thing they do is just attack civilians.
The children were terminated in less than 15 seconds, and the adults took longer, 18 to 42 seconds.
No survivors?
None, Comrade Stalin.
The first mission, just like the Allied campaign, is a banger. This time, we're introduced straight away to destructible bridges and immediately are given the Soviet Yak air units, who rain down destruction on, once again, a village full of civilians. And, the cutscene... I know the Cold War had only ended 5 years before this game came out, but they sure have no issues painting the Soviets as objectively the evil side here. They have no ambiguity whatsoever. It is crazy. In the next mission, we have to cross a river to invade Germany, and then we get our first base. So far, we can only build infantry, but the mission is easy enough. And then, hey, wait a moment, isn't that Kane? I swear I said that Red Alert is an alternate universe spin-off. What is he doing here? Well, Red Alert is a spin-off, kinda. Red Alert was referred to in the promotional material of the time as exploring the strange world of Command and Conquer. Kane's appearance in the background is one of the nods we get to the connection between the games. This is because the first Red Alert was originally written as a sort of prequel to Command and Conquer. In theory, everything that happens in this game is history to what happens in the first game. But then Red Alert 2 and 3 are the sequels to this prequel, but they also are completely unrelated to the main games, so there is some fork in reality. I told you the canon is gonna get complicated. Back in game, the first few Soviet missions are fine. We get a no-build where you chase an Allied spy around a maze with some dogs for some much-needed revenge, and then on Mission 4, we get our key unit, the heavy tank, which is the core we'll use for the rest of the campaign. The Allies, on the other hand, start using the Gap Generator, a very cool tower that covers the map with blackness around itself. The idea is awesome, and we could actually build these for ourselves in the Allied campaign. Unfortunately, the AI has map hacks, and it literally does nothing against them, which means it is very one-sided. I love it when games implement really weird stuff like this. I just think it should be symmetrical in some way, shape, or form. Mission number 5 is a good example of why I'm not a huge fan of the boat missions in early RTS. Because while I am not good at them, the enemy is terrible at them. A lot of the time, they simply do not know how to cross water, which means they instead build more and more and more troops on their island until it becomes effectively an impenetrable fortress. A giant turtle fest that then turns the game into a titanic slog. You either have to know what they're doing and kill them before they can do that, or you're going to be stuck in a very long, very boring mission where you have no chance of ever losing, but you also have to destroy about 200 billion enemies. It's not the end of the world, but it does make things very painful. After that slog, the rest of the Soviet missions are fairly good. We unlock the flame troopers in the next mission, who this time don't blow up and kill all their friends like their Nod counterparts did. Instead, fire a slow-moving ball of fire at the enemy. The Soviets overall have pretty good infantry, and it's nice to be able to use that composition in the mid and late game. The Soviet faction design is a little bit more extreme than their Allied counterparts. They don't really have light vehicles. Instead, they focus much more on the infantry and then on heavy tanks, V2 rocket launchers, and later on, mammoth tanks. They're also really lacking in anti-air units. Fortunately, the Allies only have one air unit, but sometimes you're just forced to sit there and get blasted. We also have to fight against the Allied mobile gap generators that are the gap generator tower except for they move. Here's me losing a giant army to one. You can counter them with the force fire command. You hold down control and then click on the square where you think it is, and it might die. They're a tough unit to counter with a really cool design. And once again, I wish they had figured out a way to make them work against the AI. Meanwhile, in the Soviet campaign, the generals and Stalin all get their time to shine when they give you briefings.
When you kill one, it is a tragedy. When you kill 10 million, it is a statistic.
Bearing in mind that we started this campaign with a pretty gruesome tone shift, but it pulls back and becomes a little bit more silly.
I promised you Berlin, Joseph. Did you doubt me?
If I did, I would kill you. Yeah.
Some things you are not cleared to see.
Partially because the acting here isn't great, but it is kind of fun. Stalin's two generals are jealous of both you and Nadia, his right-hand woman. But one of the generals gets Stalin to favor him, so you help Nadia expose him as a traitor, and then she poisoned him with a cup of tea, and he dies in one of the most overacted moments in the campaign.
I'm glad you agree.
And later, Stalin strangles the other general as punishment for making a mistake. It is all cartoonishly evil, but they're also sort of trying to be serious about it. It's weird, but it's fun. The second to last mission that gets that guy strangled is kind of funny in a dumb way. You're supposed to take out 4 radar domes and then capture the chronosphere in the bottom left of the map. If the domes are alive when you approach the chronosphere, it will self-destruct and you lose. I accidentally thought there were 3 radar domes instead of 4, which is why I went over and then had to reload. And then when the mission completed with me neutralizing all 4, we're told that the chronosphere exploded because there were 3 radar domes and we didn't know about the secret 4th one. Which, yeah, I guess that's true, but I already got a defeat screen for that. The whole thing was really confusing and I had to check the wiki, and it seems like they just accidentally put a 4th radar dome on the map when they weren't supposed to. This mission also demonstrates a flaw with the destructible bridge mechanic. There's no way to fix a bridge after it's been destroyed. This is pretty obviously an oversight and gets fixed in the next game. But yay, more boat landings. Compared to the weirdness of the penultimate mission, the final Soviet fight was super fun. You get pressured quite hard by Allied cruisers which have huge artillery range and are attacked from all angles. I was quite thoroughly stomped on my first attempt, and it didn't feel like I got cheesed out by the enemy. They just had good fundamentals and relentless pressure. That doesn't stop me from cheesing them with a wall of submarines though. Unfortunately, the enemy lost their momentum when they decided to send their harvesters to my base. A very odd moment for the AI, which I hadn't really seen them do before. But overall, this mission follows the trend of the final showdown once again being a big no-holds-bar brawl against the enemy without gimmicks. Everybody has all their tech unlocked, and it is fantastic. In the final cutscene, Stalin takes up residence in Buckingham Palace. Nadia serves him tea, to which nobody's surprise is poisoned. Then we get our third overacted death. Stalin even has to climb up onto the table to make sure he dies in frame. And then Nadia has a line about the Brotherhood of Nod working from the shadows, and Kane summarily shoots her in the back. The game ends with his grinning face. Which, if you're using this game as a prequel for Command & Conquer 1, is pretty cool, and if you're using this game as a prequel for Red Alert 2, makes no sense and is not canon. So, take what you will from that. In really every way, Red Alert is the original Command & Conquer, but evolved. Taken to the next level. It doesn't do anything drastically different, instead it improves in every single statistic it could. The missions are better, units are more fluid and responsive, the economy is more smooth, the acting is better, the CGI looks nicer. Overall, it's a really fun experience. And by all accounts, Red Alert sold more than Command & Conquer in a shorter amount of time. It was extremely popular, debuting at number 2 on the charts, only behind Microsoft Flight Simulator. The hype for this game was real. Westwood had proven that Command & Conquer was not a fluke, but a legacy, and they could go from making banger to banger. Both games were popular enough to get console ports, which sold very well despite not being ideal to play. Something that I can attest to because Nintendo 64 Command & Conquer was my first introduction to the series. I still don't know what the Nintendo 64 controller was designed for, but I do know it was not RTS. Though somehow this game was way better than StarCraft 64. 3 out of 10, do not recommend. Overall, Westwood clearly took a lot of feedback from their first Command & Conquer game, but they didn't get overconfident. They understood what worked, fixed up what didn't, and made a fantastic product as a result. Sometimes the increased complexity caused its own problems, but the engine shows a lot of improvement, and the complexity of the triggered events breaks up what would otherwise be monotony. So far in both games, the second campaigns have felt more fleshed out. The Nods and Soviets have more developed plotlines and characters than their GDI and Allied equivalents. This makes them significantly more memorable. The majority of people that reminisce about Command & Conquer will either talk about their favorite character being Kane or one of a few Soviets, which makes it really awkward that most people's favorite campaigns are not canon. This is the biggest fundamental flaw in the design of Westwood storytelling. When you play the same events twice from 2 different perspectives, but they have very different endings, every time you have to pick one of them to be real and one to be fake. You can't make more games continuing the story until you clarify which one did and didn't happen. As a result, for these first 2 games, only the quote-unquote good guys have a canon campaign. Well, this is mostly true except for the 200 times that it's not. It is a mess, to the point where after only a few games, Westwood had to distribute the Command & Conquer Bible, a document that they made to try to clarify what actually happened and what you're supposed to pretend was a fever dream. But they didn't fix the process, which then meant that the document was flawed later. It is directly contradicted by later games on many important lore points. So now, the official document that they made to explain what is and isn't canon is not regarded as a good source for what is and isn't canon. I find this entire thing frustrating. I like game stories. I like unraveling plots and mysteries over time, coming to understand the characters, and going through a game's story with no idea if anything that you're being told is true or not does hurt the immersion. Fortunately, they do eventually decide to design the stories so that both sides are canon, but unfortunately, we're not close to that yet. I was originally going to do a really rushed rundown here of everything that is and isn't canon, but honestly, it would be more confusing and hard to remember. And in the end, I don't think it matters that much. So just assume that GDI is canon, and the Allies are canon. But if Nod or Soviets do something that doesn't explicitly break the pre-established canon, but it's cool, then it probably happened. But if it does contradict other campaigns, it didn't. Also, the early expansion packs are all fanfics, but the later expansion packs actually did happen. And I don't care what anybody says, the dinosaur and ant levels are canon to me. Actually, we should probably talk about the expansions a bit. Both games had them. Command & Conquer 1 had covert operations, which included some mediocre missions as well as a few console exclusives. They're okay, but one nice thing that they did was take a couple of the units that didn't make it into the original campaign and were only in multiplayer and let them be used. They aren't that exciting though, like Nod gets an APC, which is something GDI already had. Wow, incredible. Red Alert on the other hand had two expansions, Counter-Strike and Aftermath, which both got bundled together and released as one called Retaliation, and I'm sure nobody got confused by this. These were also not canon, but they had these great little camp video intros to some of the missions, and they introduce a few characters that'll be important in Red Alert 2, which is cool. The Aftermath also added a few units like Shock Troopers, Tesla Tanks, and Chrono Tanks, all units that will eventually become iconic staples to the franchise. They were starting to be more experimental with flavorful unit designs, and it will reward them a ton later on. So these expansions were fine, but they're not what people remember the most. Back in 96, if you loaded Command & Conquer in the command line with a special command, wow that's a lot of commands, you start a mission where in a brief scene, Kane tells you to go out into the wilderness and deal with some wildlife. Which brings us to the fun park missions, where we get to fight frickin' dinosaurs. This was originally written in by a board developer during the first game's development. All the missions and assets were in the original game's files, but they weren't active. But once the expansion came out, they came with it too. Brett Sperry, the game's producer, was reportedly kinda pissed when he first found out that the devs were spending their limited time making a dinosaur shitpost, but I'm super glad that he came around to the idea. And dinosaurs, of course, are overpowered, so we get to use both Nod and GDI units to stop them. And then in the final mission, we get to play as the dinos and crush a Nod base. The whole thing is dumb fun, and it doesn't take itself seriously. I love it. Red Alert, on the other hand, has a mode where you get attacked by giant ants. The ant missions are also fun, but it is much harder than the dino missions, and honestly to me they're just not as cool or special, but I do find them enjoyable. And having a third faction to play against is a nice change of pace, even if there's only 4 units. These sorts of things are incredibly emblematic of what it means to be a fairly independent company. Westwood was technically owned by Virgin Interactive, but they were fairly hands-off as an owner. They understood that the Westwood crew knew what they were doing, and were more than happy to sit back and let the money printer do its thing. And because of this, Westwood could just make things. Dinosaurs and ants didn't have to be justified to a board of shareholders in suits. They could just throw stuff at the wall and see what stuck, and I think these creative exercises are one of the reasons they were so far ahead of the competition. This is the kind of stuff that gets developer brains going in overdrive and inspiring later creations. So I think it's time to talk about that next creation. At this point, they've gone through the entire gauntlet. Main games, spin-offs, and expansions. With no other side quests remaining, Westwood finally decides it's time to make a sequel. And they call it Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. Making sequels is scary. Generally, people's expectations for supplementary games and materials are much lower, but a true sequel has all the hype in the world. And Tiberian Sun was hotly anticipated from the moment it was announced. When we first launched the game, we're treated to a cutscene where the game installs, gradually updating the graphics to the new isometric style and the voice of the new Ava AI.
Welcome back, Commander.
This was really novel at the time, but then the remaster of Command & Conquer stole the idea for their graphical improvement, which kinda kills the novelty of it. It's still fun though. I have to imagine that if you'd been waiting for this game for years, it was exhilarating. The first thing to notice is that the production quality has skyrocketed. We ain't guys sitting in front of a goofy green screen anymore. Things have gotten a bit more intense.
In the name of Cain! In the name of Cain!
And the GDI stuff isn't half bad either. They got James Earl Jones. Command & Conquer is at the point where it can bring in name brand actors. Jones is playing the General James Solomon. He's the big boy, the head of GDI, and canonically he's the person that we played as in the first game. Solomon is on the Philadelphia, GDI's satellite headquarters, when he's suddenly contacted by Cain, who everybody believed was dead. And Solomon believed it in particular because he was supposed to be the one who killed him. They verbally spar a bit, and Cain threatens to attack the world once again.
My judgment is sound, Cain, and I'm not afraid of ghosts or you.
Perhaps you should be. I've seen the future. Our Tiberian future.
Then we're introduced to McNeil, the plucky young commander who we play as in this campaign, and his second-in-command, Chandra. They enter their ship, the Kodiak. Swish swoosh, time to kick some butt. It's all pretty cool. Loading into the first mission, we're immediately sent troops via drop pods and are told to take out any Nod forces in the area. The vibe is immediately gloomy and atmospheric. Tiberium to the south gives off a soft green glow, and our base has searchlights flashing outside. The mission and its accompanying cutscene give off strong cyberpunk impressions. It feels like the same Command & Conquer world, but with significant time having passed. Which it has. The original game takes place in 1995, the same year that it came out, while Tiberian Sun takes place in the far, far future of, oh god, 2030. And what a bleak future it is. Looking to the north, we find the new Hand of Nod sprawled across the ground like a spider. Looking over to the east, there are some Tiberium meteorites smashing this bridge to pieces. Once again, the first mission is doing a good job of showing off the new engine. And once again, the music is stellar. I don't think that Tiberian Sun music is as iconic as Red Alert and Command & Conquer 1, but it hits just right for the vibe. We're not in a hardcore rock and metal world anymore, and the soundtrack reflects that. As we finish the mission, we see a cutscene of two Nod soldiers approaching a base before being obliterated by a heroic GDI soldier. Like before, each mission will close with one of these generic cutscenes, usually related to a unit that we just unlocked. In the next briefing, we meet the Nod commander Vega. They're going to be the main antagonist for the first half of the campaign. Unfortunately, Mac's dialogue is a bit muffled here, and I couldn't really hear what he was saying.
Drug-dealing animal is...
King of the eye candy trade. He's been dealing that poison for years.
The game sorely lacks subtitles. The previous games only had them with the remaster, and we're not going to see them again until quite late into the series. The in-game dialogue tends to have subtitles in the top left corner, but not all of it is actually voiced. In Mission 2, we build up a base from scratch, starting out with an MCV. We're told to search for some SAM sites around the map, but this time we don't get an airstrike power for taking them out. We also learn how to repair bridges with engineers, which is a nice addition. We also get the War Factory and can build Wolverines, a new unit that replaces the Humvee. They put a lot of work into helping establish more complex faction identities in Tiberian Sun. Now the GDI fields a variety of walkers as their main vehicles. On the infantry side of things, it still blends together a bit, but the disc thrower does replace the grenadier and has a much bigger backpack, which gives me middle schooler vibes. Before the next mission, we intercept a transmission from someone standing outside what is very strongly implied to be a crashed alien artifact. Nod troops are approaching quickly, and our AI unit Ava informs us we can either approach the crash site directly or stage an attack to the base on the west. This is where Tiberian Sun offers its first split choice mission. And unlike the split choices in Command & Conquer or Red Alert, these choices lead to completely different missions. One of them is always mandatory, but the other is optional. And if you choose to do the optional mission, you'll get some type of bonus in the mandatory one. In this case, the optional mission is a no-builder where you capture a train station. If you do it, then you reduce the enemy reinforcements in the following mandatory one. The optional mission shows Tiberian Sun's improved map design. Now there are often multiple routes that can all lead to victory. I choose to go over these bridges into the enemy base from behind, but you could also take the low ground route, which allows you to disable the base's power plants and attack from the front while they don't have any turrets active. We can also capture these civilian radar structures, and when we do, we get drop pod reinforcements. We're not told directly by the game to do this. It's the kind of thing that you figure out and then you tell your friends about. Things like this are Tiberian Sun putting more effort into encouraging exploration and providing alternate routes to victory. And in my opinion, these are far better ways to encourage replayability than the arbitrary split missions that came before. As we keep going through the campaign, we get the Titan, GDI's bread and butter walker. They replace the medium tank and look way cooler. I think they're the same statistically, but they crush it in the style game. And just to the east of my starting base, we come across a ship. It is impressively big and completely alien looking. The Skrin are not going to make a full appearance until much later, but the game teases their existence throughout these campaigns. Following the mission, there's a very quick, fun time defense, where we keep Nod from recapturing the alien ship. We only get infantry here because an ion storm is taking place, a weather event caused by atmospheric Tiberium which disables radar and flyers. Ion storms look cool, and they're an example of how Tiberium is everywhere and ruining everything. Though it can feel a little bit bad losing because you have no mini-bat vision. But overall, I think the ion storms are a great example of how they're putting a lot of legwork into exploring Tiberium. What is it? What are the true negative effects of it? And what life forms might come about as a result? In the next mission, we encounter Tiberium fiends, which are like wolves, and Tiberium vein holes, who Boba Fett fell into. The vein holes' veins deal nasty damage to vehicles, but infantry can walk over just fine. It's a nice way to not purely punish infantry with Tiberium, though they also introduce the Viceroid, which is a blob of organic matter that attacks you and spawns when your units die on Tiberium. It's worth noting at this point that Tiberium is largely inspired by the spice in Dune. It's laid in patches on the ground, regenerates, and spreads itself. Dune had sandworms as an ever-present threat for those who try to claim the spice. And it's clear that Westwood tried to do something similar here with the Tiberium beasts. And thematically, it is so freaking cool. But it does make resource harvesting significantly more difficult, particularly for new players. By the way, Command & Conquer 2 was named Tiberian Sun. The community thought it would be a really good idea to use that naming convention to help differentiate the main series from Red Alert. Tiberian Dawn was an internal name that Westwood used in the first game's development, and fans started using it to help differentiate things. So from now on, if you hear me say Tiberian Dawn, I mean the first Command & Conquer. It's easy enough to remember because the dawn comes before the sun. Meanwhile, Mac and the team board the Skrin ship during a cutscene, and we're introduced to the mutants, humans who have been warped by Tiberium. Their character design is super cool. Look at the Tiberium embedded into her face. It's very 1980s. And again, if you're familiar with Dune, then you'll see a lot of similarities between the mutants and the Fremen. The next mission introduces 3 mutant commandos. We've got Umagon, the lady who we met in the cutscene, Ghost Stalker, who has the coolest name ever, and this third guy who runs up and steals people's cars. Umagon and Ghost Stalker are the worst team ever. Umagon is a standard Command & Conquer commando unit. She snipes the enemy with ease, but she doesn't have any anti-building or anti-vehicle capabilities. Ghost Stalker, on the other hand, has C4 charges against buildings and his main weapon, a railgun, which auto-kills infantry in one shot, and is effective against vehicles too. But in a very bold piece of decision-making, the railgun does friendly fire in a line. And I would not call myself a super big fan of having 3 commandos who can annihilate each other if they ever path in front of each other. And of course, you lose if they die. So commando missions are still a little bit problematic. This is made even worse by one of my least favorite mechanics, line of sight. Some units can fire up and down cliffs perfectly fine, and Ghost Stalker cannot. I do not hate the idea of line of sight, but if there is even a small hill, this boy is probably hitting the ground instead of doing anything useful. This problem is a piece of scope creep. They really wanted a 3D game, but they didn't have a true 3D engine yet. So instead, they used some very clever graphical effects on a 2D isometric engine to give the illusion of depth. And visually, it looks great. But if you try to calculate shots hitting stuff in 3D space when your space isn't actually 3D, it ends up with a lot of inconsistent and confusing outcomes. All of this means that hit scan units, people that don't use projectiles, are hugely favored whenever elevation comes into the equation because of their immense consistency. And units like Ghost Stalker require a ton of babysitting if you want to use them properly. Fortunately, mutant commandos heal up on Tiberium instead of being damaged by it. This makes the mission significantly less punishing. And the Tiberium fiends are also docile to you. They even follow you around for a bit, and one shows you a back route into the enemy base. Once we complete the objective of busting a mutant prisoner out of Nod jail, we get to build a base and destroy the enemy with Titans. And it is a huge sigh of relief because we're no longer at risk of annihilating our own commandos. After the mission, we meet Trados, the mutant leader who we just busted out of prison, and he introduces the Tacitus, an ancient data matrix discovered by Nod.
Kane has the Tacitus.
Trados had translated some of the Tacitus for Kane, and now he regrets it.
We must stop Kane. He has gained the ability to control Tiberium's effects, to reform the planet so that it supports another kind of life, Tiberium-based life. The Tacitus explains how it is to be done.
How can you be sure of this?
Because I translated it for him. I have betrayed the world.
But we can't do anything about the Tacitus just yet. In the meantime, we need to close out the first half of the campaign by assaulting Vega's island fortress. This mission is a big old macro fest, and it allows me to showcase some of the much needed changes that Tiberian Sun brought in. I mentioned earlier that Tiberium Sun has a fancy 2D isometric engine, and that engine comes with a ton of upgraded features and conveniences. First of all, engineers are no longer nerfed and allow me to capture enemy structures easily again. So I grab an enemy hand of Nod and churn out a couple of the super bulky infantry cyborgs. In addition to walkers, GDI gets amphibious and hovering units, allowing them to cross the water easily. Transports like these amphibious APCs load and unload super easily. Look at that! I just pressed a single button and all my troops are out. I don't have to faff around while I'm getting shot. And the Nod APCs burrow underground and ignore terrain and water, allowing them to burst into the opponent's base. I try covering my base in unburrowable pavement to stop this, and it does not work. The game's pathing in general is just miles better than the original. Harvesters don't hug cliffs anymore as they desperately try to find a gap to go through, and crossing bridges just works. All my units follow each other, and they don't randomly try going off in other directions. But not everything was improved. Once again, I find myself having to crawl around the map searching for the last remnants of the enemy buildings and units at the end. Come on guys, Red Alert already solved this problem with the Hail Mary selling. Why do we gotta go back to the old way? And this time it's even worse because we have to fight individual wall pieces to win. It's excessive. After putting laser fences onto the endangered species list, the campaign relocates to Norway. This game only has 2 tile sets, desert and ice, so everything has to either be really hot or really cold. But we do get the Hover MRLS, which can provide suppression fire from the ground or water. And we get to see the new version of the Nod Obelisk, and this time it's piloted by the guy who leans his airplane seat all the way back. Just like other games, knowing how to depower these is essential. At this point, Kane starts taunting us in between missions. At one point, he captures the Commando Umagon and now has a big metal plate on his head. This capture doesn't actually happen during the missions, and we don't find out how he got his metal plate. It's just a bit of a surprise when it happens. Kane taunts us with the warhead he's planning to launch and infect the world with Tiberium. Which, it's already kind of infected with Tiberium, but okay. He's definitely the bad guy here and is willing to cause complete ecological collapse. But there are hints of us not being super great either. Solomon is openly hostile to the mutants, and in the end, this world is being consumed by Tiberium because we were so focused on fighting each other over this new natural resource instead of dealing with the ecological disaster it was causing. Just a reminder, this game came out less than a decade after the Gulf War. The final mission is a colossal map with 3 big bases to destroy. We invade Kane's temple and have a showdown. He's saying that he's a close second to God. And we get to see the actual Tacitus, which is a glowing orb. Very cool. Kane and Mac have a fight off screen, and we hear a shot and assume that Kane won. And he declares that the Tiberian Sun has risen. Whoa, he said the line. And then Mac stabs him with a giant sword. He's got to be dead this time, right? After this comes the Nod campaign, which starts off on a very different note. We see the impending execution of our character Slavic being reported on Nod Control news media. General Hassan has sentenced us to death. Prior to now, we haven't seen a lot about Nod as an organization. In Tiberian Dawn, we were completely within Seth's bubble and then working directly with Kane. But now we get to see a lot more of what Nod is. And it is very culty to say the least. Moments before we're executed, the blonde news lady Oksana girl bosses us out of jail and then jumps aboard their tunneling transport. The first 3 missions are then mirror matches against Hassan's Nod forces. In the first few cutscenes, we're introduced to some of the more flashy Nod slogans.
Kane lives in death.
One vision, one purpose. Exana?
One vision, one purpose, Maycheck.
and Cabal, the Nod AI who's just a little bit HAL 9000 coded.
Cabal, situation.
A division of Hassan's elite guard is closing in on our position.
Then, in the fourth cutscene, after we capture Hassan's temple in the Egyptian pyramids, we get one of the most iconic cinematics in all of Command & Conquer.
In the name of Cain! Cain lives!
Rule of thumb, Hassan. You can't kill the Messiah. GDI sought to destroy me, but they have only made me stronger. Today, we march forward into our future, a stronger people, a divine people, enhanced for the Tiberium world.
It is a little bit unnerving how explicit the game is with its fascist and cultist imagery, and I mean this in a good way. It's exceptionally good storytelling that allows us to quickly and easily understand the brutality and obsessiveness that is pervasive in the Brotherhood. It is supposed to make you feel weird when you're with them, and it does. I honestly think that it's a shame that they shy away from this in later titles. A couple missions later, we get a message from Vega. He flew off to the super secret alien ship that Cain found and crash landed in New Mexico because it was a stick shift. Now we have to go and clean up his mess. Up until now, the campaign has been canon and explains how the Skrin ship landed in New Mexico in the first place. The following missions roughly follow a trajectory parallel to the GDI campaign, but clearly take place in an alternate timeline. We grab the Tacitus from the wreck before the GDI can get it, and then pursue Umagon across the southwest United States. The Nod arsenal is quite fun to use, and once again does a good job at differentiating itself from the GDI. We get tick tanks, which can siege up, becoming immobile in exchange for a more bulky turret. They're also very hard to say the name of. Nod also has artillery with a huge range that can siege up too, and cyborgs, which are infantry that are super bulky and immune to Tiberium. The burrowing APCs can ignore terrain and enter the middle of an enemy base by surprise, and burrowing flame tanks can supplement them. Nod also gets stealth technology, which makes them very sneaky. As a result, Nod can anchor itself down with some powerful defensive tools and then use subterfuge and ambushes to catch the enemy where they're weakest. It's a good theme and fun to play. Story-wise, Nod takes over a GDI base in one mission and uses GDI forces to attack mutants in the area. This lets the mutants ally with Nod in the next mission, but the Brotherhood doesn't value their friends particularly highly. And then for some reason in the next cutscene, Slavic and Oksana have been captured by MacNeil and Umagon, who say they sprung a trap, which is interesting to say the least because the cutscene doesn't actually match with what happened in the mission. But Slavic in his jail cell finds a thumbstick in his food, a message from the Cabal AI that self-destructs. The next mission has you breaking Slavic and Oksana out of jail with a cyborg commando. He fires a ball of energy at people, and he's way better than Ghost Stalker because he doesn't have the irrational hatred of terrain. Because of this, the Nod commando missions are much more fun. They're like little puzzles instead of frustrating self-sabotage. This one has several solutions. For example, you can get vision of the enemy by capturing this radar dome and then send your burrowing APCs across the map to bust her out of jail from behind. Or you can try using these vehicles instead. In the next mission, we get the Weed Eater, which harvests Sarlacc tentacles as a secondary resource and converts them into chemical missiles that emit Tiberium clouds. This game has a lot of weird one-off mechanics like this, and they all feel a little bit unpolished, but they do keep you on your toes, and the variety is really nice. Even when the execution isn't there, I appreciate the effort. The rest of the Nod campaign is fun, but with a couple odd missions that are not explained super clearly. We capture Mac's brother and force him to work with us, and in the final mission we fire ICBMs at the GDI Philadelphia satellite, destroying it, but remember this isn't canon. Anyway, Cain takes over the world and seeds it with Tiberium. It's a rather bleak ending for a dark game. Nod made people follow its religion with real fervor and are simply polluting the world in return. Tiberian Sun was followed up by an expansion pack, Firestorm. This adds 2 new campaigns and several new units from each faction. And notably, this is the first time that both campaigns are canonical in their entirety, which thank goodness it is about time. Plus, it's the first time in the whole series that every mission for both campaigns has full FMV intros. Though we're back to Zoom calls instead of the more high-effort stuff. Story-wise, the Nod AI Cabal is reawoken by GDI because they want the Tacitus. But Cabal decides that it wants to kill all humans and take over the world, which honestly they should have seen coming.
Consider this the overture to my symphony. The culling is at hand, human. Behold my children. Listen to the screams. Listen. That is the sound of your extinction.
The GDI campaign has some really strong themes. I just love the vibe. There's a big variety of missions here, like when we're non-lethally subduing a bunch of rioting mutants, or this super hard mid-campaign mission where I have to run away from the middle of an enemy base to find an allied base, get it up and running before we're overwhelmed by the enemy, and then strike back and take them down. It's pretty fun trying to figure out how to stabilize everything. The expansion also adds several units, like Nod's new Cyborg Reaper, who has a net ability to disable my infantry, without a cooldown, which feels like it's a bit of an oversight. We end up infiltrating Cabal's defenses by infecting a cyborg with a computer virus. His name is Huey. No notes. And at the end, we ally with Nod, who will distract Cabal from another angle so we can make our strike against it. The final mission is a big old macro mission once again, with everything unlocked, and it is very buggy. There are 3 forward bases that we can destroy. Each sends different types of attack waves against us. The top right sends flyers, which fly off the map and don't actually despawn, so my units kept attacking them. There's a missile base that's a genuine threat. And then there's a middle base that does nothing. It has 2 scripted cyborg attacks, and then I guess they go on break. And then Cabal surprises me with a boss fight. This boss unit is pretty freaking crazy. He kills all of my stuff before I can even touch him. This was kind of frustrating because you just have to know that this is going to happen and be prepared for it, otherwise you're going to lose the mission. You have to sandbag and build massive defenses or you're toast. Overall, the GDI Firestorm campaign is a little bit buggy, but it's pretty darn fun. The Nod campaign, on the other hand, sucks. Clearly, whoever designed Firestorm thinks that Nod truly is a stealth-based faction, and that is it. And of course, if you're going to have stealth missions, you have to make sure that they're both clunky and non-negotiable. Also, make sure that 6 out of 9 missions are no-build missions. Yay! But I do like how the story fits together with the GDI campaign. For example, on mission number 2, you're the one that's releasing the Tiberian monsters onto the mainland that terrorize you in GDI's mission number 2. And on mission 3, you assassinate the mutant leader Trados, which causes the riots in GDI mission 3. But everything being no-build missions gets tedious and repetitive. They've been learning that variety is the spice of RTS missions, and this is an unfortunate huge regression. The final mission is actually a lot of fun. It's basically what the GDI final mission should have been if it actually worked. The enemy bases are well defended, and it turns out that the boss fight is pretty enjoyable when it's not a jump scare. Overall, Tiberian Sun is a great game that is in dire need of a remaster. The atmosphere and visual storytelling are top tier, and not just compared to other Command & Conquer games, but RTS in general. But now the game does suffer from having a bit of an outdated control scheme. The remaster has revitalized Tiberian Dawn with improved controls, but we're stuck here with the original Tiberian Sun stuff. The graphics I love overall, but are a little bit hit and miss. Though the stronger faction identity really makes GDI and Nod units stand out from each other, which is phenomenal. The environments are super detailed and interesting, but the tileset limitations means the game is very brown. The engine is also very responsive and fluid, but they did fly a little bit too close to the sun with line of sight stuff. But overall, I think the best way to praise the game's graphics is this terrible rumor that was around. The game looked so good that people claimed that it would damage lower-end graphics cards at the time. This was completely untrue, but this was legitimate misinformation people were spreading, which I find very funny. But there's one thing that is very important to point out before we talk about the reception of this game, and that is when it originally released, it was incredibly buggy. It was frustratingly buggy to the point that it was unplayable for many people. Westwood had a lot of incredible ideas here that would have been genre-defining if they had made it work out. But Tiberian Sun's development was long and problematic. Particularly at the end, a lot of things were rushed, and you can really feel things fraying at the edges. Tiberian Sun is fondly remembered by a lot of fans, but when the game came out, the reviews were actually mixed. Previously, Westwood was competing against basically nobody, but by late 1999, StarCraft had already been released, and a few months later, Age of Empires 2 was going to drop. Suddenly, Westwood went from defining the genre to competing against two of the greatest strategy games ever made. And despite that, Tiberian Sun sold incredibly well. By the release of the next Command & Conquer game about a year later, Tiberian Sun had already sold 2.4 million copies. And for EA, who just bought this franchise, this was fantastic news. Yeah, unfortunately you heard me right. The publisher Electronic Arts, infamously known as EA, purchased Westwood. While Westwood themselves were doing great financially, their parent company Virgin Interactive was not. They needed cash, and so for $122.5 million, EA bought up Westwood and another studio called Burst. At the time, this was one of the most expensive game studio acquisitions ever made. EA was not messing around here. From now on, EA is going to be a fairly major player in this story, and sometimes the most important player overall. So I figured that this would be a good time to talk about something that I see a lot of misinformation about online. What exactly is a publisher, and why do they matter? To explain this, we need to time travel back to the 1920s. In 1923, there was a fantastic new mode of entertainment that was blowing people away: the radio. Now, instead of reading text, you could have somebody read text to you over the air. There was always something playing, and there were even multiple stations to listen to. Radio became the dominant form of media at the time, but it did take quite a while for everybody to buy one. It took almost 20 years for radio ownership to peak at 90% of US households. This allowed for small, homegrown radio businesses to build up over time and scale as radio ownership grew. And in the late 1940s, the same thing happened with television, slowly becoming more and more popular over about 20 years, with the industry growing alongside it. This is because radios and TVs were very expensive. You had to commit to them as a primary form of entertainment. The first color TVs were upwards of $1,000, which adjusted for inflation would be like paying over $10,000 today for a TV. And when radios were the emerging tech of the day, prices were similarly rough. But then came the next big entertainment medium: video games. In comparison, they were dirt cheap. For example, the NES, the first Nintendo console, cost $199. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $600 today. They were more affordable because, you already own the TV. As a result, gaming exploded in size ridiculously quickly, and those homegrown industries that grew up with the other mediums didn't have nearly as much time to develop. So a common situation quickly became something like a programmer making an entire game, then putting out an ad in gaming magazines, then burning the game onto floppy disks and mailing them to customers directly, all by themselves. This sucked, and people noticed it sucked. So companies like Activision and EA were formed as a middleman. Instead of having to be a game developer, a marketer, and a product manufacturer, you could just make your game and get these new companies to figure out the rest. They would take part of the profits, and if everybody did their job well, everybody would be happy. And at the beginning, this worked great. The early 80s was victim to a titanic video game sales crash that stemmed mostly from a horrible distribution system. It turns out that blindly buying games from a magazine ad and hoping that they were good disproportionately benefits people making tons of low-effort slop and then using their budgets to focus on magazine advertising. It really hurt the people who actually spent their time and money making the game fun. As a side note, it's super cool how every new technology seems to start off by massively rewarding the slop farmers while the rest of us are punished for trying to make something decent. But publishers were actually a remedy to this. If a big name was willing to take your game, that meant they thought it was good enough to make them money. Being published by EA quickly became a badge of honor that could be proudly displayed on the box. It made customers feel confident in the product in an era of uncertainty. And even better, publishers started competing against each other for the best titles by providing perks to the people that signed with them. They gave access to licenses to release on consoles, access to brick-and-mortar retail slots, QA testing to help find bugs, connections to experts that you might need, and sometimes just cold hard cash to start development. By the 90s, the system wasn't perfect, but it did work enough for publishers to start getting unfathomably wealthy. Gaming was well established in consoles, and PCs were becoming more ubiquitous. Something about this fancy new internet thing, and publishers were profiting all the way. So if you're raking in billions of dollars from working with these studios, somebody is bound to ask the natural next question. Why not just buy the studio? And in 1998, EA did exactly that. They bought Westwood and Burst Studios and promptly renamed Burst to Westwood Pacific. And this is probably going to be the biggest shocker, but the first few things they did were fairly positive. Tiberium Sun had been stuck in development purgatory, and some sources said they genuinely thought the game would never be finished until EA came in. Unfortunately, this did result in cut content and an incomplete creative vision, but the game actually released. They also took the new Westwood Pacific studio and gave them the task of creating a second Red Alert game. And finally, they gave Brett Sperry and Lewis Castle 5-year guaranteed contracts, meaning that the founders would still be running the show. The reason I took so long to go over this story is because there is a pervasive, overly simplified narrative about Command & Conquer. The simple story goes that the franchise was great, then EA bought it, and then it died. That is the story we all hear, and the narrative is, well, deserved. Modern EA sucks. I hate EA, you hate EA, and your dog hates EA. They're back-to-back winners of Worst Company in America. By now, they have been horrible for a long time. But the reality of what happened here is much more complicated. Because in this story, Westwood is already part of EA. But the odds are, your favorite game still hasn't come out yet. The development of Tiberian Sun was long and arduous, but the years of effort had given Westwood a few game-changing advantages. They were left with a top-of-the-line game engine, and the high levels of experimentation left them with a deeper understanding than normal of that engine, both its strengths and limitations. But now EA had decided to do something risky. By renaming Burst Studios to Westwood Pacific and handing them the reins of the Red Alert series, for the first time, things were out of the hands of the original creators. Westwood Pacific wouldn't have to go through the arduous process of creating a new game engine, but they had no experience making a real-time strategy game. If this goes wrong, it could be the one decision that ends Command & Conquer.
No, Comrade Premier. It has only begun.
Red Alert 2 starts off in the middle of the action, with the Soviets invading the United States. President Michael Dugin calls Soviet Premier Romanov, who's supposed to be an American puppet. But Romanov is with the enigmatic character Yuri, who right after the phone call decides to make one of his own. The president orders nukes to be launched in retaliation, but Yuri mind controls one of the engineers in charge of the silo and has him shoot the other. Because this time, the superpowers have superpowers. Well, I guess they had time travel before, but the joke is funnier if we all forget that. As we start the Allied campaign, we meet 3 other characters. Lieutenant Ava is mainly the in-mission announcer, General Carville, who's my absolute favorite character in the game.
Because as of 0800 hours, you are in control of every satellite, base, tank, airplane, enlisted man, woman, and child in the eastern United States.
And Agent Tanya, who's looking more Tomb Raider than ever. We start in New York with the Soviets attacking the Statue of Liberty, and already we see the game is much brighter and more colorful than Tiberian Sun, which is a nice change of pace. Tanya shows off her swimming lessons, blows up a couple boats, and immediately we see one of the core mechanics for the rest of the franchise. Tanya gains veterancy levels when she kills the ships. Veterancy was actually introduced in Tiberian Sun, but the mechanic is utilized a lot better here. As units deal damage, they level up. When they level up, they get a stat boost, and when they reach the highest veterancy of 3, indicated by the chevrons next to them, they get automatic healing and a massively upgraded version of their weapon. It's a system that rewards you for keeping your units alive, both to gain veterancy themselves as well as deny it from the enemy. As I've been talking, Tanya got onto Liberty Island, and we rescued some GIs stationed there. They're the Allies' basic infantry. They're a little bit stronger than Soviet conscripts and can deploy into mini sandbag bunkers, which marks the first time that a basic infantry unit has a special ability. Now it's time to attack the Soviet base, but one of the bridges is down, so we have to go the long way around. This map showcases something that Red Alert is going to focus a lot on and does very well. It focuses mainly on real-world locations and cities. It fills these cities with buildings and things to find. No longer do we find ourselves in the vague concept of Estonia, but instead New York feels like New York, DC feels like DC, and Paris feels like Paris. At this point, they also trust players to be competent enough at video games that the movement and base building tutorials, as well as enemy attacking, are all crammed into a single mission. We build up a force and crush through fairly easily for the win. After the mission, Yuri uses a psychic beacon on all of the world leaders, making General Carvel and the President swear allegiance to the Soviets in this absolutely hilarious cutscene.
But things have changed since you've been away fighting. The war is over. What I've come to realize is that the commies and us want the same thing.
Us and Ava are the only sane ones left. So we do the only natural thing and evacuate to Canada. If it isn't clear by now, the cutscenes in Red Alert 2 are much less serious than the previous games. But at the same time, things like the opening cinematics still manage to be really cool when they want to. This is an immensely difficult balance to maintain, and one of the reasons the game is so highly acclaimed is that it manages that balance perfectly, both in the main game and the expansion. We visit Washington, D.C. next, and the map looks like Washington. There's a National Mall, Washington Monument, and the White House. The world just looks like the world, and it's awesome. The scope of the campaign is also ridiculous. Once we destroy one of the Soviet psychic amplifiers in Chicago, the Soviets nuke it, like the entire city is just gone. You'd probably expect this to be a major plot point, but we're kinda busy with everything else, and it's just not brought up again. After that, Tanya and some spies go on a tour of a nuclear facility in Poland, and this mission is great for showcasing how many little bonuses and weird things we now get for exploring. There are loads of different routes we can take. We can destroy a fence to get cows to scout for us, find some stranded engineers, and even steal enemy nuke silos. And one thing that's great is if you lose your first batch of spies, you get another one for free. The commando missions are starting to feel like little adventures instead of super punishing slogs. They feel great and are rewarding to play. The only cherry on top I would ask for at this point is an autosave system, but that's coming soon. After we finish our short European excursion, Carvel is tired of being in Canada and puts us in touch with Einstein, who is still alive in the 1970s, but whatever, time travel. He introduces us to the Prism Tower, which is such a freaking great idea for a defensive structure. They sort of do the Death Star laser thing and combine all their power into a super laser. They were really cooking with the designs in this game. We retake DC with the help of these bad boys around the Pentagon. And following that, we fight off the Soviets at Pearl Harbor, stop Yuri from placing a beacon in the bastion of America, St. Louis, Missouri, and then have a little adventure in Mexico before we're summoned to Germany, where our boy Carvel is exploded by Crazy Ivan. I'm sorry if this recap seems all over the place, but this game has no chill and literally is all over the place. We then fight back an invasion force of Soviets who want to destroy Einstein's chronosphere. And by now, we've unlocked the majority of the Allied faction, so we can actually talk about what they're sporting. All the units here feel fresh. Instead of being gnawed with a paint job, the Allies are their own faction filled to the brim with awesome ideas. First of all, infantry have been given the ability to garrison into buildings, turning them from fodder into defensive powerhouses. Allied Rocketeers don't have rockets, they are the rockets, flying around on jetpacks while blasting people. And Navy SEALs give you the power fantasy of a commando unit without losing the entire game if they die. And the infantry fighting vehicle starts off as an anti-air vehicle, but you can load a single infantry of any type into them to switch the turret based on who you load it in. From basic machine guns to engineers giving them a repair crane, and there's even special weapons you can get for Soviet infantry if you manage to get a hold of them. The Prism tank takes the power of the Prism Tower on the road, Mirage tanks camouflage as trees when they're idle and ambush the Soviets, and even the Harvester is imbued with chrono technology and teleports home when it's full of ore, making long-distance mining a lot more viable. Red Alert 2 faction design is the pinnacle of creative absurdity that is still easy to understand. For virtually every unit, you get to discover its weird and unique quirk, but things are almost never confusing. The Allied army feels really technologically advanced with high levels of finesse, giving up a little bit of straightforward combat power to reward creative and intelligent play. Every unit feels useful, and we're very rarely railroaded into a specific composition for a mission. The game gets to express itself with weird designs, and in turn allows you to express yourself by finding uses for the wild tools you're given. It is the perfect balance. Also, Einstein is here, and he is a joy.
I have something very exciting for you, Commander. It is called my Mirage tank.
Overall, the missions so far have been varied, fun, and fairly clear on what I'm supposed to do. But one thing has been getting progressively more on my nerves. The campaign has a ton of character dialogue, sometimes with Tanya or Ava giving status reports about new enemy units to be aware of. Sometimes Yuri and Premier Romanov are taunting us. And this is wonderful. I love it. It makes the game feel more alive, the conflict more personal, and the characters more fun. What I don't love is that each time they show up with something to say, the minimap goes away. Most of the time, this is fine, but occasionally it'll happen right as the enemy attacks you and you just don't know. And even if you did, there's no easy way to get your camera over to the attack because you have no minimap. As I said, most of the time this is fine. It's actually more of a pre-complaint for Red Alert 3 where it's going to drive me nuts. But it did happen a few times and it's never going to be fixed. Also, we're back to having to hunt down every random thing on the map to win sometimes. It really does dampen the sails when you think you won, but it turns out the enemy has a harvester who moonlights as a cartographer and is finding themselves in the furthest reaches of the map trying to chart everything. But honestly, those complaints are very, very minor compared to literally any other game. And in exchange, a lot of improvements have been made from Tiberian Sun. For example, line of sight has been massively improved and overall feels good to use instead of being frustrating. And we're no longer shoehorned into using boats all the time. The only allied mission that requires them is Hawaii, but most of the time they do exist as an option for those who want it instead of being a strict requirement, which I think, once again, is the perfect balance. They're great if you want them and not required if you don't. Also, the allies have combat dolphins and they are very cute and I love them. Oh, and silos are gone, which reminds me, I forgot to talk about silos. In most Command & Conquer games, you need to build structures in order to increase the number of resources you can store, but I always forget they exist because I'm allergic to not spending my money as fast as possible. This is not a cry for help and I am not in crippling debt, I promise. As I alluded to earlier, we get to use the chronosphere again, and now it is good. Instead of transporting one unit, we get to move a 3x3 square of up to 9 units, which turns this from a mild inconvenience into a true superweapon. The allies are leaning into the chrono theme, with the chronosphere, chrono harvesters, and eventually chrono legionaries who teleport around the map and can phase enemies out of existence. They're very cool, but hard to use. And the final allied mission is great. You are constantly attacked from several angles. Both you and the enemy have everything unlocked, including the new weather control super weapon. It's a genuine challenge with lots of pressure to defend while proactively striking back. In the closing cutscene, Tanya marches into the Kremlin and catches Romanov in his underwear. It's quite a funny cutscene that showcases the tone of the game very well. Then of course she doesn't miss the opportunity to flirt with you. And just like the first Red Alert game, and every other Command & Conquer game so far, the Allied campaign is good, but the Soviet campaign is just a bit more fun. Jumping straight into it, we're given an easy tutorial objective: destroy the Pentagon. Seth in absolute shambles right now. The first mission is pretty straightforward as you would expect. We build conscripts who are cheaper and easier to mass than GIs, we learn how to use engineers, and once again, the nerf to Red Alert 1 engineers was undone in this game. When you capture enemy structures, you unlock the tech from the other faction, just like in previous games. But this time, they put a lot of detail into what you can do with them. For example, later on, the Soviets can produce Tesla troopers, and they're fun to use by themselves, but if you steal Allied tech and make an infantry fighting vehicle, you can load them to make Tesla IFVs. Is it worth all the effort? Probably not. You can really tell that because the team didn't have to make a whole new engine for the game, they got to spend their time on little details that make Red Alert 2 so special. Another thing that I like is that they gave engineers some versatility. Previously, the ability to steal buildings meant that engineers either did nothing at all or stole the entire enemy base in moments. But now there's a lot of neutral structures on the map, like oil derricks that can be captured to gain income, repair bays to patch up your vehicles, or you can use them to get support powers like paratrooper deployments. On the story side of things, the performances by the Soviet characters are excellent.
The Americans, they have turtle in children's film. It teaches them to fear Soviet Union. The little turtle sees big Russian missiles coming, and it ducks, and it covers. Duck.
We're introduced properly to Yuri, who is just a creepy dude. He spends several cutscenes just staring directly into your soul.
Show them the meaning of Soviet irony.
And we also meet Vladimir, a crazed-looking Russian general who does not like you.
But don't think that I will allow you to order me around.
As we take over America, the president escapes to Canada, and we attack Paris. And because this game was made by geniuses, we turn the Eiffel Tower into a giant Tesla coil. Most of the time, game design is a series of decisions and trade-offs, but this is just objectively the correct thing to do, and everybody else who has ever had a mission in Paris that has not turned it into a giant Tesla coil is simply wrong with their games now. And frankly, it's embarrassing. While the Allies have a theme of high-tech, high-precision science, the Soviets have been given the mad scientist treatment for their army, and it is awesome. Tesla troopers are super heavy infantry whose short-range shocks are incredible, and they can be used to juice up your Tesla towers in a pinch. Crazy Ivans strap bombs to literally everything, including General Carvel, and Soviet harvesters have been given the ultimate technology of a gun. Terror drones skitter across the battlefield and jump into enemy tanks, tearing them apart from inside. And the Kirov airship is arguably the most iconic Command and Conquer unit. A slow-moving Zeppelin whose bombs will annihilate anything underneath. The Soviets also field super heavy missiles on the V-2 rocket launcher and Dreadnought ship. Their shots are incredibly destructive, but the rockets can be intercepted mid-air by anti-aircraft fire. They also have giant squid, which are not nearly as cute as the dolphins. By now in the story, it is clear that Yuri is controlling Romanov, and when Romanov falls ill, Yuri takes command of the Soviet forces completely. At this point, Einstein has repaired the chronosphere, and the Allies start teleporting troops into the middle of Russia, leading to a rather dicey defensive mission. We then counterattack the US, and Yuri is going after the Soviet general Vladimir, blaming him for Romanov's unfortunate death. And of course, the natural next step to all of this is using one of Yuri's clones in order to mind control the president. Because of course Yuri has clones, just go with it. Yuri is clearly evil at this point, and we find a videotape recorded by Romanov telling us to rebel against the psychic. And when we do, the second to last mission is a colossal difficulty spike. We fight against Yuri, who has the Soviet faction here and can produce clones of himself, which can mind control our troops. It is very hard to play against and requires special tactics. Mostly target firing the enemies so you don't destroy your own units after they've been mind controlled, but also employing terror drones and dogs, which are immune to mind control because they're good boys and would never betray me. And at this point, we've unlocked the Kirov, and the big battalion of ballistic blimpy boys blast the big-brained baddie. The final mission, as always, is a big macro slog against an aggressive allied opponent who will frequently chronotroop straight onto our island base. The enemy is strong here, but feels significantly more fair than the mind control to play against. As long as we cross our I's and dot our T's, everything goes well. In the end, Yuri has been deposed, Romanov was taken out a while ago, and by process of elimination, that means that we're now the premier of the Soviet Union. The defeated Yuri is relegated to a brain in a vat, which could never cause any problems. This campaign is great. Not much else to say about it. The characters are fun, and Yuri contrasts well with Cain. Where the Nod leader is immensely charismatic naturally, Yuri has to resort to mind control for the same effect. It makes them feel similar, but have stark differences. Everything in Red Alert 2 just feels right. It is a perfect balance of coolness and absurdity. You're brought along for this wild ride, and you have no idea where it's going to end up. But of course, it's not over. Because by now, fans simply expected an expansion pack to come out with each Command & Conquer game. And with it, 2 shorter, lower effort campaigns with a bit more story to set up the sequel. But once again, Red Alert 2 goes above and beyond. Because 1 year later, Red Alert 2 Yuri's Revenge drops, and in addition to the Allied and Soviet campaigns, it does something that the franchise has never seen before. It adds a third playable faction. Well, unless you count the dinosaurs, they were technically playable. And as is tradition story-wise, it is time to ignore everything about the Soviet campaign because the Allies won. While the Allies were mopping up the Soviets, Yuri has created a series of psychic dominators across the entire world.
There will be no more free will, only my will.
Yuri. The war's over. Can't we all just get along?
We managed to depower the Dominator in San Francisco, but most of the planet is taken under his control. We begin the campaign with our buddy Einstein, and we're going back in time again. We travel back to the beginning of the war with the Soviets. Tanya then detonates Alcatraz's famous nuclear power plants to depower Yuri's psychic dominator before he ever finishes it. With the past changed, General Carvel, who had been blown up in the last campaign, welcomes us back and we get down to business. We're going to go on a bit of a world tour again and stop Yuri's psychic warriors before they ever get a foothold. Yuri now has his own complete third faction, with a focus on mind control. He can make clones of himself that mind control, he has towers that can mind control, and even tanks that can steal your brain. This is the first Command & Conquer game that really requires consistent micromanagement instead of just attacking with a blob. It is integral to target down the sources of mind control, otherwise you're going to be constantly vaporizing your own stuff. And to combat Yuri, I was not kidding about the world tour. First, we visit Hollywood, and then go up to Seattle, where totally not Bill Gates pays us to take out Yuri's nuke silos. Then we hit up the Great Pyramids of Giza, where Tanya Croft does some real tomb raiding, and then have a defense mission in London before pursuing Yuri to Antarctica. We also unlock a few new units for each faction, such as the Guardian GI, who has rockets. They make Allied infantry viable in almost all circumstances, which is a first. And in the final Antarctica mission, we have a Soviet base, which is pretty cool. The Soviets have teamed up with us starting in the London mission, and we get access to both tech trees here. It gets tough defending two bases on two islands simultaneously, but we need them. Yuri gets super weapons here. The genetic mutator can turn groups of infantry into Yuri's brutes, massive melee punchy boys, and the psychic dominator permanently mind controls units in a radius. Both of these encourage splitting up your forces and not having a giant pile. And then, in the final cutscene, Tanya learns that she has stiff competition from Lieutenant Ava when it comes to flirting back with the commander. Yeah, this is just gonna be a thing in Red Alert from now on. She begs Einstein to let her go back in time and fix that problem. And then there's this really weird thing where the timelines merge together and it never comes up again, don't worry about it. The Allied campaign is quick, at only 7 missions long, but they're all really fun. Being able to learn about an entirely new enemy as we go through keeps things fresh. The Soviet campaigns are more of the same, but in a good way. In the first mission, they capture the Allied time machine and juice it with just a bit too much power. And then we end up with a truly weird but absolutely worthwhile segment that only lasts a couple of minutes where we have to fend off dinosaurs, which technically means this game has 4 factions. And then the third mission has me team up with the Allies in London. And I was really happy to see that Tanya was allowed to die here. No longer do we live in the days where the commandos are fragile and give game overs when they die. Mostly. And then the next mission, I think it's bugged. Yuri's production here is clearly out of control. It is a constant, unending stream of units that are walking across this bridge, but they don't do anything. They just walk here on a move command until they drop. They're not a threat, they're just a pile. This mission ended up taking more than an hour to complete because I spent so long getting swamped by Yuri's non-violent resistance. It was weird. And then, in the penultimate mission, Yuri does what no other Soviet premier will ever manage. Blast off into space. This mission takes place on the flippin' moon, and in a very interesting mechanic, gives you 70,000 credits to work with, but no harvesting. So you have to be very careful with what you build. We also get these unique cosmonaut units, which are very cool. They fly like Allied rocket troopers and shoot freaking laser beams. The moon mission rocks. In the final mission, you attack Yuri's Transylvanian fortress, because why not? Yuri starts with all 3 factions, which is a titanic spike in difficulty, but taking out the psychic dominators gives you control of the people mind controlled. And because he has 3 factions, he can get up to 6 super weapons, so things can get absolutely insane unless you strike fast. In the final cutscene, Yuri tries to go back in time and reverse everything again, but he juiced it up with a bit too much power and is eaten by a T-Rex. So yeah, if it isn't obvious at this point, Red Alert 2 crushed it, and the majority of people consider it the greatest Command & Conquer style RTS ever made. The graphics are great, taking the beauty from Tiberian Sun but adding more vibrant color palettes. The unit designs are clever and inventive, but are easy to use. The characters are quirky and fun, but things can be serious and cool when the time calls for it. This is the point where Red Alert stopped being a spin-off of Command & Conquer, and for many people became Command & Conquer. The story is ridiculous, but the winning theme for Red Alert is balance. Every decision felt like it created the perfect harmony in a way that was never done before and will never be done again. The only thing I would have asked for is a Yuri-centric campaign, where we got to play as the faction and learn more about the character. Yuri's faction is available in multiplayer though, and the skirmish AI is fun to play against, but it's just not the same as a full campaign would have been. Red Alert 2 was successful enough that EA decided it was time for another spin-off series. But before we talk about generals, we need to discuss one more thing. The most hardcore and dedicated Command & Conquer stands out there may have noticed that I have done a dereliction of duty. I have not properly covered every Command & Conquer game in order, for another game was forged, one sole game to survive them all. Let's talk about Command & Conquer Soul Survivor, and Renegade. We're going to put them both in the same section. Soul Survivor was a spin-off game that came out in between Red Alert and Tiberian Sun. It is a multiplayer-only hero battle thing that you can call a proto-MOBA if you want to start an argument in the comments. Basically, it was a game where everybody controlled a single unit, roamed around a massive map looking for power-up crates, and then fought in a free-for-all deathmatch. And that's it. That's the entire game. And it sold as a standalone product for $29.99. Needless to say, the reception was terrible. I do give the developers a bit of props for trying to be experimental with designs like this, but this should have been a free game mode tacked onto a full title. Maybe an incentive to get people to try playing Command & Conquer online, not sold as a full box product. Some people very charitably say that Soul Survivor was the MOBA idea ahead of its time, and the market just wasn't ready for it. But realistically, Soul Survivor wasn't ready for the market. It crashed, it burned, and it was abandoned. However, there is a fan community that runs on private servers still, and as long as they didn't pay $29.99 for the game, I think that's awesome. Soul Survivor's existence and flop highlights something that is going to silently drag the series down a bit: the lack of good editing tools for user-generated content. Tiberian Dawn didn't ship with a map editor, and Red Alert had one that could only make multiplayer maps with fixed spawn points. Compare that to Warcraft 2, which released the same year as Red Alert, but allowed you to give the player different units to start with and customize unit stats. And then StarCraft, which released the year after Soul Survivor, allowed you to put in complex triggers, but the editor was still user-friendly enough that non-programmers could create things with it, leading to an explosion in user-generated content. The year after that, Tiberian Sun didn't launch with editor tools, and then eventually they did release their Final Sun editor, but it was clearly not designed for normal users. It was an incredibly powerful developer tool that came with an immense learning curve, to the point that it was basically impossible to make things as a hobbyist. And then right after that, the Age of Empires 2 scenario editor dropped, and it was much closer to StarCraft's editor in terms of user-friendliness and learning curve. If proper editing tools had existed, something like Soul Survivor could have been a showcase on how to use those tools to create cool stuff, bring people over and get them creating in the Command & Conquer ecosystem. And if that's what Soul Survivor had been, I think it would have been fondly remembered, just like Blizzard's War Chasers in Warcraft 3 or Star Jeweled in StarCraft 2. Instead, it's a shameful bit of history that tends to get ignored. But before we move on to another RTS, we have to talk about one more spin-off game: Westwood's first delve into 3D content. Command & Conquer Renegade is set during the events of Tiberian Dawn, and it is a shooter. You play as a GDI commando named Havoc, who could fight on foot, use vehicles, and would play through the first game's conflict in a frontlines perspective. You'd do all the standard FPS things: infiltrate, sabotage, rescue hostages, all with a Command & Conquer spin. Yeah, I'm just gonna be straight up, it is bad Halo, which came out a year earlier. The game was buggy, the campaign was repetitive, the AI was bad, and the story was bland. And the graphics looked much worse than Halo, which was the game to beat at the time. The single player just didn't hit the mark, which is unfortunate because the multiplayer was actually pretty cool. It was a team-based mode where the GDI and NOD teams both started up with full RTS-style bases, with refineries, power plants, barracks, and more. Each team had harvesters that would give income, which could be spent at the barracks to buy better weapons or change unit classes. The goal was to destroy the enemy base structures and deny them these powerful tools, letting you get a bigger and bigger advantage until you eventually eliminate them. And frankly, this mode was ahead of its time, and feels much more like a modern hero shooter than the old school deathmatch or capture the flag stuff it was competing with. I genuinely think that with more refinement, better graphics, and a marketing strategy on this incredibly unique gameplay, Renegade could have been a major success. But instead, the public perception was that you might as well skip this and buy Halo. The commercial failures of Soul Survivor and Renegade would start to shift EA's feelings about Westwood. While it was obvious that they could still make highly successful RTS, they had whiffed twice whenever they tried to expand out of that niche. Suddenly, there was going to be a lot more oversight on what projects are getting funded and why. But Renegade was not a waste. We learned that with Red Alert 2, one of the most powerful things you can do is give a team a modern, working engine whose ins and outs are already understood. And now Westwood finally had a fully functional 3D engine. Let's see how they use it. Generals marks the first time that Command & Conquer intentionally created another universe for their games. Because while Red Alert did eventually go and do its own thing, it tried to start as a prequel to the original game. Generals, on the other hand, is completely and totally disconnected from both the worlds and technologies of other Command & Conquer. So let's take a moment to actually define what each of these settings are. The Tiberium saga is pretty clearly the established cyberpunk genre. It's a future where a few powerful organizations exist and the average quality of life is futuristic yet dismal. This is particularly true in Tiberian Sun, and you've probably heard the term steampunk before. Fantasy settings that tend to follow real-world technology but then diverge at around the Victorian Steam Age era, blending real-world technology with a fantasy vision and styling. Using the punk naming conventions, I think it's pretty fair to say that the Red Alert saga is the same idea as steampunk but for the Cold War. Cold punk, if you will, which is very different from Frostpunk, both great games though. And if Tiberium is cyberpunk and Red Alert is cold punk, then Command & Conquer Generals would be, Gulf punk? It's a near-futuristic Gulf War-ish setting that uses a combination of 90s technology, the up-and-coming military theories of the day, and pure sci-fi. We've got 90s fighter jets, nuclear arsenals, and stealth bombers, but also the orbital lasers have never been this strong. Loading into the game, a few things immediately pop out. Everything is in 3D, and the backgrounds are animated with people fighting. The world's going crazy, and we haven't even left the main menu. Following the lead of Yuri's Revenge, we have 3 factions, but this time each one has a campaign. The Global Liberation Army, or GLA, are a non-specific Middle Eastern insurgency, and facing off against them are the fantasy kingdoms of the United States and China. The Chinese campaign is first, and things get started quite quickly. The GLA attacks a Chinese parade with a series of ambushes. The Chinese army regroups, and it's time to strike. Whoa, this interface is different. Generals is a large departure from the previous games in quite a few ways, with the interface being one of the clearest examples. This is much closer to a setup that basically every other RTS uses and is a massive shift away from the Command & Conquer styled sidebar. A lot of people loved these changes. It made the game a ton more accessible to other RTS players. A lot of people hated these changes, seeing it as a betrayal of a core piece of the Command & Conquer identity. And honestly, both groups are correct. As we go through the tutorial, building up an army of tanks and infantry to get revenge against the GLA, a few other changes become apparent very quickly, particularly with the enemies. They YOLO individual units into us a lot less. They group up more and actually take up tactical defensive positions. There are also mid-mission cinematics, showing off things like these MiGs blasting enemies. Even though the control scheme is superficially different and we're now in 3D, making a legion of tanks and infantry still feels like Command & Conquer. And after the Red Army pushes back the GLA and beats the first mission, we get our first story cutscene.
General, an active GLA cell has been unmasked in Hong Kong. We suspect the terrorists have targeted buildings in the commercial center.
Unfortunately, story is a term I use in very loose quotes. We get a map of China while some lady's voiceover tells us what the next mission's objectives are. So going into mission 2, GLA ambushes the Chinese army, we regroup, build a base, and crack back to beat them. Back to the briefing screen we go, and look at the map of China, it's great. Here, have some objectives, thanks lady. And then we watch the GLA blow up a dam before we regroup, build a base, and crack back to beat them. In mission number 5, the GLA attack our American allies, and we show up, regroup with them, build a base, and crack back to beat them. There is not a nice way to say this, but the base generals campaign kinda is lacking. It is immensely repetitive, the story feels very samey, and there is a distinct lack of variation. Which might come as a bit of a surprise, because Generals now is remembered as an excellent game, one of the best in the franchise. And it is. What people often forget is that before the 0 Hour expansion came out, the gameplay is fun, but literally everything else sucks. There are no characters, we're just told what to do by disembodied voices. And the Chinese and USA campaigns are really one note. For some reason, they decided it would be a great idea to put the US and China into the game. Almost like EA was trying to break into the Chinese market at the time. But then they were too afraid to have them actually fight each other, which means we just keep fighting the GLA over and over and over. They somehow made a 3-faction game, and it feels more monotonous than when we were just fighting GDI versus Nod. Which makes this section really hard to write. Because if the game has no story, and the game has no characters, and the game has no matchup variation, I guess I can talk about some of the cool mission designs, because they do have those. China Mission 3 involves starting off across the river from the main GLA base, giving us time to clear out our side and then build up. But the GLA are attacking a dam, and once it's destroyed, the water starts draining from the reservoir, opening up a ground path to the main enemy. China Mission 5 has an entrenched GLA enemy, but our American allies will help us carpet bomb their location, letting us use support powers from the other faction. And China Mission 6 is a silly minimal build mission where part of the defense is against a wave of 1 million rioting sports fans whose local team either won or lost. It doesn't really matter, they're gonna torch everything either way. A lot of these scenarios are really interesting, and the distinct lack of variety, always fighting against the GLA, really is killer here. The factions are pretty interesting too. The Chinese faction is all about traditional RTS play but souped up. Their cheaper units get horde bonuses while attacking in large groups, making them exceptional in large packs. They also use Gatling guns, which spin up to deal massive damage after a bit of attacking, and flamethrowers, which can instantly clear buildings of infantry garrisons. And the Inferno artillery can create firestorms on the map when enough shots hit the same location. But my favorite part are the big booms. The nuke cannon is the ultimate artillery, which can either create enormous explosions or switch to neutron shells, which can kill vehicles' crew, allowing your own infantry to commandeer the opponent's stuff. And the Overlord tank is a mammoth tank taken to the extreme. A massive double-barreled monster that has so much surface area that it can be upgraded to sport a propaganda tower that buffs nearby forces, a Gatling turret to give general combat power, or a bunker to load infantry on top. The Overlord was one of my favorite units ever as a kid, and as an adult. To the point that one of the first things I did when I started working on Zero Space was pushing for a unit that worked similarly. This is how the Terror Tank came into being. A titanic weapons platform that can be upgraded with turrets, shield generators to protect allies, or buffs to the main turret. The Terror Tank takes things to an even further extreme, with upgrades being hardpoints that can be destroyed, but the tank itself is an absolute monster. Terror tanks are awesome because Overlord tanks are awesome. The Chinese faction is rounded out with MiGs, a jack-of-all-trades fighter bomber, and topped off with some good old nuclear firepower, making this faction an inevitable endgame threat. This is enhanced by the fact that Generals lets you build as many super weapons as you want. No longer are we constrained to one nuke silo. And in the final mission of the Chinese campaign, I turtle up at a choke point with my powerful Overlord tanks and artillery and let the nukes fly. It is very gratifying, and one of the reasons that discussing this game is so hard. Before the expansion, Generals is lacking so much, but the factions are so freaking fun and feel great to use. The GLA are unapologetically evil. There is no nuance here in the slightest. They're all about raiding, bombing, and looting. They don't need power plants, their vehicles are bad but can salvage from destroyed enemies to upgrade their weapons. The GLA also loves toxins. Anthrax and other poisons are horrifying against infantry, both yours and the enemy's. And leaning into the faction asymmetry, the GLA straight up doesn't have an air force, instead focusing on stealth and ambushes. They also have some weird features, like their static defense structures. The USA and China both have normal turrets, automated systems that blow up nearby enemies, but the GLA's stinger sights have 3 dudes just chilling out in them. They're very powerful for the cost, but anti-infantry tools like snipers or toxins can actually kill the guys inside, rendering the site useless until they respawn. The GLA can also make angry mobs, which are a big group of tiny units that control like a single unit. The individuals can be killed, permanently decreasing the damage and health of the mob. And the GLA Scudstorm superweapon doesn't deal nearly as much damage as the nuke, but it leaves a massive toxin cloud that makes the target location a wasteland for a long time. Overall, the GLA does a good job of feeling like the lower tech adversary that has to rely on surprise and trickery to compete. Though a lot of their traps are very clunky to set up for a one-time payoff, I never end up using them as much as I wish I could. And finally comes the USA, which of course is placed as the higher tech faction. They have tanks with point defense lasers that shoot down incoming missiles, infantry that can garrison into Humvees and fire out on the move, and they host a suite of powerful aircraft, from stealth jets to hypersonic bombers to standoff helicopters. Every US ground vehicle can also be upgraded with drones to provide fire support. They're expensive and can be shot down, but being able to build them on the field is a very nice bonus. The USA loves dismantling defenders with large waves of aircraft and their particle cannon superweapon, which is basically an ion cannon that can be controlled after firing. Then they come in with the ground forces and mop everything up. All three of the factions feel different to play and are interesting. Fighting is just enjoyable overall, and in particular, Generals has some of the best feeling airstrike capability in any RTS I have ever played. The incredible speed and firepower of fighters and bombers combined with their low durability makes aircraft feel absolutely incredible to use, but also valuable assets that are worth protecting. I've heard that they're a little bit broken in multiplayer, but in campaign and skirmish mode, they are such a joy. The Chinese campaign ends with them defeating a large GLA contingent, and then we're put straight into the GLA campaign, where they successfully attack the US and China as if nothing had happened. And then the US campaign just involves fighting the GLA again. Once again, no characters, no dialogue, it is very bare bones. Unsurprisingly, when Generals came out, it was very controversial. Pretty much everybody agreed that the game was fun. But the combination of a completely different interface, being disconnected from the rest of Command & Conquer, and a lack of any sort of narrative or characters meant that it felt soulless and lacking. For about 7 months. And then the 0 Hour expansion hit and it silenced all criticism. Once again, we have 3 campaigns, and even though they're only 5 missions each, they make a much bigger impact. Well, when they work. This first cutscene was a little bit messed up. I played the base Generals at the original 4x3 resolution, and then I installed some mods to go 16:9 to be a bit more modern for 0 Hour. I don't remember why I didn't play the entire thing modded, but whatever. It did break a couple things though. We're supposed to get this intimidating shot of the GLA riding their new bikes around, but the ground just didn't load for some reason. And then in the first cutscene, the GLA launches a warhead at the US base, and it's supposed to be cropped to a 4x3 angle, but because I'm playing with the modern 16:9, we get to watch this Humvee steal a bunch of money pickups as he nopes out of there, which I find hilarious. The campaigns still aren't going to have characters, but they do have more personality in the mission design and cutscenes. Every mission is now followed up with a newscast of our faction's designated propagandist, telling the people about our triumph and why we're the best, and what we're about to do to be even cooler. It's not as good as having actual character-driven plots, but it does set the stage far better than a nameless voice over a map. In the first US mission, we use a train to ambush the ambushers and sneak attack the GLA missile launch site. And in the second mission, we have a battleship and aircraft carrier moored off the coast, providing us with unfathomable levels of firepower while we perform a beach landing. And the third mission is a no-build, where our commando, Colonel Burton, is racing the Chinese commando Black Lotus in their competitive cooperation to dismantle a GLA facility.
Your small Chinooks are efficient, but I prefer the strength of our helixes. Don't worry, I'll wait for you at the lab. Do hurry.
Oh, you'll wait for me. All right, Lotus. Let's race.
Unfortunately, the race isn't actually a mission mechanic, but I'm just glad to have some characters chatting to each other for once. All in all, the missions take the more complex scenarios that were great in the base game and continue with them. And then they toss on top some in-game rendered cinematics and newscasting to help give the world a bit of much-needed personality. Unfortunately, 0 Hour didn't buck the trend of everything being against the GLA. 5 out of 5 US missions are fighting against them here. But fortunately, the GLA campaign is next. Unfortunately, they decided that some of the GLA missions would also be against GLA. I don't actually hate the setup here. There are various GLA splinter groups vying for power, and Prince Kassad is being a bit of a bad lad and needs to be bopped. He has all these fancy stealth and ambush powers, and the goal isn't to beat him, but to steal all of his technology. It's a good foundation for a mission, and Kassad does a great job at playing up the harassment and annoyance factors. using tunnel networks to bypass defenses, and absolutely smoking me with a Scud Storm. This creates a very weird scenario where I like this mission quite a bit, but also there's only 4 other missions in this campaign, and I want to fight literally anybody else. Fortunately, Mission 3 of the GLA delivered. The aircraft carrier from the USA campaign has been a nuisance to the GLA, and it's time to end it. But they don't have the firepower to do so. So we end up on this incredibly long and grindy island hopping mission where we steal a USA particle cannon, steal some tanks, steal some power plants, and then have to jump from island to island and base to base, defending against relentless USA airstrikes and paradrops. Eventually, we establish a base while simultaneously defending the particle cannon and building up until we can finally crush the main US camp and reach the carrier. I loved the mission. It was scrappy and chaotic. Using the enemy's tools against them, it perfectly captured the vibe of how the GLA is fighting. The only problem I had with it is that the final strike against the aircraft carrier is done in a cinematic. Let me do it! Let me strafe the fighters on the deck with my freaking orbital laser beam. This was a long slog and I earned it. And then the final 2 missions were fine as well. Nothing special. We beat the USA, and we're so powerful and manly and cool, and I'm totally not skipping this portion because I forgot to hit record on OBS. Definitely not. Anyway, the Chinese campaign is our final general's story. The USA has been pushed out of the Middle East by the GLA, so China decides it's time to bring in the big guns. Well, in this case, it's the big missiles. The first mission is cleaning up GLA remnants with an enormous tank force. The second, a 15-minute defense where we use the nuke cannon's neutron shells to kill enemy drivers and resupply our army with their vehicles. And in the third mission, we need to do a PR campaign because the world is very angry that China is using the nuclear option against the GLA. And then mission 4 is the most boring command and conquer mission in the entire franchise. It's a caravan destruction mission where we unlock the new Helix helicopter. Similar to the Overlord tank, it is huge and can build turrets, bunkers, and propaganda towers on it. And then they sit there farming the convoys as they spawn. Forever. I beat this mission on my very first attempt without losing basically anything and spent over half of it AFK while waiting for the next caravan to spawn. And in the final mission, we get a big GLA force that has captured a bunch of US equipment to supply them. And in theory, we can use US stuff too, but honestly, I was so tired of fighting GLA at this point that I just spammed Helix helicopters again and killed everybody. And if this were it, I think 0 Hour would have been remembered as an improvement over Generals, but overall, a bit of a failure. Fortunately, the campaign is not the most important bit of this game, because Westwood decided to try a little experiment. A new mode called the General's Challenge. Instead of a traditional campaign or skirmish mode, in General's Challenge, you pick both your faction and a specialization. The USA is divided into aircraft, lasers, and super weapons. The Chinese into infantry, tanks, and nukes, and the GLA into toxins, ambush, and demolition. Once you pick your specialization, you're given a sub-faction specifically designed with special improved units, and cutting out parts of the faction that don't quite fit. And you're tasked with using that faction to go through a gauntlet of other generals playing as the other sub-factions in scripted scenarios. And for the most part, these scenarios are very well designed. For example, if we're to pick General Granger, the US Air Force general, we're first pitted against Dr. Thrax, the GLA toxin expert. He will constantly attack us with a huge variety of extremely potent toxic troops, toxic tractors, and eventually anthrax bombs and scud storms. All while we have to use our defensive prowess to hold the line, control choke points, and slowly disassemble his fortress. To do this, we get most of the US faction, but our aircraft are given point defense systems allowing them to shoot down enemy missiles. Our helicopters have stealth technology, and we can load infantry into the Chinooks and use them as flying bunkers of death. But to contrast it, we lose most of our core tank force, and many of the other ground vehicles are considerably more expensive, including the ambulance that could be used to clean up the toxins. It's a duel between two competent generals who are throwing everything they have against each other. And during the entire thing, Dr. Thrax is constantly taunting us.
Do not think I cannot see your spies flying over my base. Please, look all you wish, because this may be the last time you ever see my stronghold. I see you. forces. That's right. Sit back and relax. Give my toxins more time to work. The suspense, it's killing you.
This dude is an obsessive and unhinged weirdo with a lot of personality, and every one of the generals has their own flavor of extreme and weird.
You still have time to flee with your life, General.
Oh dear. I am sorry, General, but that's just how I like to say hello.
Once we defeat a general, we move on to the next scenario, who is equally well crafted. For example, the US laser general has a death fortress relying on tons of towers to keep himself safe as he sends out raids. Or the nuke general who keeps activating more and more silos that each are game-ending threats. And after 6 enemy generals are defeated, it culminates with a battle against Liang, the ultimate general who has a faction built from the best part of everybody else's. These challenges are intense and diverse, and because each sub-faction plays dramatically differently, the replay value is incredible. Defeating Dr. Thrax is not that bad when you're facing off against his toxic troopers with aircraft, but when you're against the good doctor as a GLA team and you don't have flyers, or playing as the Chinese infantry commander, you're suddenly forced to come up with novel and interesting strategies on the fly. The laser general's fortress of turrets need to be disabled, but each faction's tools can do it in a different way. The ambush general of the GLA might want to disable the power plants, while the Chinese nuke general can slow push with powerful artillery and just outrange the turrets. Many of these matchups would be completely unfair and lopsided, like infantry versus toxins. But playing through the more balanced versions allows you to gradually learn what each opposing general is able to throw at you and what their timings are. So when you do get to these insurmountable walls of pain, you're ready and can build a strategy. The General's Challenge missions also work really well with the biggest economic change. Generals has passive money structures. The beginning of each game works like every other Command & Conquer game. There is a bunch of resources near your base and harvesters go and grab them, this time being in the form of a pile of supplies. But each faction has their own way to earn passive income. The Americans can build supply drop platforms that have planes deliver big stacks of cash. China can build hackers, which are infantry that can steal money over time and actually get veterancy to improve. And the GLA's black market provides a small trickle, and their cash bounty power provides money for each enemy destroyed. These powers give players an economy that is unheard of in Command & Conquer. They're all expensive and slow to get going, but if you can get a reasonable economy rolling through these methods, you can keep trading blows with the enemy generals forever. This means that the general challenges are built to be knockdown, drag-out fights where unfathomable amounts of money are being spent on each side to keep the war machine going. Every single one of them feels like the quality that's usually held for the end of a campaign. The General's Challenge mode was a colossal hit, and for many is the reason to play the game. Each sub-faction hits a great balance of focusing on one aspect of gameplay while still maintaining their country's identity. The enemy generals are fun, vibrant, and add desperately needed personality to the game, and the missions themselves are diverse and pressure you into making the best use out of all the tools you have available. And the fact that you get to fight every faction, including mirror matchups, was desperately needed. This mode was immensely successful and breathed new life into the spin-off. Generals was arguably the weakest Command & Conquer game at launch, but the 0-hour expansion propelled it into one of the most beloved in the franchise. This is going to mark the beginning of a trend where each expansion pack will now come with a new single-player game mode, each attempting to recapture the magic of General's Challenge for a new era. Unfortunately, it will also mark the beginning of me asking why they didn't just recreate General's Challenge every time. None of them will ever be this level of quality again. Overall, Generals did spectacularly. The game stood the test of time, and EA was ecstatic. They were so happy with Westwood producing another smash hit and once again proving that their investment was worthwhile that they started mass layoffs after the game was finished but before it was put on shelves, and closed Westwood Studios for good a month after Generals released. Westwood being dismantled is one of those stories that doesn't make any sense on the surface. 5 out of 5 Command & Conquer games have sold great. Even their worst performers would be considered smash hits by any other studio, and their last banger dropped a month ago. So what the hell, EA? Why? Well, there's an old saying in game development. If you ever want to go bankrupt, start an MMO. Nowadays, it is common knowledge that MMOs are some of the riskiest, most expensive, and complex games that you can make, and Westwood was trying to make one. We don't know a whole lot about Command & Conquer Continuum. The details are sparse, the game design changed a lot in the early stages, and what we've been told is a lot of hearsay. But what we do know is that Continuum was an attempt at making the world's first massively multiplayer online real-time strategy game, or MMORTS. They wanted hundreds or thousands of players to be able to fight in a worldwide GDI versus NOD conflict, and it was an incredibly bold design. One that EA did not believe in the slightest. After Soul Survivor and Renegade flopped, EA stopped being friendly to the idea of Westwood experimenting, particularly when the experiment was as expensive and risky as untested genres like MMORTS. They started moving people off of the Continuum and upcoming Tiberium Wars projects onto Generals, causing those projects to stall out. EA had started micromanaging people more than before. And reasonably, those people were a bit pissed about their corporate overlords getting in their faces. After Generals released, EA decided to take an even larger hand in control. They dissolved Westwood and Westwood Pacific, cancelled Continuum, and tried to reform everything into a new studio, EA Los Angeles. So, thanks everybody for delivering another blockbuster hit. If you want to keep working on Command & Conquer, you now need to uproot your entire life and move to LA. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people were not a fan of this. Between the micromanagement, constant pressure, and not being allowed to realize their dream game, and being forced to move, many devs opted to split off and create a new independent studio, Petroglyph Games, who would then go to make one of the greatest RTS of all time, Star Wars Empire at War. Needless to say, EA flubbed this majorly. They had wanted to consolidate everything and focus on making core RTS games, and instead they had tossed away a ton of their most experienced, talented developers. And because of this one incredibly stupid blunder, for the first time in almost a decade, Command & Conquer would go quiet. Including expansions, Westwood had put out a staggering 11 releases in 7 years, a constant stream of content. But unsurprisingly, the destruction of the studios and loss of talent meant that we wouldn't see another Command & Conquer release for almost 3.5 years. So while EA is trying to salvage the cash cow they inadvertently tossed off a cliff, let's talk about music. Originally, I wanted to have a section here about Frank Klepacki's music, its growth, and how it helped define Command & Conquer throughout the ages. But there's a small problem. I don't really know much about music. I like music, but when it comes to the beeps and the boops, I don't know what I'm talking about. Any analytical critique of the work would be me poorly rehashing other people's words, and you can just use ChatGPT for that now, so I'm gonna keep it short and simple. Frank, we're on a first name basis now, first submitted a demo track to Westwood when he was 17. He got pulled in to make the soundtrack for Dune 2 and ended up working with the company for the next decade. Because of this, his music grew and evolved with Westwood. And because he was so integrated with Command & Conquer from the beginning, his style of rock became intertwined with the series. The music is consistently good, and it does a great job at hitting each of the game's vibes. I bring this up now because starting with Generals, Klepacki would no longer be making most of the series' music. Instead, at most, he'll eventually stop by to bang out a few tracks for some of the games, but only a few per title. The remaining Command & Conquer music is not bad by any means. It is very much proper video game background music, to the point that I cannot actively recall what any of it sounds like. Starting with Generals, I never found myself jamming out to the music while blasting people like I previously had. This was yet another thing that EA had lost and they should feel very stupid about. To a lot of people, Frank Klepacki's music is Command & Conquer. A lot of other RTS has music that's more about building up and running an empire. But the rock themes that Frank Klepacki had intertwined with the series defined Command & Conquer as somewhere that you don't go to build, you go to war. Also, I don't know how to smoothly transition into this, but I got to see him perform live at Command & Conquer Postmortem at GDC 2019, and I want you to all be jealous because it was very cool. Back in the golden age of RTS, the idea of waiting 3.5 years for a new Command & Conquer title felt like an eternity. This was unprecedented. But by 2007, it had been 8 years since the last entry in the Tiberium series. What was once considered a main line of the franchise seemed like it had been pushed to the side. So the release of Command & Conquer 3 Tiberium Wars was met with a lot of anticipation and apprehension. Excitement about getting back to the core of what Command & Conquer was, and breaking the 3-year silence, but also a concern about the first game made entirely by EA. And yeah, the naming convention was a bit scuffed. They had the theme of Tiberian Dawn and then Tiberian Sun, and they decided, nah, their favorite time of day is Wars. Tiberium Wars. Very cool. Naming aside, how did EA do with their first entry into the franchise? They kinda crushed it. But also, it is very EA. After going into the options menu and turning advertisements off, we open with a cutscene debriefing us on the state of the world. All of the land masses have been designated as either red, yellow, or blue zones, with red being completely uninhabitable due to Tiberium's influence, yellow zones being the majority of the Earth and are dangerous but also inhabited by most of the world's population, and only a small sliver of the Earth being Tiberium-free blue zones, controlled and kept secure by GDI. And while GDI controls the blue, Nod recruits the abandoned people of the yellow zones. We then get into our first acted cutscene, and yeah, they decided that every GDI cutscene would be blue and every Nod cutscene would be red. I don't know if they thought we were idiots and can't remember which campaign we picked, but okay. We meet General Granger, who has the same name as the Air Force General in 0 Hour, but I don't think is supposed to be related. The GDI thinks that Nod is on the run, but Granger disagrees, and whoa buddy, the camera moved! They just had to flex that they had an entire set now, which is definitely an upgrade from their 1999 setup, but like, brothers, it is 2007 and that is not that impressive anymore. Anyway, talk to me, Granger.
For 28 years of fighting Nod, there's one thing I can say with absolute certainty. As long as there's Tiberium on Earth, Nod is a serious threat. If our intel says otherwise, it's because Nod wants us to take them off our radar.
Granger thinks that Nod is up to something, and wants us to check out a small operation of theirs where we can learn to build stuff. And instantly, we are hit with a huge change. Infantry now come in squads. This isn't the first time that they've done this. The proof of concept was with the GLA Angry Mob and Generals, but now the treatment has been given to every infantryman. And I kinda like it. Building 500 dirt cheap riflemen was always a bit of a chore, and doing it in batches feels like I'm making the same decision, but only have to listen to a fraction of the unit spawning voice lines. Besides infantry, everything else feels back to form. We have the traditional build menus back, and it's been quite a while since we've gathered Tiberium. The engine is the same as Generals, but feels significantly snappier, and the pathing is better. After fighting through the Nod outpost, they decide that raising the buildings is a bit too much work for our tired troops, and we get to use the big guns.
Ion cannon control mode active. Ion cannon controls online. Positioning over eastern seaboard. Fire when ready. Destroy the Nod base quickly before it can cause more trouble. Objective complete. Establishing video uplink.
Now that is an ion cannon. So far, Command & Conquer 3 looks and feels great to play, though there is one tiny problem that I should disclose now. The game's income system is completely out of whack. This is because the multiplayer was awful at release. The game was far too fast and rushes were unstoppable. Because of this, the game became really cheesy and unfun. So EA eventually nerfed the economy, making harvesters return 1,400 Tiberium per trip instead of the 2,400 they were initially doing. And in their infinite wisdom, they forgot to have separate balance patches for the campaign and multiplayer, which is a complete amateur move. As a result, the campaign is designed around having 2,400 income, and it feels great to play with that. And if you play with the updated patched value, it is an unfun slog. So I'm using the CNC3 original campaign balance patch mod from ModDB, and I suggest you do too. I'm interested in playing the game as the developers intended it, not some mucked up version by the multiplayer balancers later on. Back in the story, we learn that Nod has attacked Goddard Space Center in Maryland, and they theorize that it's to take the GDI missile defense system offline while the GDI Energy Summit is taking place on the space station Philadelphia. So let's mix it up a bit and play Nod now. Just like Tiberian Sun's Firestorm expansion, Tiberium Wars is designed so that both of the campaigns are considered canonical. Each follows the same series of events from different perspectives. The Nod campaign introduces us to Killian, one of Kane's top generals, as well as intelligence officer AHHHHHHHHHHHHH, which is spelled like AJ, but I don't know, this is how Kane pronounces it, so it's what I'm doing. And as you can tell, the Brotherhood of Nod is a big fan of literacy because everybody in these cutscenes is very well read. Kane, of course, is back, and he is going full theater kid, which I absolutely adore.
And now I call upon you again to bring glory to the Brotherhood.
I have seen that GDI is vulnerable, bloated by arrogance and complacency. Now is the time to strike. While they congratulate themselves on Tiberium advancements Nod made decades ago, we will expose their weaknesses for all the world to see.
So we're attacking Goddard Space Center, and instantly we see that Nod has gotten a bit of a visual upgrade. Engineers are now these weird spacemen-looking things, and the new Fanatic unit is a fast-running self-destructor who doesn't actually suck. So many RTS have exploding units that deal friendly fire and are so clunky to use. The fact that Fanatics don't blow your own guys up makes them pretty powerful, and they really shine with the new squad system. Instead of being all or nothing, players are rewarded for keeping every Fanatic in the squad alive in the very end to do as much damage as possible, and the enemies can reduce the incoming damage by taking down their members. It's a really good design. I don't use Fanatics a whole ton, but whenever I'm given them, I'm pretty happy. The assault on the Space Center is pretty simple. We're given an infinite number of reinforcements to blast through GDI power plants, steal their buildings, and demolish the ground control building. With the missile defenses temporarily down, Nod fires a nuclear warhead at the Philadelphia, killing the majority of GDI leadership, and simultaneously beginning a full-scale invasion of Washington, D.C., kicking off the Tiberium Wars. Wow, the name makes so much sense. The following missions are all really solid given they're supposed to be still tutorializing. First is GDI, where Nod forces are closing in on the Pentagon and we have to restore its anti-Seth defenses to push Nod back. Learn about the APC, which is another vehicle that loads infantry in who can fire out, and then we get to push through a series of Nod outposts before striking the main base. And already, it's really nice that the outpost bonus objectives can be taken in any order, or ignored entirely if you don't feel the need. The mission design feels very modern and flexible. We then get the choice to recapture Langley Air Force Base or Hampton Roads Naval Yard. And weirdly, we're actually given context about both, and are very clearly told what we'll be doing in both missions. I opt to go for the Air Force Base, which involves base building, dealing with a bunch of entrenched snipers, and using a battleship for fire support, as well as unlocking the Orca bomber. They don't feel as good to use as general strike craft, but they do some pretty reasonable damage against the enemy's main defenses before the APCs move in and mop everything up. Hampton Roads, on the other hand, is a commando mission, and it is alright. Getting the balance of these no-build missions has always been a contention point, and I do think that erring towards too easy is better than overtuning them, but this one is a complete joke. The commando is just absurd. He kills everything in basically one shot without any skill, scouting, or strategy. I don't have a bad time. It was 4 minutes of mowing enemies down, but Tiberium Wars commando missions are never going to be memorable experiences. But there are some good examples of stealth and subterfuge in the campaign, particularly on the Nod side, even if they're not in the commando missions. Nod Mission 2 allows us to build up as we breach an entrenched GDI position. We get to use the new Shadow Team infantry, which are like mini commandos with anti-building charges and the ability to deploy these glider wings to stealthily bypass enemy defenses. We use them to take down the power plants, disabling the static defenses and allowing Nod's big buggy energy to quickly swarm over the remaining defenders. Nod's styling is very different than Tiberian Sun. They're back to being quick and cheap, but they do it darn well. While GDI are capturing the Air Force and naval bases, Nod are attacking the White House. This mission is really easy, and then we get a commando mission where Red Tanya shoots a few people and blows up an aircraft carrier without a particle cannon, and kills the commando we were using before, I think. With the Philadelphia destroyed, GDI's leadership mostly gone, and the White House claimed, Kane formally introduces us to Killian and tells us this was all her idea, and then puts us under her command while he prepares for the next phase of Nod's plans. And with Nod's leadership leaving the area, the GDI managed to recapture DC and go on the offensive, under the new director Redmond Boyle, played by Billy D. Williams.
We will have the will, the resources, and most importantly, support of the people. The public wants payback, an eye for an eye, and that's exactly what we're going to give them.
And then if you have a microscope, you can tell that we've entered Act 2. I don't know why everything in this game scales with monitor resolution with the exception of what act we're in, but it is adorable to me and I find it very funny. Granger then gives us an update on the post-DC battle. We're going to North Africa to investigate Nod weapons of mass destruction. When we get there, we take out a Nod chemical plant and then nuclear weapons facility. And while we're here, we're introduced to one of GDI's iconic top-tier units, the Zone Trooper, a squad of anti-vehicle, anti-structure infantry who also happen to be decent against infantry. They're durable, cannot be crushed by small vehicles, and don't take damage from Tiberium fields. And they have jetpacks to augment their mobility. They feel like a great linchpin that makes infantry truly feel like a viable long-term choice for the first time in the franchise. Red Alert 2 and Generals made them feel like defensive powerhouses, but Zone Troopers mean that GDI can finally take their infantry and swing back. Meanwhile, on the Nod side of things, Killian has brought us to Brazil. Deep in the red zones, we and AHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHAche also tells us that he has some doubt about Killian. And then he just talks about his balls a lot. It's really weird.
Man, I'll give my left nut to see some real action. This one's a real ball buster. Man, you were busting butt out there. We castrate their ability to retaliate. GDI's gonna brown their pants when they see what Kane's got planned.
Anyway, Brazil and the research lab stuff. To defend the lab, we unlock all the tried and true Nod units. We have flame tanks and stealth tanks and helicopters just like Tiberian Sun. But all the siege units and burrowing things are pretty conspicuously absent from the game. It does feel like the tech trees for GDI and Nod are both continuations of Tiberian Dawn tech and are kind of pretending that Tiberian Sun doesn't exist. I don't know if this is because they were scared people didn't like what was done in Sun or what, but the factions do feel very unique here. It just feels like they're ignoring half of the series roster. I don't get it. Once the Nod scientists have finished researching the new technology, we now have to transport it. Nod have rebuilt their temple in Sarajevo from the first game, and this time it's worthy of being considered the Nod headquarters. And we've just brought them their new greatest weapon, a liquid Tiberium bomb. And GDI learned of the rebuilt temple and bomb when raiding the Nod's weapon facilities, and now they're heading towards Sarajevo for a final confrontation. But not before taking a quick break in Croatia. This mission is a fantastic example of Tiberium Wars being its best and being its worst. Our vanguard force gets caught out and surrounded by Nod, and we have to defend a base that is surrounded by turrets but on low power. Meaning we have to cycle the power on and off from various buildings and turrets in order to deal with attackers on each side while building up an army. And this idea is really freaking cool. It is a fairly complex utilization of a central mechanic players are familiar with. Powering and depowering the turrets is very interesting, and we have production and mining, which means it is not all or nothing with the turrets dying. And the defense section doesn't last too long before the reinforcements arrive with an MCV so we can build up and go on the offensive. It is a great idea with a great execution. Until the MCV arrives, because this escort segment is considered one of the most difficult parts of the entire game. In theory, it's not bad. Bring an army over, walk it back home. A bunch of enemies spawn in to make the return trip harder. The problem is how the enemies act, because anything that is considered an objective that has to survive will be targeted down by the AI, and they will ignore everything to dive it with everything they have. And the MCV dies quick, only taking a few seconds of shots before it drops. And making it worse, you have to keep defending your ruined base at home during all of this, meaning you have to occasionally look away. This creates a frustrating situation where the enemy will ignore entire armies to cheese you out of the game, and it is not a unique issue here. This is a clip from Mission 10 where we have some engineers that must survive, and the enemy spawns a buggy, runs it through my entire army, and targets down my last engineer who was nowhere near it. This makes sense to a degree, but wow, is it not fun. The target firing makes things so difficult on this escort that the most common suggestion for the mission is to not do the escort. Just keep building up your ragtag base that you're not supposed to win with until you can beat the enemy's doors down, and only after they're defeated should you do the escort. It feels very silly. It is clearly not what the developers intended, and it puts a major damper on what was otherwise a fantastic mission idea. But thankfully, the required survival objectives are pretty uncommon, while good mission design is happening all the time. But whenever it does crop up, it is pretty unenjoyable. Oh, and while we're here complaining about things, this is a general Command & Conquer issue, but my dude, it is so annoying to train cheap units in this game. Not like annoyingly difficult, just the audio is awful. This would be an issue throughout the entire franchise, and I thought that squads might make it less bad. But it turns out even when it's happening 1/5 as often, it is so annoying still. This is the real reason you should go for big expensive units. They don't talk nearly as much. After a bit more back and forth, the GDI reach Nod's renovated temple in Sarajevo, and it is intimidating. And covered in ion disruption towers, protecting it from the satellite-based destruction that it suffered in Tiberian Dawn. The GDI ground assault against the temple is brutal. They bring all of their available tech, including the tried and true Mammoth tank, as well as the new Juggernaut artillery that can fire across a good portion of the map. Command & Conquer is not a franchise that is defined by big walls, which makes the Nod Temple stand out. Pushing into the fortress is slow and difficult, while Nod constantly pokes and prods with counterattacks and flanks. They also cover the area in obelisks, but GDI's new Firehawk bomber can clear them out before the ground forces move in, and then switch to anti-air mode once the defenses are gone. The temple missions are some of the most iconic and well-designed in the entire franchise. It truly feels like the culmination of these two factions throwing everything they have against each other. In the story, Nod is first, reaching Temple Prime while a small GDI vanguard force has taken position. After delivering the liquid Tiberium to the temple, we gain control and use it to crush GDI's first wave with Nod's ultimate avatar Walker, who fires lasers and can assimilate Nod vehicles to power itself up. Once the GDI are destroyed, a rogue Nod cell arrives, declare that Cain does not uphold the Brotherhood's ideals, and then turns on us, but is ultimately defeated. And then the main GDI task force arrives, and through massive losses is able to destroy the ion fields protecting the temple, defeating Nod once and for all. These missions are all phenomenal, a climactic showdown between GDI and Nod that's back and forth, cripplingly difficult, and requires you as a commander to use all the tools in your kit to defeat your foes. But the battle isn't over. Cain and his inner circle are holed up deep underneath the facility, and the siege will be long and hard. But Director Boyle has another plan.
Dr. Giroud is our leading Tiberian scientist. Hopefully he can talk you out of this.
General, this is a Nod-controlled yellow zone. Whatever the repercussions of the ion strike may be, my concerns are not for the locals of this region. My concerns are for our public, the GDI populace who have been promised payback for the Philadelphia.
For God's sakes, man, don't make this about your political credibility.
Excuse me, General, but Dr. Giroud is missing, and it appears he's been captured by Nod.
Well, that settles it. Commander, I want you to end this once and for all.
Okay.
Target. Ion cannon activated. Objective complete. Unit under attack.
The ion cannon destroys the temple and detonates the liquid Tiberium bomb underneath, devastating most of Eastern Europe and leaving millions dead. And Director Boyle, of course, claims that Nod is entirely responsible for the tragedy. Temple Prime is just phenomenal. The greatest moment of conflict between Nod and GDI is stunningly well executed. The GDI mission in particular feels wholly unique, breaching into a castle that has no equal in the franchise. In my opinion, the Battle of Temple Prime is the second most iconic moment in the entire Tiberium saga. And the only thing that could ever overshadow it is if it were directly followed by the most iconic moment in the franchise. The Skrin have invaded. The following GDI missions are unforgettable chaos. We're given no time to celebrate our win, no time to react to the invasion or get our bearings. Immediately a hostile alien force descends upon Earth and everything begins to unravel. We get a series of frantic missions where we're guarding convoys, maneuvering through ruined cities of an invader that we don't know or understand as their spacecraft zip overhead and the ground forces skitter around on multiple legs. And it is clear instantly that they are a force far beyond anything that we have ever fought. Even in GDI's lowest moments, like the apex of the DC invasion, this is what the cities looked like. And yet, in a matter of moments, before we even made it onto the field, the Skrin invaders have completely leveled every civilian center and left nothing but ruins. We don't know what the enemy's plan is, and simply scurry from one mission to another, eventually learning that sonic weapons seem to be disproportionately effective against the invaders as we unleash the full might of the GDI's military to defeat a few small alien outposts. Meanwhile, Nod is not faring much better. They steal a GDI nuclear warhead as the invasion breaks out, but Killian decides that we should turn Nod's focus away from GDI and focus on the invaders. AHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHbut Killian has made a deal with the GDI, but Killian has made a deal with the GDI to defend Australia. Until Kane, who obviously survived Temple Prime, finds out about this treachery and unleashes the nuke against GDI while they're fighting the Skrin, destroying our temporary alliance, and Nod turns its sights on their own. Killian is suspected of being the one who sent the rebel faction against Kane at Temple Prime, and now has allied with the GDI, and for that, she must be destroyed. And there's a mutant hovel on this mission. Hey mutant guys, how's it going? Long time no see. You're not going to impact the story of this game, but I guess it's nice that you're randomly here. Anyway, they help us invade Killian's fortress, at which point she is captured and executed. And then Kane tells us all. He never intended to defeat GDI, and he knew of the Skrin from the Tacitus. He thought of this as an opportunity to invite a superior race to Earth. The Skrin are the ones that seed planets with Tiberium, and once they detect that the planet has been covered with enough, they appear. But Kane tricked them. Using the GDI's ion cannon as a trigger to his Tiberium bomb, he created a temporary flare of Tiberium, tricking their sensors and summoning the aliens. 19 enormous towers are now being constructed on Earth, each a gateway between worlds, and Kane wants one of them. Which is easier said than done, because while Nod was busy fighting a civil war, the Skrin were reinforcing the towers and GDI was assaulting them. The penultimate GDI mission has them finally regrouped and taking aggressive action against the Skrin, fielding a titanic force and clearing out the Skrin defenses and destroying one of the towers. And then off screen, GDI manages to destroy 17 more of the 19 towers, leaving only a single one remaining in Italy where Tiberium had first been found so long ago. The full force of the GDI from across the globe descends on the tower, but Kane wants its construction to be completed, which will leave it invulnerable to attack. This leads to a final mission where Nod is simultaneously being hammered by the GDI and Skrin forces, and must defeat one of the strongest GDI armies ever fielded before the Skrin tower is destroyed. This is a bit of an aside, but it is shocking to me how incredibly competent the GDI look throughout all of this. No matter who they're fighting, they seem to encapsulate the idea of lose the battle, win the war. And the fact that they were able to be knocked down so hard, so many times throughout this campaign, and continue to rise up and fight back repeatedly to the point of single-handedly pushing back an alien invasion while being betrayed by Nod is incredible. They look and feel like a world-spanning government who is throwing everything they have to beat this situation. But a 2v1 is too much for the GDI army, and eventually they buckle to the pressure and the tower is completed. Kane invites us to join his inner circle as they open the gateway and ascend, whatever that means. But the GDI just keeps on fighting, and in their final mission, it is also a free-for-all against Nod and the Skrin, with a really cool bonus objective of destroying Nod cloaking fields to bait a Skrin mothership onto their defenses. After securing a foothold in the region, we're given a choice.
Commander, I just found out about Boyle's plan. Can't say I'm surprised. But as bad as things seem to be on the battlefield, I need you to resist using that liquid Tiberium bomb. It may end the war quickly, but a blast that size in the world's largest red zone, the chain reaction could be cataclysmic. And here's the other thing. You use that bomb, and we're setting in motion a very dangerous precedent. We'll become dependent on Tiberium weapons, on Tiberium itself. And that's not who we are. That's not GDI. We fight with honor and courage. We fight to rid the world of Tiberium.
Let me tell you who we are. We are the ones the public has entrusted to protect them. We have a responsibility to uphold that trust. Yes, there are risks. Yes, there will be casualties. But this is war against an enemy unlike any mankind has ever seen. If you don't do everything in your power, if you don't use every asset available to end this war right now, then you are failing every man, woman, and child on this planet. Do the right thing, Commander. That's all I can ask. Just do the right thing.
We're provided with the liquid Tiberium bomb, a mission-ending superweapon that can completely annihilate either the Skrin or Nod if hit by it. And depending if you use the bomb or not, there are two completely separate endings. Obviously, being a good upstanding moral citizen, I make the honorable choice and use an engineer to steal the Skrin superweapon, the Rift, and use it in tandem with an ion strike to wipe Nod off the face of the map, while my Zone Trooper army pushes through the Skrin defenders and destroy the tower's control node, disabling it even though we can't destroy it. With this, we get the good end, where Boyle resigns for attempting to do another war crime, and we're put in charge of GDI. Neat. But if you choose the easy way out, GDI also wins, but Granger resigns, and we get to live the high life with our new sleazy politician friend. I like the way of splitting the endings here. It doesn't feel super bad to do what you have to do, but if you go the extra mile and be honorable, it does feel rewarding. These campaigns are great overall. The tension between Boyle's political maneuvering and Granger's lawful good commander attitude works well, and they do a good job of making Killian and Ache feel like competent loyalists who never truly understand the height of Kane's ambition. But we are not done, because we haven't gotten to see the Skrin side of the story. Unfortunately for us, that side of the story is very brief, at only 4 missions long, so we're going to be speedrunning the lore. We launch straight into a briefing. Instead of any real-world cinematic, we have these general adjacent screens. We play the role of Foreman 371, who reports to their supervisor, who's acting under the authority of the Skrin Overlord. The Skrin are all very alien, and I wish we could see a bit more of them to get a better feel for what's going on here. The 2D images just do not cut it for me.
Analysis indicates indigenous population is dangerously viable. Advise mission abort, Foreman.
Mission will not be aborted.
Visually, the Skrin ground units are small and skittery, but not fully organic. It isn't exactly clear which part of them is Skrin and what is mechanical. They have buzzers, these little clouds of death that fly towards enemy infantry and annihilate them instantly. Disintegrators are anti-vehicle quadrupods that have very short range, and assimilators, well, they're just engineers. And their vehicles don't feel completely mechanical either. Gunwalkers, walk and have a gun, and the Harvester is a completely unique design that has never been used in a sci-fi RTS to harvest minerals ever before. A lot of Skrin tech doesn't feel particularly militarized on the lower tiers, and that's for good reason. They're not. You may have noticed that our name is Foreman, and this enormous planetary invasion force that managed to destroy a majority of the world's major cities almost instantly, it turns out it was a routine mining expedition, along with their escort. Not a military operation by any means. The Skrin don't intend to interact with other species. Instead, they seed the planets with Tiberium and use the mineral to rapidly propagate across the world, consuming everything and extinguishing it of life. Once the concentrations are high enough, their scanners pick it up and they send a harvesting fleet to strip the lifeless, barren world of its plentiful Tiberium. Kane's plan, the liquid Tiberium bomb being struck by the ion cannon, was a trap. The massive flare was enough to trick the Skrin into thinking that it was ready, and that's why GDI was able to fight back. The plot of the Skrin campaign is them identifying this and then running away. In mission number 1, we blow up a bunch of buildings in London to bait out the GDI and assess their combat strength. In mission number 2, the Psychic Mastermind Commando controls GDI units to infiltrate a base, sabotage the city's power grid, and send an invasion force to clear everything out. And then mission number 3 begins with the Skrin Overseer trying to understand why the planet was not properly prepared for cultivation, and sends us to a research plant where we find out about Kane's plans. And then, in the final mission, only one Skrin tower remains, so we have to hold on to it for 15 minutes against a relentless GDI assault until the Skrin mothership arrives to successfully transport us off-world. The final cutscene has the Overlord of the Skrin, now aware of Kane's subterfuge and the GDI's might, order a full planetary invasion of Earth. Overall, I cannot fault the Skrin campaign too much. It wasn't designed as a full campaign, but as a teaser of things to come, explaining the Skrin's perspective and building up for a greater story in Command & Conquer 4. The faction is fun enough, particularly their big flyers like the Devastator warship and planetary assault carrier feel fantastic to use, and nobody else in Command & Conquer are fielding what are effectively flying battleships, making them feel unique. But with hindsight, the campaign is a tad frustrating, because unfortunately Command & Conquer 4 does exist, and the Skrin are very noticeably absent. As a result, this underdeveloped plotline doesn't exist as an exciting prelude of things to come, but as a disappointing look at what we could have had if the series had continued at this level of quality. For the StarCraft 2 players among you, it kind of reminds me of the mission in Utter Darkness, where the Terran campaign takes a moment to introduce us to characters that we're going to meet later on, like Mohandar and Urun, only for the later games to come out and those characters be completely absent. Overall, the Skrin are one of the most impressively well-executed, unique, and revitalizing things that have ever been done to the Tiberian series. Their initial invasion was exceptionally strong as a hook. Their campaign was a solid setup, and unfortunately, neither will be given the payoff that they deserve, which is so incredibly depressing. The future of Command & Conquer under EA's leadership was something that people were rightfully concerned about, and at this exact moment in time, things looked so bright. For a brief moment, it genuinely looked like EA might have been onto something. Trim the fat, get everybody back working on RTS games, and focus on the fundamentals, improve storytelling, and you have a recipe for success. But fortunately, we do have a bit more of this quality to play, because there is always an expansion. Kane's Wrath is exactly what it sounds like, a story built around Kane. But unlike most of the expansions, it doesn't continue the story. Instead, it fills in gaps during, before, and after the events of Tiberium Wars, all from Kane's perspective. But why does Kane get an entire expansion? Obviously, it's because he's a great character and everybody loves watching him on screen. But what makes Kane so fun? Before we go into Kane's Wrath, I want to talk a bit about Kane himself, or rather his actor Joe Kukin. Joe was a founding member of the Las Vegas youth theater company, the Rainbow Company, where he worked for 10 years. So not only was he actually a theater kid, but he was the king of the theater kids. In 1992, he was hired to direct the voice talent for Westwood. And when they started doing FMVs for Command & Conquer, they hadn't found somebody to act as Kane yet, so Joe stepped in temporarily so they could keep the production rolling, intending to be replaced by the actual actor later. Then it turns out the guy with a decade of acting experience absolutely freaking killed it, and everybody at Westwood pushed him into the role. This created the perfect storm for Kane to be excellent. Kane is dramatic, over the top, and a complete diva. He's evil, plotting, and brutal. Often, villain performances fall apart when the director and actor aren't completely able to understand each other's visions for the character. But when the director is the character, it works out great. Particularly when Kane himself is a propagandist who is obsessed with his own image and not as a whole. Joe Kukin is a director who plays Kane, who is a director himself. Joe gets to dictate every motion, step, and word that Kane takes, and Kane is the type of person who methodically plans every motion, step, and word that he takes. It is a brilliant system that naturally leads to Kane stealing the show every time he's on camera, exactly as a world-spanning cult leader should. The existence of Kane is what makes the Tiberium saga so special, so it shouldn't be a shock that he is getting an expansion all for himself. It begins shortly after Tiberium Sun Firestorm. With Kane still recovering from his injuries, we play the role of Legion, an AI commander modeled after the rogue Cabal, but a bit more loyal. The first order of business is to sweep Nod of Kane's rivals, where they defeat a splinter group known as the Black Hand and assimilate them into the main Nod fold. I do like that this serves as a way to explain some of the new Nod units in Command & Conquer 3. They were a bunch of Black Hand stuff, and because we act as a traditional Nod force here, and the Black Hand are Black Hand units, it's technically a mirror match, but we have different stuff, which is very fun. After the Black Hand has been assimilated, they assault a GDI research center. And hey look, Titans and Wolverines from Tiberian Sun. They put a lot of work into making sure that these missions feel era appropriate, and it's a nice little nostalgia hit and good for variety. Nod hits up the GDI research plant for some liquid Tiberium mumbo jumbo, creates a big boom to alert all the Nod forces that Kane is back, and better than ever, and Legion is put into hibernation for 10 years. The next act then explains Kane's plan regarding the Philadelphia strike and DC invasion. It turns out that Kane specifically targeted Boyle as the next GDI director. He knew that Boyle would look for cheap political wins and would be willing to use the ion cannon network against Nod no matter the risks. The Philadelphia strike was intentionally designed to remove everybody above Boyle, clearing the way for the unwitting new director. And of course, the invasion of DC was purely bait to convince GDI that a full-scale counterattack was warranted. It's a good plan, but some of Nod, such as Abyss Alexa, are a bit suspicious of another AI being used to lead Nod forces.
I see you watching. You're always watching me. Always.
The standout mission in this section is Marv Rising, where we're introduced to GDI's new Super Harvester tank combo, the Marv. Each faction is given a super weapon in this expansion, and while they're not army killers, the Marv is a powerhouse that can also harvest Tiberium by the boatload. Probably shouldn't send it against me solo though. Nod also gets some cool units in this expansion, like the Spectre stealth artillery that's pretty cool for both sieging and ambushes. And there's also new upgrades like frickin' laser beams on my helicopters. And then our super unit is the Redeemer, an enormous robot that can sow discord in our enemies, making them go back to Skype. As we work with Abyss Alexa, we see that she is a tiny bit unhinged.
Ow! How dare she question Kane? She feigns loyalty and obedience, but do you see how she looks at him? As if she is his equal? If she were here, I would gladly put a bullet in her.
Yeah, it turns out that the random Nod versus Nod fight in the middle of Temple Prime was a false flag attack to turn Kane against Killian, for the high crime of being, I don't know, like a normal person. Killian has always been pretty smart, but she doesn't drink the Nod Kool-Aid as much as the others, and for that, she must be killed. Alexa uses Legion to plant false evidence and stage a fake rebellion to get Killian out of the picture. And then once Kane finds out, Alexa is also put out of the picture. The final act of Kane's wrath takes place after the events of Tiberium Wars, where Kane calls upon Legion one more time to activate his hidden army of cybernetic soldiers called the Marked of Kane, and use them to invade the facility where GDI is keeping the Tacitus. And once the Tacitus is in Kane's hand, he merges the AI Legion with it, creating the key to his ascension. This expansion's story is kinda confusing because of all the time skips, but it does a good job of setting the stage for a sequel. One thing I really appreciate about Tiberium Wars is how from each of the factions' perspectives, they all feel pretty competent. GDI was beaten back from a surprise attack, but managed to weather the storm, recapture DC, counterattack Nod, destroy Temple Prime, and when the Skrin invaded out of nowhere, they destroyed 18 of 19 towers and disabled the final one. Nod successfully fulfilled their role in baiting GDI into calling the Skrin invasion force, retrieved the Tacitus, and now has an immense army of cybernetic warriors at their command. And the Skrin may have been caught off guard with their mining operation, but they figured out who deceived them, successfully evacuated, and now have ordered a full-scale planetary invasion. It is very rare for a story to be told at this planetary scale where some faction doesn't feel like a bumbling idiot, where there isn't some moment where the Empire loses to Ewoks. But despite not being an incredibly character-driven story, Tiberium Wars makes every motivation, perspective, and goal reasonable enough that everybody feels like they acted competently and got through the crisis because of their skill and strength. Nobody was omniscient, but nobody was a bumbling fool. And now, everybody is primed for a greater conflict ahead. The mission designs were overall solid and felt modern, though Kane's Wrath didn't really improve on the formula much. But I had a good time playing through this one. My only frustration points would be when the AI YOLO dived my objective units, but that was moderately rare. And the Kane's Wrath expansion brought some interesting things past the campaign too. The multiplayer skirmish mode brought in sub-factions, very directly inspired by Zero Hour. Each main faction is split into multiple pieces, given some cool stuff, and are told to duke it out. GDI has the Steel Talons, who use modern variants on the Tiberian Sun walkers, love to see it, while Zocom is high-tech sonic weapons and zone troopers. Nod has the Black Hand, which loves flamethrowers, and the Marked of Kane bring in the big cybernetic boys. The Skrin Reaper 17 forgoes mind control in exchange for raw firepower, and Traveler 59 is all about teleportation and brain stealing. Overall, these factions are solid, but I do feel like splitting the factions into thirds like Generals did give a bit more variety. The Xbox 360 also brings Kane's Challenge, a set of 10 missions in a gauntlet inspired by General's Challenge. But I don't have an Xbox 360, so I don't have footage of this. I've also heard that it's fine. It's not nearly as quirky or replayable as General's. The main extra mode for PC is Global Conquest, and it was undercooked. At its core, the idea was good. A grand strategy map layer where GDI, Nod, and Skrin factions control various locations on the planet, create armies, and then invade each other's locations, triggering proper RTS battles until one player has conquested the global. The mode has some serious flaws though, and the only way to properly explain them is to compare it to games like Empire at War and Battle for Middle-earth 2, which had both recently released. The easiest complaint is in the maps. In a game like Empire at War, the Galactic Conquest mode has a large number of planets, and each planet has a unique, special, and themed map that you fight over. Command & Conquer Global Conquest just throws you into a random skirmish battle that was completely disconnected from the location that you're supposedly fighting over. The special locations was true for Battle for Middle-earth as well, with iconic locations like Helm's Deep serving as defensive bastion that required massive armies to dislodge. These sorts of locations gave the game a lot of strategic depth when it came to building up your territories with infrastructure and producing your invasion armies. Global Conquest just doesn't have any sort of strategic build-up past picking the units in your strike forces. You don't feel like you're building a well-oiled empire. And finally, the technology build-up was gradual in these games, but Global Conquest very quickly gives you everything, making there be very little benefit for using a lot of the units. Overall, the mode felt like it had a lot of potential, but was never fully realized. And I do have a hypothesis as to why. Now, I have absolutely zero evidence for this, it's just my hunch. But remember back when Westwood existed and there was an MMO, Generals, and Command & Conquer 3 all simultaneously in production? And then remember when everybody was pulled off of the MMO and 3, Westwood closed, and then a bunch of people got pissed and left to make Petroglyph? I wouldn't be surprised if this mode was formulated back before everybody left. I don't know exactly to what level of depth, but the developers that were working on it very well may have been the ones who felt disenfranchised when moved off to the project, and then made their own game, Empire at War. That would explain why these ideas are very similar, but the vision feels incomplete. Because once EA got people working on Command & Conquer 3, they probably looked at all the stuff that people had already done and started making the mode, while Petroglyph had the people that actually had the idea. As I said, I have zero evidence for this. There is a world where they both simultaneously thought of this idea, but I know which version makes sense to me. Overall, this left Kane's Wrath in a fairly decent state. The campaigns were good, the setup for the sequel was solid, multiplayer sub-factions were decent, and the gameplay was varied. The only things that felt half-hearted were the console and PC exclusive modes. And because the things people spent the most time on were hits, Command & Conquer 3 did amazingly. The cautiously optimistic community loved it, and the game sold over 1 million copies in 2 months. EA was ecstatic, and they slammed the gas, pumping a ton of extra money into their next project, Red Alert 3. Throughout its history, Command & Conquer had often been ahead of the curve, from defining the genre to transitioning to 3D, and even the spin-offs to some degree, they'd always been pressing the envelope. And in 2008, they would jump onto the next trend that hadn't even started yet, mobile gaming. Yeah, that's right, they made a mobile port of Command & Conquer 3 before smartphones. It ran on Java Micro Edition enabled phones, and you control it with a keypad. EA was super proud of this, and they even had a trailer which Kane urges you to join the battle in mobile space against GDI. Of course, being made for pre-smartphones, we're back to 2D pixelated graphics, the story is bare bones, the base building is vastly simplified, and the missions are only defense. But it's honestly impressive that they got an RTS to work at all in this format, and they were apparently proud enough of it that they did it again. Red Alert 3 got the mobile treatment in 2009, this time with an iOS edition. They just had to wait around for the iPhone and App Store to be invented. The studio in charge of this was EA Romania, and they were given quite a lot of leeway to make this work. But honestly, I think they did pretty okay. You get very fine control of Tanya here, and the base building is more open-ended. There's varied terrain all over the place, and missions had detailed objectives. Honestly, EA Romania did a great job, which I assume is because they had the advantage of being headquartered in Yuri's Transylvanian fortress. It turns out that Command & Conquer's simple interface actually translates decently to mobile. It's cluttered for sure, but it really looks and feels like an RTS. We have no build missions, base building, and the rest of what makes the genre tick. Unfortunately, these games have long since been delisted. They're all extremely hard to find, so it was beyond the scope of this video to do so. So thank you Tax Owl Bear for letting us use his footage for this. Ultimately, few people actually remember these games. They were released at a time where mobile gaming was not well developed. This was before the era where even Fruit Ninja was popular, so a full RTS was a bit too complex for the medium. The $10 price point in a free-to-play world also didn't help. These two ports are not the only mobile games in the franchise, unfortunately, but others came much later, so for now, let's move on to the non-mobile version of Red Alert 3. This is the third and final rendition of Hellmarch, and it is just as good as the others. The decision to start each Red Alert game with a high-quality, epic combat cinematic, matched with fantastic music, was obviously inspired and quickly became iconic. Hellmarch is one of the most memorable parts of Command & Conquer, which begs the question, why didn't they make more intros like these for the other games? Tiberian Sun and Wars have basically nothing, and General's opening is just in-game units moving around and doing stuff. They had to know that they struck gold with this formula, and I would have loved to see even more of it. When we last left off with Red Alert, a completely fresh team had to take up the mantle of the franchise and managed to create a masterpiece. Now, much of that team is gone, but Red Alert lives on. And yet again, to nobody's surprise, things get crazy fast. The game starts with the Soviets being on the brink of losing to the Allies, and in a desperate final gambit, two generals force their scientist buddy to let them use his newly completed time machine to go back in time and give Einstein his long-awaited comeuppance. With Einstein out of the way, the modern-day Soviets are saved, but with an unexpected consequence. Nuclear weapons were never developed, changing the end of the Second World War, and now there's a third global superpower, the Empire of the Rising Sun. Please don't think too hard about any of this, just go with it. EA was well aware that this sequel to the most beloved Command & Conquer game was an incredible opportunity, so they brought in the big guns. Tim Curry, J.K. Simmons, George Takei, Jonathan Pryce, and a bunch of other well-known actors were brought in. EA understood that the performances of Yuri and Kane were essential for the previous games, and this time they were going to make sure that everything hit. This was a bold approach for the time. Even today, if a game is going to get a Hollywood actor, it generally only focuses on one or two, not a full cast of them. This was a gamble that had a high price tag, but could pay off in dividends if they could sell enough copies. And what better way to ship off more copies of the game than make the campaign co-op? Now your friend has to buy it too. Every mission is designed to be played with a buddy, and if you prefer to play solo, you get an AI ally taking up the second slot. Unfortunately, this means that to have the best Red Alert 3 experience, you need to have friends, which is asking a lot of me. So instead, I abuse the power dynamic of my job and force my editor Finlay to play with me. Jumping in, I was super excited to see that the game finally had the option to show subtitles. And this is what they look like in-game. Maybe Command & Conquer 4 will get subtitles right. After promptly turning them off, we jump into the Soviet campaign, which I think it's a nice shakeup that it's not the Allies being first this time. And loading into mission number 1, we immediately see that Red Alert distinguishes itself from the Tiberian saga once again by being bright and colorful. And this time the designs are getting pretty cartoony. We've lost the squads from Tiberium Wars, and we're back to training single infantry conscripts and flak troopers. This is complete personal preference, but I do miss the squads a bit. The first mission is a quick introduction to movement and the Soviet commando Natasha. Red Alert 3 gives commandos as characters a lot more importance. Tanya's always been important, but the Soviet Natasha and Empire's Yuriko are going to play prominent roles and are all very strong. Natasha can swim and has a long-range airstrike in addition to her sniper rifle. Which means that most of this mission is just Natasha the video game, which is a bit weird because there's only one Natasha. Which means the first co-op mission starts off with one player not really doing much while Natasha blasts some Empire ships. And then in mission number 2, it's basically the same thing, but flipped, with player 2 getting Natasha and player 1 not doing much. It is a very bizarre way to design a campaign. It feels like we're playing the same mission twice in a row, with players alternating who gets to be the main character. Also, the Soviets replaced their good boys with big bear boys, and I think they're very cute. Going through the first few missions, most of the Command and Conquer stuff is normal, but with a new mechanic. The Top Secret Protocols, a series of unlocked talents that give passives or activated powers, and they're all pretty goofy. Here we get a magnetic satellite, which deletes a unit from play instantly as long as it's made of metal. And we also have Orbital Drop, which throws down space debris in an area to cause damage. And in a really cool piece of detail, whatever you scoop up with the magnetic satellite is then dropped on the enemies, and that's just such an awesome attention to detail, A+. Mission number 3 starts us off with base building, and interestingly, they opted to make each faction produce slightly differently. The traditional CNC building style is to click on a building, it spends money over time to make the building, and then once complete, you go to the sidebar again, pick a location, and it pops onto the field almost instantly. This is how the Allies still work here, but the Soviets instead pick a building, pick a location, and then it just builds on the field. You don't have to come back 30 seconds later to pick up your order. It's not as safe as the Allied production method, but it is significantly less clicks, which I appreciate. They also changed up refineries and resource collection. And by change up, I mean totally and completely ruin. Ore mines are fixed points on the map. You build refineries in set locations right next to them, and then the harvester goes back and forth like this, forever. This is, without a doubt, the single most boring economy in any RTS that I have ever played. It doesn't ruin the game, but it does highlight EA's changing philosophy. A franchise that was literally born on the idea of resource collection and its impact on the world is doing more than any other RTS to abandon the concept. You also share income with your ally, so it doesn't really matter which one of you does the expanding. My hunch is that EA saw a bunch of new user testing and found that economy micromanagement was the most difficult thing for new players. Which is fair. Pretty universally in Command & Conquer, you only have a couple harvesters at a time. And if they're out on the map getting resources and get killed, you just don't get money anymore, including the money you would need to rebuild harvesters. So I completely understand the pain points and frustrations, but I'm not sure that the slow obliteration of resources as a concept is the right direction to fix it. The mission also introduces us to this game's absolute obsession with naval combat. We start with a small battalion of Stingray craft, which have a short-range Tesla weapon. Fortunately, a lot of the sea units in this game are amphibious, so they can climb onto land and become a ground army. Bears and engineers are also amphibious. Anything with the little wave icon on the build bar can go both on ground and land. We can also build most structures on the water, and in some missions get an entire base in the water. The really big and powerful boats like the Soviet Dreadnought are stuck in the water forever, but most of the smaller stuff can move between. It's kind of a wonky system that you have to get used to, and I don't like it as much as Red Alert 2, but it's definitely better than the first game. After doing our big boat stuff, we have to get funds for our three-way world war, so we invade Geneva to borrow some banks. And we're introduced to Krukov, the second general in command of the Soviets. He arrives once we've basically already won the mission, and then takes credit for the invasion. The next mission, we go to the Greek island of Mykonos, where I'm given a twin-blade helicopter, which is a fantastic anti-ground flyer. Meanwhile, Finlay is limited to only building boats. He just doesn't get helicopters, which sucks for him because while I'm lukewarm on the naval stuff, he hates it. The limitation is lifted once we destroy a bonus objective, which I think is pretty creative, but Finlay didn't like it nearly as much. And then we go to Iceland, which normally wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I played both Tempest Rising and Stormgate this year, and I can't help but wonder why we keep ending up here. The mission itself is pretty neat. We get a huge injection of credits and immediately have to spend as much as possible, because Krukov shows up in a couple minutes and steals everything we have left. Rude. But he does come with a base, so we have to work with our thieving ally to kill our enemy, who is the allies, and then after taking the allies down, our ally becomes our enemy. And then once we kill our former allied enemy, the rest of his base allies to us and the former enemy allies become our enemy. It's all very simple, but also highlights how these missions can be very long with a lot of stages to them. We are long past the days where we just have an objective to destroy a single base. And this is a double-edged sword. On one hand, the missions feel very large in scope, which can be super cool, but it also means that everything you do has to be an overwhelming victory. There is no longer room for close calls or epic back and forth fights, because almost certainly, once you're done with an objective, the map is going to expand again. A new enemy is going to appear out of nowhere, and a close call means being overwhelmed right after. And this is true for basically every mission, and of course, you have no way of knowing when it won't be, so even opportunities for those close moments are wasted. And I think it's kinda sad. This decision accidentally removes some of the most memorable stories that players create in RTS. It also has another problem that I very subtly alluded to during Red Alert 2. In that game, at the beginning and end of missions, there would be dialogue from your allies and enemies, and it would take away your minimap. Overall, this was fine, because it was as things were ramping up or after you'd already won. But it does not mesh with this new style of constantly changing objectives. The chatter from friends and foes is great, but the constant loss of your minimap in the middle of missions, being unable to see what's happening to you and where, particularly when you're playing with an ally who you might want to be protecting, is by far and away the most frustrating part about this campaign. We found ourselves turtling up a lot and not moving out when we probably could have, simply because we were too scared of things going wrong. But we do have Kirovs, and this time they have a little speed boost ability, so we do end up steamrolling everything. Let's talk about the Soviet characters a bit. Dasha is our lieutenant, who appears in the cutscenes, sporting only the most high-tech tactical combat armor available. And most often, she's the one that gives us sit reps before the missions. She's pretty serious most of the time and seems to be one of the few competent members of the Soviet military. Premier Cherdenko, on the other hand, is a very silly man.
My grandfather was a Cossack, and we Cossacks are not so easy to kill.
I'm mopping up the last of those capitalist pigs. I will root out the enemy within.
The new American president is an ignorant fanatic who wants to wipe us off the face of the earth.
Tim Curry is not a particularly serious actor, and Red Alert 3 is not a serious game in the slightest. Because of that, even when Premier Cherdenko is scheming, he feels like a big goober.
We will come together as brothers, and then we will crush them. Yes, General. It is a trap. And you, my friend, are the bait.
His over-exaggerated style is a lot of fun, and he is by far the most quoted and memed character in the game. But he also showcases some of Red Alert 3's new humor style.
Yes, my friend, you have been promoted.
Overall, the Soviet characters are solid during their campaign, but unsurprisingly, someone like Cherdenko is the type who shines best as an adversary. The next mission has us try to invade Japan, but our paratroopers all get shot down except for this soldier and a bear. And then we get a really cool no-build segment where we run around avoiding Japanese patrols, using the soldier to create diversions and the bear to maul the face of the emperor. This is a great use of the co-op mechanic, and was incredibly memorable. Unfortunately for us, it was also a trap, and we now have to invade properly. This mission marks the beginning of 3 all-out brawls against each of the different factions, and they're all great. We've got the whole tech tree unlocked, and we just get to build whatever we want and knock in the enemy's face. So it's a pretty good time to talk about some of the new units. The Soviets sport their traditional Tesla technology, terror drones, and the like, but also have some new interesting things. The Bullfrog is an amphibious APC that can launch loaded infantry to paradrop. The Sickle is a tank that has a bunch of machine guns on top and can hit multiple targets, and can jump straight into enemy positions. And the Hammer tank has a secondary armament that can drain armor from their foes. You may have noticed that all of these units have abilities. specifically ones that have to be activated. Actually, every unit in Red Alert 3 has an activated ability, exactly one each, all bound to the same key. This is an interesting attempt to try to add more complexity to units without making people play piano with the hotkeys. It also makes abilities much easier to use on a console port, but the trade-off is much more difficult ability use if you have a little bit of everything. In general, I almost never end up using skills on more than a couple of different units during a fight because it's a whole lot of flipping around to find what unit I want. This was one of the first attempts that I'd ever seen to address hotkey complexity though, and I give them props for it. Nowadays, it seems that people are erring much towards the unified command card approach, where all abilities are castable from the same interface, which was originally an innovation from the Tychus commander in StarCraft II co-op. So this didn't end up being the ultimate solution, but it does work. Though a few units do feel like they were just given skills in order to hit a quota of everybody having something extra to do. I think it's okay to have some units that are just big dumb guys that shoot stuff or have passives. On the penultimate mission, Premier Cherdenko turns on us and retreats to his volcanic lair on Easter Island, complete with moai that have lasers for eyes, which gives me a little bit of deja vu. The Soviet army here is incredibly powerful, destroying one of our bases with ease. And by that, I mean that this game has friendly fire with some units. I had made a massive armada of dreadnoughts in the early game, and then a single enemy unit waltzed through Finlay's base, and my long-range missile boats proceeded to just kill my ally completely unintentionally. And this isn't the only time it ever came up. Earlier, when we were invading Japan, I'd gone for the longer range V3 rockets as a focus, and would occasionally end up dealing more damage to Finlay's Apocalypse tanks than the enemy did. I don't mind these big booms having a downside, but it does feel pretty reliably your ally's issue and not yours, which is kinda frustrating for a co-op game. Unfortunately, after Finlay's base started going through renovations, he was vulnerable to Cherdenko's Kirovs. He does not get to have fun today. Fortunately, Finlay couldn't afford artillery of his own, so my base was safe and we were able to cruise to victory. On the final Soviet mission, we invade New York City.
New York will soon be renamed Commandergrad, I think.
And J.K. Simmons' president is absolutely perfect here.
Why, you little... That's it! I'm kicking up the alert level!
There's also a nice throwback to the beginning of Red Alert 2 when Tanya comes along and blows up some Soviet warships attacking the Statue of Liberty. It's really nice to see the allied characters being a lot more fun this time around.
Don't congratulate yourselves just yet. I'm raising the alert level again. Now you'll get a real fight.
This was the hardest mission by far and legitimately almost beat us. We cleared out this central island and then get bases on the opposite sides of the map and have to destroy the Statue of Liberty. The central island is a little bit clunky to get back onto with no direct ramp, meaning that we have to airlift over. And I think that the enemy is supposed to split attacks between the two of us, but instead they just decided to completely go after me, which was fine until we decided to counterattack and they somehow snuck artillery into this weird corner and melted through my base while I was out of position. So I had to take up residence on the middle island. And honestly, that's on me. I think it was kinda cool that the AI was hitting from multiple weird angles instead of just slamming face first into me. To get our revenge, we destroy the Statue of Liberty in the most thematically appropriate way possible. And in the finale, we build a Lenin statue in Lady Liberty's wake and address the people of Commander Grad as their new premier. I like the Soviet campaign overall. While it's obviously far more wacky than any other Command & Conquer game, I did find it enjoyable. Finlay mostly enjoyed it too, except for the times where I got Natasha and he didn't, or times that I got helicopters and he didn't, or when random missiles just kept accidentally killing all of us. He loved it. He had a fantastic time. The Allied campaign is more of the same, but with the players being split up in roles even more. The first mission introduces building and garrisoning, and has us defend Brighton Beach. But then mission 2 already has us doing things that are entirely different. I get Tanya and have a quest on some islands, while Finlay builds up and attacks an objective to the north. I end up being overly cautious here with my commando because I don't want to lose, and end up taking so long that Finlay just has to sit around for a good 10 minutes doing nothing waiting around for me. We're then supposed to fight a Soviet base together, but he had built up so much that I end up doing basically nothing. And then in mission number 4, the Allies and Soviets team up against the Empire, including a section where Tanya and Natasha make friends. Then we get bases and assault the Japanese to the north. I'm having a great time with my new allied units that I get to play around with. Meanwhile, Finlay is playing the Soviets again, with a water base. He's having the time of his life. Mission number 6 is a fun one though. The president goes rogue and we have to assault Mount Rushmore. This time, the map doesn't expand, but instead the successive president heads get revealed with various crazy super weapons we have to deal with. We're either going to get roasted by them, or we have to disable their power plants around the map. We're also on a time limit and have to win before the president takes the most complicated and roundabout route in history to get to the objective. I don't know why he couldn't have flown. I said earlier that the Allied campaign has better characters than most of the good guy campaigns in the series, but that doesn't mean that they're better than their Soviet and Empire counterparts. There's not a whole lot to talk about here, and the plot is not more complicated than fighting off enemies in various locations. I do like the Allied units though. The IFV makes a return from Red Alert 2, switching weapons based on what infantry you load into it. The cryocopter freezes enemies, making them shatter when attacked. And the Athena cannon is a really cool orbital artillery laser. The Sentry bomber is a hybrid carpet bomber who flattens enemy defenses and then paradrops infantry onto the front lines. And the Allied naval designs are super weird. The Assault Destroyer is an amphibious unit, but it feels very goofy on land. And the aircraft carrier has a runway, only for it to never be used and instead open to launch drones? These designs are a little bit more confusing than they are cool. We round out the campaign with a mission where we attack the Empire. And Finlay gets severely bullied here. And then we have a mission in Cuba, where I get severely bullied. A common feeling we've had here is that the AI feels very inconsistent when it comes to picking targets. Sometimes it splits the attacks fairly evenly against us. But every so often, it will just pick one of us and go insane, leaving the other completely unscathed. I can imagine if you're trying to play this game with a friend who is less experienced with RTS, it would be very frustrating watching the AI declare war on them and you spawning in halfway across the map and trying to defend them. It is a definite weakness of the forced co-op design. In the final mission, we face off against Soviet Premier Cherdenko. The map is covered in Soviet bases, and in the center, we learn about the Premier's plan.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
This is, without a doubt, the single most memed moment in the game. In a good way. It is the pinnacle of Red Alert humor that people absolutely adore. It is intentionally absurd. They went with the very first take because of how funny Tim Curry's reaction was upon reading the line for the first time. The game's writing is bad and nonsense, and the actors know this and then play into it, making it a lot of fun. But while the story may be silly, the mission is actually kinda hard. We decide to split up and each take one side of Soviet bases. And this worked out great for one of us. For some reason, my side was a joke that buckled easily, while Finlay got absolutely bodied by big Tesla energy. Finlay is not a bad player either. I guess he was just out of his element spawning on land for once. We're on a time limit before Cherdenko blasts into
space.
The final island with the rocket is well defended, until Finlay accidentally is a single javelin trooper into the perfect position to save the day. And in true Red Alert form, the campaign ends with a choice to take the lieutenant or Tanya out to dinner. Which is weird that it's only one given this is a co-op campaign. The Allied campaign is fun, but definitely not as memorable as the other two, with the exceptions of the very creative Mount Rushmore superweapon mission and the voice line at the end. It's solid, but nothing we haven't seen already. And before we begin the final campaign, there is something that we have to talk about that has been on the periphery for a while now, but is becoming more and more apparent. Red Alert 3 is a really horny video game. Cherdenko is constantly staring at women. All the girls in the game are not exactly equipped to fight on the front lines, and when we get to the Japanese campaign, their commando, Yuriko, is just wearing a schoolgirl uniform. All the commandos and lieutenants are super flirty, and many of the voice lines from units are chock full of innuendo.
Who's looking for a good pounding?
Going deep. Every man has his price.
Free hookups.
We also fight in locations like Mykonos and Brighton Beach, which Finlay had to explain to me because I'm straight. The game's advertising used a bunch of pinup photos of the commandos, and the list goes on. And I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum. I'm a man of culture, after all. And I was a teenager when this game came out. But I think everybody can admit this is a huge shift in the series' tone, and while some people absolutely adored it, others were put off. It is a stylistic change that people were not expecting. A common way of explaining the vibes change is that Command & Conquer generally feels like a low-budget 80s film, but then Red Alert 3 feels like a low-budget AV. So fittingly, it's time to start the Japan campaign. And oh buddy, this intro video is so freaking good! The Empire of the Rising Sun is a mix between Imperial Japan and anime, and overall, it's pretty cool. We meet the Emperor, played by George Takei, with a totally authentic accent.
No longer will we suffer the abasement and the corruption of the foreign barbarians.
And his son, the Crown Prince Tatsu.
Thank you, Father. Commander, our nanotechnology is second to none.
As well as Suki, our main advisor.
It is an honor. The Toyama family has served the Emperor for 10 generations.
The Emperor is very concerned with image, and has decided that he will chip away at the morale of the Soviet enemy by destroying communist statues and monuments, which Tatsu isn't a huge fan of. This first mission is an easy romp. It introduces the faction's basic units, as well as the drone kamikaze power, which is something I am shocked got greenlit at a company like EA. In the second mission, there's a small escort before we get to build a base, and show off the Empire's unique building mechanic. The construction yard builds small modules, which then move over and deploy into structures. This makes it super easy to spend your money really quickly. The building bots only take a few seconds to pop out. We also can build structures anywhere. They don't need to be in a radius around our construction yard, making it trivial to get lots of refineries going quickly. It also lets us build defenses wherever we want, which makes some objectives easier. Here, we have to defend a caravan of allied transports, and honestly, we really should have used this turret deployment to our advantage. The first two missions are pretty fun, but the third shows off one of the most frustrating aspects of Red Alert 3. The solo experience can really suck. The mission begins with an escort segment, where player 1 is given some Chopper VX helicopters, and player 2 gets to build up. This part is really easy with 2 players, but if you're playing solo on hard difficulty, it can be an absolute nightmare. You can't let a single one of these transports be sunk while a variety of Soviet naval assets attack, including submarines which have to surface to be hit back. And your AI ally is far too brain dead to do any help here. This combined with having to guard a large area and the minimap being gone because everybody has stuff to talk about at the beginning of the mission, means that my first time playing, which was solo, had me reset more on this single intro section than the entire rest of the game combined. Overall, the AI quality for your ally is incredibly inconsistent. The Soviet AI can just win missions on its own sometimes, while the Japan AI constantly needs to be babysat. I never actually finished this campaign solo because it just was not enjoyable feeling like I was both fighting against the enemy and against my own ally. But now I can guilt trip Finlay into playing with me, so the escort goes really easily. And as a result, we are rewarded with the Executioner Shogun, a monstrous robot that runs around, blows up everything, and heals off of the Soviet Tesla coils. So, thanks for saving me, Finlay. Now sit in a corner while my one unit solos the entire mission. Don't worry, you'll get your chance to do this later. Another cool mission has us split up, having to deal with a powerful allied bombardment from the north and reinforcements from an airfield in the south. It's pretty fun. At this point in the campaign, the Empire finds out about all the weird timeline shenanigans that are happening, and how the Empire shouldn't exist.
You see, the Empire of the Rising Sun never would have existed. If fate can be changed on a whim, if the future is malleable, then there is no divine destiny.
In his shame, he hands over the ceremonial sword to his son, passing the power to Tatsu. He is a much more aggressive commander and puts us on the offense. We now get a really fun no-build segment with Yuriko, the Japanese commando. Yuriko is weird. Unlike Tanya and Natasha, she doesn't get a live-action character. And I guess she's clones because we both get to use her. Yuriko is a cutesy psychic who runs around crushing everything and blasting people while wearing a schoolgirl uniform. And now that a decent portion of the viewer base is calling her their waifu, I will remind you that Yuriko is just gender-bent Yuri. And that makes it even better, you cowards. Yuriko is fun, and she feels far more destructive than her counterparts. After that segment ends, we're both given bases. And from now on, player 2 is randomly cursed with sea bases for effectively the rest of the game. This is great because Finlay loves being the boat boy, and he didn't complain a single time. I don't think it's that big of a deal though. The Empire faction feels very well equipped to deal with multi-terrain combat. The faction overall has some really inspired units. And unlike the Soviets or Allies, nothing is a rehash from a previous game. The Imperial Warrior is a basic infantry who can pull out a samurai sword and become a fierce melee combatant. The Tank Buster can burrow with their hat for some reason. Rocket Angels are like Red Alert 2 rocket troopers, but add rockets to the rockets so they can rocket while they rocket. And the Sudden Transport is an APC that can disguise itself as an enemy to sneak behind the front lines. The Mecha Tengu and Striker VX are both mechs that can transform between ground warriors and flyer modes. And the Shogun Battleship is the naval support that I always wanted, firing about a quarter of the way across the map. It might not be able to leave the water, but it also doesn't care. Their super weapons are interesting too. While the Psychic Decimator is just a big blast of damage, the Nanoswarm Hive creates an impassable barrier for 30 seconds anywhere on the battlefield, blocking all unit movement and projectiles. Overall, the faction feels fresh. It also fits very well into the game's style without overlapping with a bunch of pre-existing units. I think they did a great job. The penultimate mission starts with an absolutely insane level of pressure right at the beginning. I died about a minute into it, and we had to restart. Once we try again and manage to defend for a bit, it's now player 2's turn to get the Executioner Shogun, which is good because I am a withered husk, so Finlay has to solo the rest of this. And then in the final mission, we attack Amsterdam. Initially, we're unable to build air units, and because so many things can transform, that cuts out a lot of our options. But once again, Finlay is in his element, and doesn't even mind being bullied by the enemy because this is his final chance to play with the boats. After we take out the first allied base, we get the ability to make flyers, and then we both mass up the rocket ladies and crush through the remaining allies. It was pretty rocky to get the first base down, but it ended pretty quickly once flyers were on the field. And then there is a very strange final no-build segment where we attack Future Tech HQ, which is, who? Okay, sure. And then we get a final cutscene. Or, I do. The co-op client is a little bit buggy, and Finlay gets nothing. Overall, the Red Alert 3 campaigns are fun, with some very memorable missions, but they do have some problems, such as sometimes you feel like you play the same mission twice in a row, but with the roles switched, and a lot of the time it feels like they were just rehashing things from Red Alert 2. But we didn't have to wait long for more content. Just a few months after Red Alert 3 dropped, the Uprising expansion followed. And this expansion has 4 entire campaigns that are 3 to 4 missions each. They're also not co-op, so if you wanted to play this with the friend that you made, sorry, you're going solo. It turns out that 3 missions is not enough time to tell an interesting story, so they're mostly missions for the sake of having missions. Each faction also got new units, like the Allied Future Tank, which is just a big robot, or the Harbinger gunship, which orbits around its target delivering justice. The Soviets' highlight is the Grinder Tank, which takes recycling very seriously. It's a melee unit that turns enemies into healing. And the Empire gets these laser archer ladies, as well as the completely reasonable Gigafortress that can fly around as a giant head or deploy into a bastion of death. Overall, there's some pretty good additions. And just like Tiberium Wars, there's a new mode, the Commander's Challenge. And oh man, I wanted to love this new mode so badly. It is really close to being excellent. In Commander's Challenge, you start off on a world map with 2 available missions, as well as all 3 factions with barely any of the tech unlocked. Each mission completed unlocks a new unit for one of the factions, as well as more missions. So you get to tactically pick the order that you're going to fill out your roster. These missions vary from skirmishes with a small twist to more scripted events. So you go around building up all 3 factions across 50 missions, giving you the power to defeat progressively more difficult enemies and unlock higher tier units. The idea is solid. And with a bit of a revamp, it could honestly be a really cool roguelike mode. But the biggest problem is that the large majority of the games are effectively skirmish battles against the enemy. And there's a bronze, silver, gold ranking systems that rewards you, not on your tactical prowess or efficiency or lethality, but instead simply how fast you can beat the missions. And the time limits for gold are low enough that most missions you couldn't even get the high tier units out if you wanted to. So in my experience, and after reading online other people's experience as well, is that the majority of this mode is picking the Empire, slamming out a few dojos, having them walk across the map, and then selling off basically everything else to make a bunch of basic troops and kill the enemy in 3 minutes. Over and over and over. I did this not because I thought it was fun, but because the time limits were often so extreme that I didn't really have other options. I think this mode could have been excellent if the constraints were varied. Maybe don't lose more than 5 units on mission, don't use tanks on another. Sometimes doing it fast is great, and maybe other times you have to do it while stuck on one refinery. Variety here is king, and unfortunately the Commander's Challenge is about 10 fun scripted missions with interesting objectives and a healthy amount of time to do them, and then 40 skirmish battles where you cheese the enemy. The Uprising single-player modes were plentiful, but ultimately not as deep as they could have been. And unfortunately, Uprising didn't include any sort of co-op content. And the new units couldn't be used in any sort of multiplayer against other people, meaning that solo play is all you got. The expansion could have been great with some tweaks, but ultimately it fell short, particularly compared to Yuri's Revenge, Zero Hour, and Kane's Wrath, which each revolutionized the foundation they were built on. Overall, Red Alert 3 is a polarizing game. It plays smoothly. The 3 factions are interesting, and as much as Finlay hates to admit it, the naval combat wasn't that bad. But the economy is incredibly uninteresting, the humor is less universal, and the graphic style feels too cartoony for many people. Where Red Alert 2 took the series in a sillier and more colorful way, but landed on the perfect balance of everything, Red Alert 3 continued taking the silliness to the max and the cartoonishness to the extreme, making a game that many people adore, but just as many people do not. Unfortunately, this means that Red Alert 3 would sell less than any previous Command & Conquer RTS, while simultaneously being the highest budget title in the franchise. Oh, and I forgot to mention this anywhere, but the US president was a Japanese robot the whole time. So, Red Alert 3 didn't do too well. And the game was expensive. Bringing in a giant cast of celebrities is not cheap. Normally, when you have a franchise that has been consistently successful and then your newest title doesn't live up to the past, you take a step back, look at what was working before, and learn some lessons for the next release. But this is not normally, because this is November 2008, and we are in the middle of the Great Recession. With that being said, you might think, wait, of course Red Alert 3 did poorly. This is the middle of a recession. Nobody has any freaking money to buy video games. But here's a fun little fact for you. Video games actually exploded during the 2008 financial crisis. This was the era of the Wii, GTA 4, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and Mass Effect all hitting their peaks. Remember, games are cheap entertainment media. Just like during COVID, when people are struggling, the games market is there to provide tons of entertainment at a relatively cheap price. So Blizzard, Ubisoft, Activision, Nintendo, and Rockstar were all doing great. But EA wasn't. And what EA decided wasn't that they should invest in a lot of small studios to make a diverse selection of games that would be profitable. No. They decided to shutter all the small studios they could, focusing on the hyper-monetization of a few enormous titles. And after Red Alert 3's performance, Command & Conquer was no longer considered one of these titles. EA was always a bit this way, so this wasn't a massive change, instead a rapid acceleration where they threw out everything that was not a top title, like Madden, FIFA, The Sims, or Battlefield. When the next Command & Conquer is made, it is not going to be made by EA's best programmers, and for sure it is not going to involve anything expensive like celebrity cameos. EA had a few ways to take the franchise at this point. They could let the series cool off for a bit and regroup, or they could work on some spin-off projects and try some new stuff out. And to their credit, I think they picked wisely. They started working on a game called Command & Conquer Arena. It was essentially a new game mode for Command & Conquer 3. The base building mechanics were stripped back and a greater focus was put on micro and constant battling. While I personally prefer base builders, I do think the idea of making smaller spin-offs to test ideas is exactly what the series needed right now before moving into another mainline game. It's commonly stated that Arena was being built specifically for the Asian market, which is code for China. Because if EA really thought that Korean players didn't like full macro RTS in 2010, then they had not been paying attention. EA wanted into the Chinese market particularly badly because Generals had both been banned and was quite popular. Remember, a game that you can't officially sell but people love is the worst case scenario for a money-hungry organization. Look at all the lost profits. So Arena was put into development. And then some idiot executive stepped in and decided, no, this isn't going to be a small spin-off game, this is actually going to be the fourth Command & Conquer game, Tiberium Twilight. And nobody liked this. Seriously, nobody besides this one out-of-touch fool wanted this. We don't know who did this, but if we did, I would call them out by name right now because they're an idiot and probably got paid $40 million as a bonus for this. The devs, who thought they were making a small-scope game, suddenly learned they were in fact continuing a Titanic franchise and had to rush together a storyline about Kane's true nature. And with it, we got Command & Conquer 4 Tiberian Twilight, released in March 2010, which coincidentally was only a few months before StarCraft II released. Did they rush this game to make sure it got out the door first even if it was unfinished? Who's to say? Me. I'm to say. Yes, they did. I would bet that executive's $40 million on it. Tiberium Twilight is aptly named. It is widely known to be one of the lowest rated games on Steam, currently with only 17% positive reviews, with the majority of the positives being meme posts. This is another co-op game, so Finlay and I are going to be playing it together again. Just kidding, this is what the game looks like when I try to play it. Eventually, I do manage to get in game, but the textures are freaking out, and anytime I finish an objective, the game crashes. Finlay's game technically works, so he's going to be playing this one. Good luck, bud. Normally, I would go the extra mile to get things working on my rig, maybe get an extra PC with a different graphics card. But it does seem like my experience here is quite authentic to a large number of players. This is Tiberium Twilight. Another big complaint about it is the DRM. Setting up the game, you're asked to input your EA account password twice. And if EA services are down or not available in your region, then they are more than happy to take your money without telling you that you will never be able to play the game. Very cool. But if you do manage to get into Command & Conquer 4 and start playing, does it still deserve to be considered one of the worst games ever made? Yes. First off, when you finally get into the game, you better stay online the entire time. Even the slightest internet blip will kick you out and erase your progress, even in single player. But credit where credit is due, it took the entire freaking franchise to get here, but the game does have subtitles on everything. Sometimes the subtitles even play 20 times at once to make up for the previous titles. Thanks, EA! The opening cutscene takes place in the decimated ruins of Manchester, UK. And Finlay, being a proud Scot, wanted me to tell you that this is a massive improvement. Helicopters fly through a CG landscape filled with Tiberium crystals as a hooded figure walks into a conference room in GDI headquarters. No prizes if you guessed it was Kane. He reveals the Tacitus to a very shocked crowd. It's very corny. Joe Kukin will be the only repeat actor in this game, and even he's phoning it in. Gone are the days of the charismatic cult leader. Anyway, it's time to jump forward 15 years to the Flying Fortress Sadek, which I don't know if I'm pronouncing correctly because once again, I was not allowed to play this video game and hear it be said. Most of the cutscenes from now on are filmed from a first-person view of our character. We go through a news montage of things that have happened in the last 15 years. In short, Kane made a deal with GDI to set up a Tiberium control network, a worldwide network of Tiberium refineries to stabilize and start reversing the environmental damage caused by the alien material. However, Nod separatists are unhappy about this alliance and have been causing trouble. But this montage really sucks. Finlay couldn't figure out what was going on, and we ended up having to look it up on the wiki. The dialogue in the following scene reveals that you actually have a Neuralink that delivers crappy montages remotely every once in a while. It's perfectly safe. Also, in the most unrealistic and immersion-breaking things I have ever seen in a piece of fiction, our character is married. I'm incredibly jealous of this and will be writing my poor review promptly. Our wife is pushy and entitled and creepy, and she's going to be one of the major driving motivations throughout the campaign, which is great because she's just swell. We also meet Colonel James, a GDI commander with the charisma of a brick who hates Kane. So let's jump into the first mission. After a tutorial on how to move the camera, we call in an offense MCV, known as a crawler. It unpacks and we get the ability to build units. And you might notice that these units don't cost any resources besides some population, which is the exact opposite of how a Command and Conquer game works. Usually these games have only resources and no population cap. This first tutorial mission is an escort. We get shown 3 types of vehicles that we can build at the offensive crawler and are introduced to the counter system, very similar to the ones in previous games. Mission 2 introduces the defense crawler, which can build barracks units and defensive structures like missile turrets and bunkers, and Mission 3 has the support crawler, which can build air units and has powerful call down. And then Mission 3 introduces one of the game's most stupid mechanics. You can only have a maximum of 1 crawler at a time. If you want to build, for example, tanks and flyers, you need to delete your previous crawler and then deploy a new one of the correct type. It's like they saw what 0 Hour did, but instead of having flavorful factions, they just cut one faction into pieces. After this tutorial, we're given a choice. Do we side with Kane or Colonel James? Let's go with Nod first to spice things up. We find ourselves on another flying fortress, and Nod are environmentally friendly because they clearly have recycled the previous set into this one. We meet Kane and a young implant guy, who very casually reveals that we all have them when asked about Skrin visions. And Kane reveals at this point that he intends to ascend, though we don't know what that means. And we're not going to learn for a while because we have to go save our wife. So let's talk about some weird design decisions in this game, namely the population thing. We have a maximum available 50 population to build troops. Small units costing 3 and large units costing 6 population also means that we can field an astonishing 16 small or 8 large units in the game. I'll repeat that again, a maxed out army is 8 units. Eventually the supply cap does go up to 60, but our armies will always be tiny. It never feels like a real war game. And because units don't cost any real resources, the only way to play this game is to sit around building up 48 population of units and then attack the enemy, who will then be replacing their units with an infinite conga line of free reinforcements. Also, the pathing is bad and units get stuck on terrain. So we make our way to the top of the map, kill the objective point, and then escort our wife back home. And then her convoy just starts going the wrong way. What is this lady doing? And then, to make things even better, we get this awesome cutscene where Finlay loses control over his units, and these rioters keep attacking the convoy even though it's in the middle of a cutscene, destroying one of the trucks. Did anybody test this? The next mission is also a slog. After building up a bit, it's our turn to attack. But unfortunately, the AI bricks and now just sits idle at the top of the map. Instead of doing anything, they just build up and Finlay has to attack into them over and over again. There's no real tactical way to get an advantage here, it's just brute force. The lack of resources in the game means that every fight in every mission goes like this. It is a simple war of attrition. Clear an enemy army, deal a bit of damage to their crawler, get pushed back, rebuild, rinse and repeat. Technically, the game doesn't have 0 resources. You do collect these red Tiberium crystals to get upgrade points, but you only do it a couple times at the beginning of each mission, and then the mechanic basically stops existing. But while the fighting may be boring, to the campaign's credit, it does have a few different types of objectives. And they often spice those objectives up by being bugged, or being badly explained, or being bugged, or all of the above. For example, here we have to bring our crawler near the antagonist Gideon's crawler to damage it, which seems difficult at first when he runs away, but then he bugs out and starts running back repeatedly. Sick escape, bro. There's also some really cool bonus objectives. For example, this mission has us rescue some allies, and once done, they say, "Thank you," and then they disappear. No problem, bro. Just looking out for the homies. After the third Nod mission, Kane turns you into a clone of himself by doing, whatever, who cares. We give a speech in his place and we get shot, whatever. And as we recover, our wife, which I guess is also Kane's wife now, tries to convince us to stop fighting, while Kane tries to appeal to our emotions and finally reveals his true nature. Kane is an alien who came to Earth thousands of years ago and has been watching over humanity. Oh, very cool. Anyway, on the final Nod mission, Finlay has noticed something very interesting. Why doesn't he have all the units unlocked yet? It turns out that progression isn't fixed on each campaign mission. Instead, it depends on an experience system. and at the end of each mission, you get XP and leveled up. At first, he thought it was a set amount after each mission completed, but it's actually based on the number of kills you get and how many achievements you complete. The achievements are boring, and killing units is literally just grinding. Also, this progression is fixed to your profile, not your campaign playthrough. So a playthrough will not unlock everything, not even close. And if you've unlocked everything, you just start the campaign with everything unlocked. So obviously, all of these mechanics are intended to have people fight prolonged epic battles to get experience, right? Well, no, there's actually a hard limit on each mission. To level up, you're just supposed to play the missions over and over, I guess. Or go play 100 games of skirmish mode before dipping your toes into the campaign. Which is a completely reasonable ask, I'm sure. This is insane. It is absolutely deranged. Oh, and of course, this progression applies to multiplayer as well. If you queue into a 1v1 with a fresh account, you will get smoked because you only have tier 1 units unlocked and the opponent can roll out 48 supply of tier 3 instantly because this game has no resources or technology. Anyway, the final cutscene is of Cain on a white background with the player character's super safe implant glitching out while watching him. I think it's meant to be inside of a screen tower. By the way, the screen don't exist in this game at all. Besides the fact that our implant is able to open a screen portal because reasons. And then Colonel James appears and shoots us in the face, our wife cries as Cain walks through the portal, and we die. Which honestly gives us the sweet release from this dumpster fire. And going back to the GDI campaign, I don't even really want to recap it. The gameplay is identical, a grindy slog with slow unlocks, low unit counts, and buggy gameplay. At the beginning of the story, our wife dies, and then the rest of it is Colonel James's mutiny against GDI leadership. James then shoots Cain at a public rally, finds out that he had used a double, and then invades the Scrin Tower herself. And this time, in the final scene, also on a white background, Cain reveals to us that our wife is dead? Which we knew, bud. That's literally what happened in Mission 1. We watched it happen. James then tries to shoot Cain, but he survives, and we activate the portal to his home planet or whatever. Command & Conquer 4 is a mess. Not a fun mess, and not a so bad it's good mess. All at the beck of some executive who probably forgot he ordered the death of a franchise 20 minutes after doing it. They made the final piece of the Tiberium saga, and they completely forgot about the Tiberium. But EA has no shame, and they may have murdered this franchise, but that doesn't mean that they're done puppeting around its dead corpse. First off, they started work on Generals 2. This was supposed to be a reboot of the franchise, and then it was cancelled in 2013. EA blames the community reception to the alpha, but internal leaks say that it was company politics and infighting that did it in. Though we do have a few assets from the game, and hilariously, the Southern Operations Room, a rebel group in Syria, blatantly stole the GLA logo, flipped it, and added a few doodads, and then claimed it for their own. And honestly, good on them, EA deserves the piracy. And that would be a great place to end the video. Because what if I were to tell you that Tiberium Twilight was not the worst Command & Conquer game? There are 4 more games that I have not talked about, and none of them are good. In 2013, EA Phenomic, based in Germany, released Command & Conquer Tiberium Alliances, a free-to-play browser-based PC game that uses music and 2D graphics based on Command & Conquer 3. There is no nice way to put this. It is a clicker game riddled with microtransactions. You build a base, optimize building placement for resources, and then you wait for those resources. The game gets more complex the longer you look at it, and it's got all the predatory traps, such as having 4 different currencies, some of which can be bought for real money, and then they have to be exchanged for each other to obfuscate what you're actually spending. Combat is done in an auto-battler style, which isn't terrible, but you do have a stamina system that stops you from playing too much, unless you're willing to pay. Tiberium Alliances is repetitive and boring, unless you open up your wallet. EA Phenomic was disbanded before the game even released, and maintenance was passed on to other EA subsidiaries. If you have heard of a Command & Conquer mobile game, Rivals is probably the one. Released in 2018, it distills the RTS experience down to the absolute bare bones. Matches are exclusively PvP except for the tutorial, and there's no skirmish mode or campaign. Each match takes about 2 minutes and are based on who can retain control over points on the map. The gameplay is fine. It isn't actively fun, and it does have microtransactions everywhere, but at this point my standards are so low that the game doesn't actively disappoint me and it doesn't feel strictly pay to win. It does feel skill-based, not inheritance-based, and it tried to feel something like Command & Conquer. But the last two games are something else entirely. Red Alert Online was released in 2018 by Tencent, solely for EA's prized Chinese market. Unfortunately for them, Chinese players don't like garbage. This almost feels like Tiberium Alliances, but is somehow worse. The combat is less fun, and also fan service. And unfortunately, making a Command & Conquer game is really hard. There's just not a lot of material to work with. So instead of drawing inspiration from the 15 games that have come before, the poor devs were basically forced to plagiarize from other sources and hope nobody would notice. Like here, or here, or here, or here. Very cool. And finally, in 2024, we have Command & Conquer Legions. I played this game for about an hour, and it was mobile game hell. It starts promisingly with full motion cutscenes, but why does General Carville look nothing like his portrait? In fact, none of the characters look like their portraits, and the audio is completely desynced during the cutscenes.
Special Agent Tanya will assist you in locating an alternative base for investigation. We're all counting on you.
We get a flash of gameplay, Tanya attacking up a narrow pathway, and it looks kinda fun. Too bad that I haven't actually clicked anywhere on my screen for any of this. After about 10 minutes of play, I haven't gotten to make a single decision on my own. Once we do get to build things, it is a small checklist of missions, such as build this thing, collect this resource. It is mind-numbing, and it all feels pointless. Once the missions are exhausted, 5 more pop up in their place. But aren't you having a ton of fun? Here, you can spend some money to buy a commander. I get to skirmish mode after about 30 minutes, and there is gameplay where you move units around the map, but it's boring. It's devoid of any strategy beyond move your guy here. And then finally, I unlock the roguelike holdout mode, where you get a mech and run around dodging a horde of enemies. It is so incredibly mediocre, which means it's the best part of this game. It also just isn't Command & Conquer. Oh, and they're also being accused of plagiarizing Halo. Maybe space really was the one place to avoid capitalism. The last 15 years of Command & Conquer have been slop, with one shining exception. Petroglyph's remaster of the originals was great and sold well. EA, if you ever want my money ever again, get Petroglyph to do the same for Tiberian Sun and Red Alert 2. Seriously, you will not regret it. Just let them do their thing. Real-time strategy, frankly, has struggled with the market over the past decade or so. The rise of microtransaction-heavy, free-to-play titles simply doesn't work with the genre as a whole. But thankfully, in the last couple years, we've actually seen a trend back towards the buy-a-box model. All sorts of games are abandoning their forays into free-to-play and realizing that making something good and selling it is actually a really reliable way to make money. Because of this, I actually have a bit of hope. The remasters have sold very well, better than EA imagined. And Tempest Rising, a spiritual successor to the franchise, seems to have been a commercial success as well. As the market comes back to its senses, we may see a revival of these traditional IPs that have proven themselves again and again. As I was writing the final chapters to this video, it came out that EA has been purchased by multiple groups and taken private, with the new majority shareholder being the Saudi government. Honestly, nobody knows how this is going to turn out, and anybody telling you that they do know is a liar. I don't expect much to change, but maybe MBS loves the franchise. Weirder things have happened. Anyway, I hate ending my videos on a downer. So instead, let's talk about some of the positives that came from the Command & Conquer saga. First off, where is everybody now? Brett Sperry runs an art gallery in Las Vegas. Joe Kukin funded a community theater also in Vegas, and Frank Klepacki is still playing music for video games to this day. And Lewis Castle's Wikipedia page spends far too much time talking about boom blocks for some reason. The devs from Burst Studios aren't doing too badly for themselves either. Dustin Browder went on to be the face of StarCraft 2 and Heroes of the Storm for many years and now works at Dreamhaven. John Haidt is now the president of Wizards of the Coast, and everybody that left to found Petroglyph got the last laugh when they were the ones contracted to do the remaster of Tiberian Dawn and Red Alert. It does feel like the people who put the blood, sweat, and tears into making this franchise were actually rewarded for it. But there's one more group of people that have truly been keeping the Command & Conquer scene alive for all these years. You may know that I run the StarCraft 2 custom campaign community, where we have made over 100 free-to-play custom campaigns over the last few years. And it turns out that over 30 years, the Command & Conquer community has also made some pretty freaking cool stuff. OpenRA is a complete rebuild of the original Command & Conquer engine with a modern amenities. You can play Tiberian Dawn and Red Alert and Dune 2000 for free. It's entirely legal and very impressive. For Command & Conquer Generals, the Shockwave mod is fantastic. It's basically a fan-made expansion to the original's gameplay, making each general's faction feel deeper and more unique, as well as adding a new general for each country. Generals also has the Contra mod, which adds new generals and super weapons that are absolutely crazy. It is a blast to play. Tiberium Essence for Command & Conquer 3 remakes the factions and makes them feel like direct successors to their Tiberian Sun counterparts, and it does so excellently. And Yuri's Revenge Mental Omega is probably the greatest Command & Conquer mod, with over 100 missions, new units, a new faction, engine improvements, and a full custom soundtrack. Mental Omega is basically multiple fan-made expansions to an already beloved expansion. Each of these mods and many more are completely free if you own the base games. And once again show that if you provide players with the tools to create, they will give your creations an immortality that can never be taken away by corporations, executives, or shareholders. While the legal owners of Command & Conquer may not understand the soul of the franchise, the heart still beats among the community. Thanks for watching. Sorry this video took literally 600,000 years to make. It turns out there is a lot of Command to conquer. If you want to support my ability to invest far too much time into dumb projects like this, please check out my Patreon. The stability from external sources is really important for these long-term videos, so that I'm not doomed if the algorithm doesn't pick up a couple in a row. My next video should come out a little bit sooner because I had the awesome idea to play just one game instead of an entire franchise, so I'll see you there. Peace.
Space!